Hey mate, 40 here. Wish I could say I was well rested, but I'm just too damn excited about these big Sunday shows. I do my duty 6 days a week, but this is my time to show off. Let the verbal pyrotechnics begin. But I'm just here to serve. I'm just here to pursue truth. Though if I were to pursue truth 100% more on my show than I do currently, I'd be dead. If I pursued truth 50% more than I do currently, I'd be socially dead. So I'm just going to work within the rubric of what is possible, just as I heard an Orthodox rabbi say that Israel should strive to be more moral in how it conducts its wars, so it could possibly be 10% more moral, but if it really tried to be 25% more moral, it would be dead. So don't be dead right. And I want to optimize for truth, but not to the level where I'm dead, either socially, physically, spiritually. We all have to work within the realm of the possible. So I get so excited that I wake up like every hour. And for the first 3 hours of my night, I was listening to a book on Operation Barbarossa in the Ukraine, 1942-43. And then about midnight, I thought maybe that's not really getting it done. I'm not getting the high quality sleep that I need to impart my life-saving message. And so I switched to P.G. Wodehouse, one of the Ask Jeeves books. And then finally at 3 a.m., I just stopped holding myself back. I got up. I said, what the heck, ride or die. Let's roll. So if I have a gift, right, if I learn something from the few months of my life at age 3, age 4, where I was in foster care, sometimes with people who would use me as batting practice, right? They bounce me off the walls, and one of the gifts that I learned to minimize the chances that I'd be beaten is to become adept at telling lies, but I don't want to indulge that gift. Another thing I learned was how to read people, so I could figure out when they were going to hit me next, and how to understand people. And so if I have a gift, it may be that I feel like at least I can understand pretty much anyone, any group. And so even though I'm MAGA, even though I'm an American nationalist, even though I'm right-wing, conservative, Republican, even though I'm a red dog Republican, right, I'd vote for the Republican even if they nominated a red dog, I understand why tens of millions of Americans are absolutely scared to death of Donald Trump, and they're afraid that he'll be a dictator or authoritarian or just the biggest disaster ever. And I think there's a non-trivial chance that Donald Trump could be the worst president in American history. And here is an experience of mine that I think mirrors the lived experience of tens of millions of Americans who hate Donald Trump. And that is, I went to interview a rabbi who'd been credibly accused of some sexual misbehavior. And that does not sum up the totality of his contributions. He's also done good things with his life. He was very smart, very, very well-read man. But he picked up on my anxiety and my weakness because we were driving down the freeway at about 70 miles an hour, and he was on his cell phone, and it made me very nervous. And he kind of taunted me, and he would deliberately drive erratically because it drove me mad. And in my life experience, when you reveal this kind of weakness, people will try to bully you. When I was converting to Judaism, right, I was anxious, I was insecure, I was ignorant, I didn't know the proper things to say or do, and I was just so vulnerable that I became a target. People would bully me because we all tend to treat people according to how they educate us how to treat them. And it was only when I started fighting back hard on my blog that people stopped bullying me. Whew. So I think back to that experience where I was flying down the freeway at 70 miles an hour with this unconventional rabbi who was talking on his cell phone and taunting me for how anxious I was. And I think that's pretty similar to the experience of Democrats right now in America, where they see Republicans in charge of all three major branches of the federal government, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive branch, and they're scared to death, right? And I get that. And there's so many other things that I see with the Democrats right now that remind me of myself. I've spent much of my life running around in circles. I came to America at age 11, and very quickly people told me, "Yo, you're so insecure." We didn't use that kind of psychological language in Australia, but they were right. Like, insecurity is a dominant trait of mine. So let me check in with the chat
Over
here.
the last week, as we've dealt with the government shutdown, the president's trip to the Middle East and the peace deal, and a lot of other things, I've been talking to Democrats and asking the question, what do you think is going well for your party? What's not going well? And they're confronting a lot, not just the Middle East and the shutdown, but the indictments from the Justice Department, the military deployments, on and on. Donald Trump has created a lot of activity. Now, Haley Barbour, the former national chairman of the Republican Party, former governor of Mississippi, one of the smartest political minds of the last 100 years in America. He's got two political aphorisms, and they're both really smart, and unfortunately, or fortunately, they're an absolute contradiction. One thing Governor Barbour says is, in politics, good gets better and bad gets worse, meaning when you're on the downward trajectory, chances are things are going to keep getting bad. But the other thing he says is, nothing in politics is ever as good or bad as it seems, right? So right now, things seem pretty bad for the Democratic Party. If you look at polling, the fact that they don't control the House and Senate or the White House, but maybe it's not as bad. So I'm always asking myself the question, when some political entity, a party, a person, when it doesn't seem like things are going well, is it as bad as it seems, or is it going to get worse? And right now, from talking to Democrats, I would say things are pretty bad. Eric Erickson, the conservative host and writer, he wrote this, I saw this this morning. He said, the Democrats seem small and insignificant, and life goes on with President Trump as a singular dominant force, and Democrats unsure of which fights to pick. That line really stuck out to me, because that's what a lot of Democrats have been saying to me. They're not sure which fights to pick. And some Democrats, at least privately, don't like the fights that some of the other Democrats are picking, okay? The Democratic Party isn't just struggling, though, with how it talks. It's struggling now with an identity crisis. Who are they? What do they stand for? There's a chaos in their messaging. It's a byproduct of this identity crisis. They once, in the era of Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, they organized around big ideas, things like growth and fairness, opportunity, progress, healthcare, jobs. They now are pretty much organized around one thing, which is opposition. The opposition has become their reflexive crutch. It is what animates the politicians and their followers on the left. It's not a winning formula, according to a lot of Democrats I talk to, who say it's putting them in a place where they're reacting and not being the force to appeal to Americans that they need to be. Every message now that comes out of the leaders of the Democratic Party, nearly everyone, it's calibrated to be in opposition. Obviously in opposition to Donald Trump, but also MAGA, against the wealthy, against popular conservative voices like the late Charlie Kirk or Tucker Carlson. It's a party now that defines itself almost entirely by who its enemies are. Now, in the current environment of media and politics, that's an understandable instinct. Donald Trump is dominant. He has been for a decade. And his presence on the national stage, it fuels the outrage, it fuels the engagement that raises money, that gets you on MSNBC. But this has become a trap for the Democratic Party. So many of the folks I talked to said privately.
So one thing that you notice with more effective, more elite people is that they tend to avoid feuds more than normal people. Donald Trump's an exception. Here he welcomes his feuds. But I'd like to think as I've grown older, right, I've tried to stay out of feuds. And I don't recall any feud playing a major role in my life for at least 6 years. I spend, I think, $185 a year to subscribe to the Financial Times. And the world's most prestigious columnist, Janan Ganesh, he's originally from Sri Lanka, he writes for the Financial Times. And so in large part, I subscribe to read him. There's a lot of great writing, a lot of great articles in the Financial Times. And his latest column is how Trump restored the great man theory of history. He says, I've been won over to great manism of late, and Donald Trump is the reason. What's the trigger for this conversion, right? This is not what you expect. That's the thing about being a great columnist, is you can't just turn out the predictable. What made him get triggered this way? Watching free trade, right? Support for which used to be so commonsensical as to be unspoken, and now watching it fight for its life. And this is disproportionately one man's doing. Don't pretend there was always a latent protectionist tide whose breakthrough was inevitable. Polls showed that American voters supported trade agreements. Even registered Republicans only soured in 2015, that is, when Donald Trump launched his campaign. So Donald Trump single-handedly mounted a hostile takeover of the Republican Party, then of the American political system, and has now free trade orthodoxy fighting for its life. So I was retweeted by Ann Coulter this past week, and my retweet was a transcript of the following September 12 two-way conversation. A Princeton student here called Jacob.
Here. Normally, I have no warning about guests, but Jacob was touted to me as a bright young man joining his first two-way. And Jacob, may be a little bit unfair to have you call first because you've never been on the platform before, as I understand it. But just tell us where you are. You're a Princeton student, as I understand it. Where are you, and what's on your mind for Robbie and Maureen?
Jake or Jacob. I'm a Princeton student who's on a 2-year break working in marketing for my professor. But I've been a conservative my whole life, and I grew up in Seattle. That's where I am in now. And then I was out in the sort of in the trenches in the Ivy Leagues, which are very, very left wing. And there's always a known principle that you have to sort of lie to your teachers, lie to your professors, and that your friends, it's harder to make friends. You got a tighter circle and all of that. And the way I saw this.
So remember that hilarious movie, I think Liar Liar, where was it Jim Carrey? He didn't try to go a day without telling any lies. Right? There are all sorts of lies that a normal person has to say to have a comfortable, successful life.
Story, I kind of felt 3 levels of it. The first of his family and his friends, and sort of just the sorrow for his daughter who's never going to see her father again, and all of that. And then I saw the sort of thoughts on the sort of stochastic terrorism and why this happened and how he got shot and why that would have happened. But then the third story, which was I didn't expect at all, was people who I knew told me that he deserved to die. And then when I asked them why, young Gen Z people would tell me all his opinions on abortion, his opinions on guns, his opinions who I hold and have held my entire life. And I even had one person who refused to answer whether or not I deserve to die. And that was the kind of thing that shocked me, just scrolling through Twitter, scrolling through Reddit, glued to my phone the last couple of days, seeing these people. And I've suddenly realized that, and I don't know what percentage it is, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 25, but an enormous percentage of my neighbors don't just, want assassinations of other people, but are at least iffy on the assassination of me. And
wow.
Jacob, these aren't. Thank you for sharing that. These aren't people.
Yeah, that's kind of mind blowing, and wow, because I just don't encounter that on the right. I just don't encounter on the right a desire for a mass murder of people on the left. But people on the left think that's what people on the right want, which just strikes me as bizarre, right? How do they have such a different experience? And that was exemplified October 6th by an acquaintance of Mark Halperin, a guy named Ray. And he came on and he talked about how MAGA just wants all Democrats to disappear.
Trump, to say the least. And
he's just so contemptuous and superior, and yes, not a fan of this guy. All right, this is from October 6th, the Mark Halperin afternoon show. This is Ray, internet entrepreneur.
In my unheroic view, I am forced to admit, painfully, that it seems to have taken this man with his characteristics to move things along.
So this guy begins by just expressing so much contempt for Trump, and then he gives him credit, but you got to catch the whole thing.
CB Distillery, if you're ready for better sleep.
Come on, man.
Order.
Come on, Mark.
Tell them Mark sent you. All right. Let's go to the community for questions for Batya and Stephen, and we start with my Silicon Valley Yoda, my friend Rich. Rich, welcome in. Thank you for being part of Two Way. Rich has been a supporter of Two Way since it was only a sketch on an easel. I'm very happy to see you, my friend. What's on your mind?
Back when I was a young man, I think I was.
Yeah, you were back when you were a whippersnapper.
So, Batya, you present a very heroic view of Trump, and I have a very unheroic view of Trump, to say the least. And in my unheroic view, I am forced to admit, painfully, that it seems to have taken this man with his characteristics to move things along in various ways. And I have to admit, I would not be unhappy with some of these outcomes that may come from his efforts, particularly in the Middle East, hopefully also in Ukraine. If there's good outcomes there and it's done with this unheroic man, I will be the first to say, okay, well, if that's the way the world works, so be it. But given you've presented a very heroic view of him, very enthusiastically, can you assure me that we're still going to have a republic fully intact after he no longer is president?
I wouldn't, I mean, anything could happen, right? But I don't see any
Okay, so that just seems hyperbolic, ridiculous to me, but this is what very smart people on the left think.
evidence that it is in his desire to do anything to contravene that. I mean, like I asked Stephen, if he had that as his intention, why has he spent 9 months obeying every single court order, many of whom I think you would agree were kind of unfair or later got overturned, right? And yet they still have adhered to them. So it seems to me that he's doing the most that he can. I think Stephen Miller has spent the last 4 years studying very carefully how to use power. And what we're seeing right now is something we're not used to seeing, which is Republicans trying to use whatever they can to get as far as they can. And so far, I think there's no real evidence that they're not going to listen to the courts. There is, however, a lot of evidence of the courts overplaying their hands. So my question back to Democrats is, I will admit, if I'm wrong and they ignore a court order and there is a constitutional crisis, I promise you I will come here and say I was totally wrong and you were right. But what is the Democrats' plan to reassure me that the courts are still independent and have not become tools of the Democratic Party, because they are doing so much that seems to me to be beyond the scope of what is in their permit? So you see what I'm saying? You can see it from the other point of view as well.
Rich, you want to respond to that?
Well, I think arguing that the Democrats have control of the courts is on its face ridiculous.
Oh, it's not control. Oh, I want to make that
I
very
mean,
clear.
come on. I mean,
Wait, I want to respond to that.
to argue for your
Hold on.
man that
I didn't say
hey, the
control.
courts are
Hold on.
the courts are. I mean, to argue that.
Okay, I'm triggered here because this guy embodies the pretentiousness, the dishonesty, the tricky rhetorical games, the contempt that I feel like I've endured much of my life from people with higher social status than myself. My father did a PhD in rhetoric, and he would use this kind of contemptuous, withering rhetoric at the dinner table. So I'm triggered by this because this is my experience. All right, I'm just a simple man. I'm just a blogger, a vlogger, a podcast bro. And whenever I've been profiled by the elite mainstream media, they always critique me on the basis of to what extent did I fail to live up to the particular subjective partisan hero system of our elite, right? That is the framework through which they judge me.
It's the courts that are the problem here. I'm sorry, I can't accept that at all.
Stephen.
I just want to, I guess, point out here that just as Trump hints at running for a third term, you see many, many people in his base talking online like this is definitely going to happen. Now, my own prediction is that he won't do that. But the point here is once you sort of create a norm in a conversation that someone can defy the Constitution, run for a third term, that's the kind of stuff that, just scares a lot of people and, should be taken off the table immediately.
I think that's a bad joke, and I don't think he should make it. I agree with you. But I don't think the Democrats control the courts. But it is
Batya is interesting and fun and useful and a contributor because she's comes from a Marxist left-wing perspective that prioritizes the welfare of the working class and the middle class, and yet she's also a Trump supporter, yet she's quite willing to call out and criticize Trump for many things.
Fact that many of the judges are aligned with the Democratic Party and have been allowing their politics to influence their rulings. So it's not, people keep saying, show the evidence that Joe Biden told this attorney general and this prosecutor and this prosecutor and this prosecutor to chase down.
Right. We all exert a force field, even sick, weak Joe Biden, right? He had a force field. He created administration that then went out and did things, based on what they thought would be his priorities.
Donald Trump on specious grounds. Of course, I don't think he did that. I don't think he gave that order. But it is so much worse for conservatives, the idea that he didn't have to, because so much of our institutions are already pulling for one political party. And I think that's something that's really lost on people on the left.
That is blatantly just not true. It's not true on the face of it. There's as many overreaches on the right in the courts as there is on the left. This is a symmetrical issue. People whose politics are one thing or the other affect them in their daily jobs. But to say that the Democrats to truly believe in the deep state as something that is completely in the hands of the Democrats, and that the poor MAGA people are so powerless, it's just not really true, and it doesn't.
So my friends don't like this insight, but the intensity of your sense of victimhood is going to be proportionate to your in-group identity, right? You can't have an intense in-group identity, generally speaking, unless it is accompanied by an intense sense of victimhood. So the stronger your MAGA identity, the stronger, in all likelihood, your sense of victimhood. The stronger your Jewish identity, your gay identity, your black identity, the stronger will be your sense of victimhood. They go together like ham and eggs.
It doesn't help the argument to make Trump heroic, to take these exaggerated positions and try to put all of this on from a MAGA perspective, the Democrats all should be killed. If
What an insane thing to say. Did you hear that? And this is what I think millions of people on the left believe, that from a MAGA perspective, the Democrats should all be killed. I've never heard a Republican, a conservative, a member of MAGA, a Trump supporter say anything like that. Right? On the right, we don't think of the Democrats as evil, generally speaking. We think of them as misguided, foolish, stupid, wrong. I've never heard anyone on the right voice these sentiments. And yet this is widely believed on the left, which is why they then can countenance left-wing violence in retaliation. Right? People on the left are much more likely to end friendships over politics than people on the right.
If they had the power to do it, they would do it.
That's ridiculous.
There's this.
Right, one side has a lot more guns than the other side. Right, MAGA, Republicans, right, conservatives have a lot more guns than people on the left.
Well,
There's this very deep
Killed?
antipathy. There's this very deep.
Right, this is a prestigious, affluent, rich, successful man with so much to lose, and saying publicly such idiotic things that have no basis in reality. Like, how do you get to be this deranged?
Deep antipathy to liberalism that's held, just as there's a very deep antipathy to the far right that's held on the left.
wait, I'm giving you a chance to take back the last thing you said, unless you just want to say you said it for effect, only because I know it's gonna make a lot of people upset. You really
I'm
think, Matt?
sorry.
You really think?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use the word that bad word, and I do take it back.
Okay.
But the antipathies on both sides
But he thinks it's just a matter of using a bad word. I mean, just mind-boggling.
are unbelievable, and
Yeah.
to claim that one side has kind of a better view, a better moral posture in this, that drives me crazy.
Yeah. I will say, thank you for that. I will say it is one of the.
Right. I'm not a big fan of apologetics, in large part because during the ages of 8 to 11, my father made me read 30 to 40 pages of dense Christian apologetics 6 days a week, right, every day but the Sabbath, and type a one-page summary to demonstrate that I understood what I'd written. So that really circumcised my social life, right? I didn't get to spend my afternoons after school time with my friends. I was reading these dense work of Christian apologetics, and so I learned intellectually Christianity is truth, but emotionally I just hated it, right? I don't like partisan point scoring. I'm not a fan of apologetics. Let's bring Dooovid back onto the show. Dooovid, why don't you develop on the points you were just making in the chat?
Okay, yeah, sure. As from years, like, although I'm not particularly a violent person, I enjoy talking about violence, and in essence, I think that that's the problem with modern day elites. Is like now, like, I almost exclusively am dealing with African Americans, and I went to school with majority African American. And I'm thinking, like, I have taught myself out of getting beat up hundreds of times in my life. And I know the extent of a person who attaches their personality to violence, where it's just expected that if you call out a person's honor, they will fight about it. And, like, I've been in countless scenarios where there was a dispute and everyone just gathered around and then they slugged it out. That was the way. And to some extent, historically, that's what it means to be a man. And so the modern day elite is emasculated in the sense that violence is not something that's part of their personal. Trump is probably fake like that, but I mean, Trump at least has that aura where he fought Vince McMahon in front of everybody. He had a dispute, and Trump himself, even though he was a billionaire, was willing to accept a physical fight. And historically, like chivalry, Europe, everywhere, it was a requirement to be a man, to be a leader, is you had to accept the possibility that someone would call out your honor, and the only way to properly defend your honor is violence that you yourself, and like I was thinking historically, you have like Diderot, who ran away from a duel. I mean, you have great men in history who were intellectual but ran away from duels. And it's noted in their history that they were weak. They couldn't fight the duel. They had to run away. As opposed to the great men in history, they fought duels and they won duels. And the modern day elite, there's no conception of violence. Violence is always outsourced to other people. So a great man in the modern day society is largely a fake. And even like Israel, that's very good at violence in the way most people, it's more technological, because like most experts do think that in a hand-to-hand combat, Hezbollah or Hamas is actually better than the IDF. And that the only reason the IDF is winning is because they're not real men who are going to fight a one-to-one fair battle. They have to fight an unfair battle. And I mean, you could have like Richard Spencer and the Nietzschean general critiques that blame Christianity and Judaism for destroying real men. But like now we're seeing consequences in it, because like basically the only thing you could do is rhetoric. And so people have amplified the rhetoric, like you said, like Ashkenazic Jews go from 0 to 100. Like I mentioned, like, okay, like personally, I think Israel is guilty of genocide, because I remember Jews talking genocidally for decades. But like, what do you make of like a Orthodox Jew that's never done a push-up in his life talking like a madman about genocide? Obviously, he's not going to commit genocide. But like, why are they talking like madmen? Because like, there's a just the world is completely out of whack. And I mean, I'm not sure if you agree with where I'm going in the essence. If you're Republican, or maybe you're even further to the left on this, where you don't really want to go back to violence, you don't really want to go back where people are going to be able to settle their disputes in duels or to be a leader, you at least have to accept the possibility that someone's going to challenge you to a fight, and you're going to have to take it.
I think you're profound. I think you're making some good points, and you made another great point in the chat that you think that much of the support for Israel in the United States on the right is admiration for their effective use of violence.
But the real people who are good at violence don't support Israel, like Andrew Tate, or people like, you're just picking on weaklings. Like, Israel is not a real state of chivalry. Like Elon Musk, even in his fantasy world, challenged Putin to a one-on-one fight. He was like, let's just settle this like men. Me and you will fight one-on-one, and that will decide the battle. So, like, no one respects Israel like that. No one thinks that, like, Netanyahu or any of these people are going to have a fair one-on-one fight with, like, a terrorist or one of these guys. They're just going to drop bombs or shoot people from him. And so that's also, like, somewhat real men like Israel, but the real men don't like Israel because they don't have, they don't have valor, they don't have honor like that. They're not willing to give the Palestinians a fair fight.
I don't know if you saw the first Raiders: The Lost Ark, but there's a scene in there where the protagonist, played by Harrison Ford, is confronted by an adversary who's like wielding a whip, and Harrison Ford decides not to fight him hand to hand. He just pulls out his pistol and shoots him dead. So if you have a more effective way of dispatching an enemy who's trying to kill you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So
historically, you're saying modern, but historically, like, no, like you said, like, no, like that's a sign of cowardness. Like that you would and to break the vows, the rules of chivalry, and it's like that historic. Like, I remember Indian Hindus, and like their definition of man is someone that has to accept a fair fight. And a warrior, by definition, to be a warrior, you have to accept a fair fight, even to death. Then to, this is like Japanese chivalry, it's historical European chivalry. So if you're talking down, either saying like, yes, you agree that historically was what it meant to be a man, but you don't want to go back to that days. You want a more like moderated view where you could just shoot somebody and you don't have to actually take a fair fight.
Okay, that may be true, but for the people that I know, that if you use the most appropriate weapons for the situation, and Israel is respected widely for its
Jews?
Excellence. No, not just Jews, non-Jews.
I'm saying the people like Jews, but I'm saying that the Hispanics and blacks that don't look at it that way. They respect a fair fight. They think everybody should gather around and you should slug it out in a fair fight while people cheer. It's only the Jews that think like you do.
No, I think anyone in the middle class would think like I do.
I live in an upper middle class African American neighborhood, and I say like, no, it's grounded into their culture where like someone calls you out, you have to fight them, or you're disrespected, you lose your honor. And just saying like, Luke Ford, you and your friends do not have honor like that. You don't want to put in a pejorative. You're the new elite, and so you don't want to look like you just don't have honor anymore. You want to put like, no, that like what used to be honor. But I said like, no, I know a lot of rich people, even Jews, that they don't give a shit. They are willing to lose everything to put it on a fight for their honor.
Right. So
you don't know any Jews like that?
I do.
You said something to them, even though they're a millionaire, they would be willing to fight you right in front of everybody in synagogue.
Well, none of them are millionaires, because to have that kind of attitude is to be a self-destructive loser. There is no one with anything to lose that is going to be as willing and as quick to get into a physical fight as what you described. If you have anything to lose, if you have family, if you have friends, if you have a career, if you value your physical faculties, your mental, emotional, cognitive faculties, you will not that easily get into a fight. Only a self-destructive loser with nothing to lose will operate along the lines that you described.
Well, but your honor. No, it's saying like, I'm talking, this is European and American history. Like just 100 years ago, like any respectable white dude, even if he went to Harvard, like played football and got in fights. Like in America, like a duel, you had to. People in history who refuse duels are branded as cowards, willing to risk their life for their honor. I mean, you're disagreeing. Like even Anglo. I'm talking Anglo culture, not like in Anglo culture. Even the king had to accept a duel.
There may be
Am I
something
wrong?
to that. Wait. Yeah, I'm not sure, but your internet connection is really bad. Can you leave, restart your computer, and let's try it again in a couple of minutes, okay?
Peter, I'm on my cell phone. I mean, if you want, I'll connect it. Can you hear me clearly? Because it should be.
Okay, so let's ride with that. Okay, so I mean, I think we've done it to death. We just have different conceptions. Let me move on to a second point that's related. Well, let me move on to
Well, I'm
my
not going
point.
to say disagree. I think what's meant to be a real man is confused. So, like, now we're in a renegotiating. But I'm just saying, historically, like,
Yeah, you've
if
made that
you
point like 5 times. Yeah, I get
yeah,
it.
I'm not
And
necessarily disagreeing. That was the point I was stressing, though.
right. So here's my follow-up. What do you think about my point that in 2025, in the first world, if you've got anything to lose, you do not get into a physical fight as easily as what you described. That only self-destructive losers with nothing to lose will throw down that easily.
Well, no, I think in two ways. Like, you see, like, the rise of Andrew Tate and even right-wing Judaism, or on the right wing, like Jake Shields or Arvil. You are seeing a re-rise of this, of people that will not back down to a fight no matter how much they have to lose. It has to be renegotiated in a sense, because you could outsource violence, because you're right. Violence is still important, but you yourself as an elite can't do violence. You have to outsource it. And the problem with America is basically violence is almost exclusively outsourced to African Americans. So, like, even if you're a synagogue, like, okay, you could have a police officer or protection, but like, all Jews have security. Like, what wealthy person doesn't have security?
Okay, would you agree with me, though, as a general tendency, the more you have to lose, the less likely you are to get into a physical fight?
Well, maybe, but I'm saying, even like in Hollywood, you're saying, like, who's the better man, the one who like, go get the gun or go call security? And I still think it would be a dispute even among the elites in Hollywood, like, someone who calls security or go gets their own gun.
Right, but you didn't answer my point. You're asking who's the better man. I'm not asking who's the better man. I'm saying that the more you have to lose, the less likely you are to indulge in a fight that you could possibly avoid.
No, I think you're missing the point, because a real man doesn't matter anything other than their honor. And the biggest thing you have to lose, even if you're a multimillionaire, even if you have everything going for you, is your honor. And to some extent, it'd be better to lose all that stuff than to lose your honor. And the problem is, in today's society, people are just giving up their honor. They care more about what you're talking about. They don't care about their honor.
There's a famous story in the Japanese tradition about the country's greatest swordsman who was confronted by an adversary who said, "You must fight me, or the only way you can avoid fighting me is to crawl between my legs." And the country's greatest swordsman, rather than get into an unnecessary fight, chose instead to humble himself and to walk underneath the legs of the adversary. And so I would think that attitude is what anyone who loves someone operates on. If you love your kids, if you love your wife, if you love your family, if you love your career, if you love your ability to see and to talk and to walk, if you love your ability to think, you do not get into needless fights.
Honestly, I've never heard that story, but I mean, I think I even know the Japanese word. Isn't it called like harikari or something like that, where they're supposed to kill themselves as opposed to lose their honor? So they like, no, I've never heard that Japanese story, but I have heard all the stories about the people that killed themselves in Japan rather than lose their honor.
And what is
Have you not heard those stories? I mean, you think the story you're mentioning is the rule or the exception? Because, like, from what I know about Japan, it was more like, no, you lose your honor, you gotta take your own life, God forbid.
I may have gotten the story wrong. It may be from a different culture. It's a story that I resonate to. So yeah, there's
but I mean,
plenty of
Japan,
attention.
that's the strongest of all chivalry societies, where if you lose your honor, you're expected to honorably commit suicide. And even in some like Chinese or Asian or like Jewish Arab culture, there's the concept it's better to honorably commit suicide than to live without honor. And so, in essence, I'm critiquing the West in saying, in essence, the people you're defending are living without honor.
So I just learned this new shortcut to determine whether something's BS or not. And the shortcut is, does this particular trait give you an evolutionary reproductive advantage? So death before dishonor does not convey an evolutionary adaptive advantage. Therefore, it's BS. It is a self-serving, status-seeking, nonsensical morality, philosophy, claim, narrative that people use, but it's obviously evolutionarily maladaptive, and so it cannot possibly be true. But it's a self-serving narrative that people say.
No, I'd say it's the opposite, because there is no connection better to women wanting to have sex with you than violence. I mean, it's been completely shown and tested, like relatively, say, like pimping or whatever, like it's violence that turns women on. And so it's just higher risk. So if you're going to say like you're going to willing to get up into a group and pound it out, like, yeah, the loser is probably not going to get the girl. He might lose his life, but the winners more likely to get the girl. I mean, even like modern American culture like that, like, you know, like the people, athletes, fighters, entertainers that are openly violent, they get the girls. That's what girls want. It's just much more risky to get the girl through violence. And saying like, I would say even opposite, like getting a millionaire, it's really tough to become a millionaire. It's easy to win a fight. And so it's just the risk reward calculation. But if you think you're going to win the fight, like certainly, I mean, you disagree, like you're in Hollywood and pornography, like saying like, I mean, there might be rich guys who get the women, but women are really turned on by violence. That's the one thing that gets women.
Yeah, low IQ women. High IQ women are not turned on.
High IQ women too.
No, it would just be maladaptive.
More.
Their offspring is not as likely to survive if they choose partners to reproduce with who are easily inclined towards violence.
Well, maybe in a I mean, but the reason of the why intelligent women are also attracted to violent men is because they need to keep the other men in order. I mean to say, like, let's say there's a girl in Hollywood that doesn't really like you that much. It's strategic for her to have relations with a guy who's going to beat you up. Even if she's IQ, she's like, well, I could just have sex with some violent person who's going to beat Luke Ford up for me, God forbid. And like, yeah, like a lot of women, that's what they do.
Okay, I think that you're making some strong points. How?
That's why black males do so well on the sexual marketplace, because even a high IQ woman, she's intelligent enough to know that like if she has sex with this guy, he's probably going to beat people up for her.
So how many high IQ women do you know who reproduce with violent men?
They don't reproduce, have sex with them. Although a few do. And it said, like, unfortunately, it's what the Talmud said. Actually, high IQ women are more likely to become promiscuous because the low IQ woman doesn't think she could tame the beast and that he's not going to beat her up. He's just going to beat their enemy up. So a low IQ woman is scared that the violent man's just going to beat them up. It takes the high IQ woman to sexually satisfy the violent person in a way that she doesn't get beat up, but the people she wants him to beat up get beat up. So it actually, like, it's uniquely high IQ women that do this successfully, at least.
Okay, let's move the conversation a little bit. So, evolutionary psychology is just something I've been thinking about more intensely over the past few weeks. How profound of a academic discipline do you think this is? How profound is this as a guide to life? How profound? How clarifying is
I'm giving evolutionary psychology.
Wait, let me finish my point. How clarifying is it to ask, does a particular trait, behavior, or belief confer a reproductive advantage? And if not, it's BS. What do you think of this line of thinking?
Well, I'm agreeing 100%, and that's why I'm arguing from an evolutionary perspective. There is no trait more important than violence. It's only from like a Judeo-Christian modern elitist, but certainly from an evolutionary perspective, it'd have to be an evolutionary change that just happened in like the last 100 years for violence to not be the most important trait.
Oh, so there was an article in the New York
you're disagreeing with that? That like it's evolution that I'm pushing the importance of violence, because certainly like in Judaism or Christianity, violence is not as important of a skill.
Yes, I've said many times that I disagree with the trait that violence is not the number one most adaptive trait for,
I would
for
argue the exact
reproduction.
opposite.
I know you have. You've been
No,
arguing that for the last
you're,
15 minutes, and I've
but
been
I'm saying
arguing
because
the
elites
opposite.
don't reproduce. Elites don't reproduce. You know, like it's the regular people that still have honor and violence that like it's the elites who aren't reproducing. It's the people who are using your strategy that are failing to reproduce. So you're actually defeating your own argument because the people who agree with you are the people who reproduce the least.
So no matter what I say, you'll keep saying the same thing again and again and again and again and again. Right? You've made your point. You can just let it go. We can talk about something else.
Oh, well, I'm arguing your point. I'm mentioning I understand your point completely, and I think your point about evolution actually supports my argument more than yours. Like if you're arguing in favor of Judaism, then maybe you might be right. But if you're talking evolutionary psychology, there's nothing more important than violence.
Right, and you've made that point about 10 times, so you don't have to make it again. Right? You've made your point. Let's talk about something else. So in your area, Detroit, there are a lot of Arabs, a lot of Muslims, I assume a lot of Palestinians. There's a substantial Jewish community. There used to be a lot more interfaith dialogue between rabbis and imams prior to October 7. Now we have a big possible ceasefire in the Middle East. What are you noticing? Talk to me about how you've noticed changes in, say, interfaith relations between Jews and Muslims, Jews and Arabs since October 7, and what's going on in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, I mean, most interfaith is completely broken down. Besides for a few people that are still Zionist, and then so most interfaith, it's the opposite. They're extremely anti-Israel. They're moving to becoming even anti-Semitic. And I would propose it's possible that you're going to see a call for it with the peace now. You're going to start seeing calls for war crime trials against not only Israelis, but American Jews, probably even people you know. And like you could see like Mandami or something like that. If Mandami came to LA, I could foresee not only Netanyahu getting arrested coming to New York, but American Zionists who supported this starting to face war crime trials. And that's what I would see from the interfaith community. Like these guys are pissed at Israel, they're pissed at Jews, and they want to see you guys suffer war crimes trials.
Well, much of that is obviously not adaptive because caring about what happens to people on the other side of the world is not going to convey any evolutionary adaptation. So why do people engage in this non-adaptive rhetoric and histrionics? It's virtue signaling to their own side. It's status seeking, and it's become the way to display your morality is to condemn Israel's genocide, but there's no evolutionary advantage in being terribly invested in what's going on the other side of the world. So it's histrionic, performative rhetoric.
No, I mean, it's evolutionary adaptive to the American, because they don't necessarily care about what's going on the other side of the world. It's adaptive to displace the Jews that are in power over them, especially in the Democratic Party. Like here in Michigan, the governor's election or elections, like it's heating up, and the Jewish community cannot control major Democratic nominees from accusing Israel of genocide. And presumably with the accusation of genocide is going to come the war crime trials. But I'm saying it's evolutionary adaptive because the goal is to displace local Jews out of power, and presumably they fail and have some possibility that the power that the Jews have in their society might right now, if they could overthrow them, might go to them. So I'd say in that sense, I mean, it's risky, but it's evolutionary adaptive because it's not about Israel. It's about overthrowing Jewish power in LA or Detroit.
Right. It is a tool. It's not because they, just like any wise person on the right doesn't truly believe that abortion is murder, any wise American politician on the left who is crying out about Israel's genocide of Palestinians, it's not the genocide that they care about. It's a tool to seize power. It's an effective narrative to advance their own interests.
Well, for blacks and Hispanics. I'm saying for Arabs, obviously they care about it. But I'm saying for blacks, I mean, some blacks and Hispanics care about it. But I say relatively, it's a tool for blacks and Hispanics to be to dislodge the Jews that are higher ranked than them in the Democratic Party, and it's working. Like obviously, it's working because Jews are losing power, and minorities are coming to power. Like not only in LA or Detroit, but it just solidifies the power uh, against the Jewish community and the threat. Because I have argued this point for a long time and saying the essential African Americans are the main force protecting the Jewish community. You don't feel like that because you're leaning right wing or you know people that are facing the violence. But my broader perspective of American Jewry is it's really the African American community that keeps the Jews safe. And I mean, they don't keep the Jewish community safe from like petty crime or like getting beat up, but they keep the Jews safe from the larger forces of white anti-Semitism or different things in America. And it's an extremely difficult power play right now that the Jews are not really faring that well in. And I think it's going to get bad. Like I'm telling you, Luke, for like, God forbid, I think that people you know are going to stand war crime trials. People you literally know are going to stand war crime trials.
And so it's important to cut through the rhetoric and just get down to power, because people I know will only stand in war crime trials if they lose power and their enemies gain power. So when you hear all this pious rhetoric and moral rhetoric, it's important to ask to what ends, who's being hurt, who's being served, because in the final analysis, those with power will use their power to hurt those who don't have power, who are in their way.
Yeah, and in the essence, the Jewish community can't actually protect itself. And I mean, some people are tough or have guns, but the Jewish community largely, like especially in where the big communities are, really has to outsource its protection to African Americans. And in essence, that's the play of money, power, and politics. In the essence, like if you're in Hollywood right now, you might want like the whites to regain power, but like the power players, like no, like basically they have to pay extremely large sums of money to various, mostly African Americans, to protect them. And like people like you are leaning right because you don't like that that's the way the Jewish community works. But the leaders of the Jewish community, like whatever reason, that's their strategy in America. I don't know if you agree with that assessment.
I don't agree, but I'd have to think about it more. But I want to go.
I mean, you and your Jewish friends don't agree, but I'm saying you agree that that's the larger strategy of American Jews, not like the right wing or Orthodox Jews, but that's the larger strategy of American Jews. It's really the African Americans that protect them, and they use democratic politics and just straight up money and donation to keep the African American protection and support.
No, I think you're confusing rhetoric that is used by so many Jewish elites and Jewish organizations for the real thing. Every group is trying to serve its own interests, but the things that people say don't usually reflect what they mean, and what people really mean is not what they say. So you'd be hard-pressed to find two groups with less in common in America than Ashkenazi Jews and African Americans. But at times, the cause of civil rights for African Americans has been a useful tool for some Jewish organizations and Jewish elites. But just because it's used as a form of rhetoric doesn't mean that it's true. It's just a bargaining chip. It's a rhetorical tool. It's not a reality.
Well, I mean, it was essentially the alt-right argument that people on your YouTube channel made for 10 years. It's the match made in heaven of brains and brawns. Of like that but I'm saying like the reality is that whether right wing or Orthodox Jews like it, it's blacks that protect Jews, and the Jewish leaders from like the ADL, the Federation, the people who have foundations that give away billions and billions of dollars, they give that money to black causes largely because they want the blacks to protect the Jews. And to a large extent, they do that. The blacks do protect the Jews, and it's largely based on these political, financial agreements between the most powerful, wealthy Americans that have determined that that's the best way for Jews to stay protected or get away or function in American politics. And you and your Jewish friends are, in fact, dissidents to the mainstream Jewish strategy.
Yeah, and I think you're confusing rhetoric with substance. So
substance like giving millions and millions of dollars by like
yes.
political, like that's not just rhetoric.
That is a political play. It's not.
That's not rhetoric though. Like when the money leaves your pocket, that's not rhetoric.
Right, and so it's a political play. It's a ploy to advance group interests, and So when civil rights became powerful in the United States, Jews saw many advantages to protect themselves against anti-Semitism, and so they poured money and effort into supporting civil rights as just part of a larger trend that Jews have always been a minority in the diaspora, and they've always relied upon elite protection and a strong centralized government for protection, and this is just part of that long pattern.
Well, I've been rereading like the Nation of Islam's book on oh god, what's the name? Forgetting the ADL founding case, the trial of Leo Frank, and their thesis is that like till then it changed, but I would say like post 65, the modern day American strategy is blacks are what keep us safe. We live like before 1965, or people, blacks and whites largely, but like now in America, 75% of Jews live completely surrounded in mostly black areas. And it's saying white elites cannot keep you safe. Like if you are in Detroit or Baltimore or Chicago or any of these, that's why people like you are pushing for Trump to send in the National Guard, because like white elites just have no power to keep you safe. So you have to make agreements with the elites who are your neighbors, which for Jews is mostly African Americans. So, for whatever the demographics, like 65, 80, to the point where now Jews, at least locally, negotiate almost exclusively with African Americans to protect us, because white elites have no power to protect us.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous that you look at the people with power and the people with access to protection resources, it's overwhelmingly not African Americans.
Well, I mean, have you been to Baltimore?
Yes, and not many
Is some
Jews...
white guy is some white elite going to be able to come in and keep the Jews safe in Baltimore?
That it is non-black elites who have more access to resources than blacks in America, including resources of police and physical protection.
Maybe, but I mean, that's like Eric Adams, who, the Jewish community, even the right-wing ones, at the end of the day, unanimously supported Eric Adams because they needed to be protected, and he was the only one with the power to protect them. I mean, he couldn't really protect them that much, but like, you got to negotiate with, who has power in your area, and like, I don't really see like there's no white elites for me to negotiate with here.
Okay, Dooovid, I'll keep making comments in the chat if you're so inclined. I'll bring you back when I see something that I want to develop, but I think we made those
yeah, no
points.
problem. I made my point, my pushback, and I mean, honestly, I hope Jews hear this, because I think Jews are in a lot of trouble, and we'll see what happens. But God bless. Only success to you and better things.
Yeah, and please keep making comments in the chat, and if I see something that sparks me, I'll ask you to come back if you have time. All right, let me get myself together here. If I seem a little anxious today, it's because I'm not really good with practical stuff, and my standing desk keeps collapsing. Got a loose screw, and I think I tightened it, but everything could fall apart at any time. Right? And why? Why is my standing desk falling apart? It's not the screw, right? The screw is just the easy physical material thing to concentrate on, right? But what's really going on is the demons are after me, right? I'm in a fight. I'm in a spiritual cosmic struggle against the forces of darkness, and they're trying to take down my channel. They're trying to take down my live stream. And yeah, you could go, oh, it's that screw. You just need to screw that screw in tighter, 40. But what's going on here, guys? Cosmic spiritual struggle. Here I am. I'm fighting for you. You know who the real American heroes are? They're people like you. I'm fighting for you against the nefarious elites.
We cannot be the party that's in opposition to Donald Trump. This thing that's coming up, this No King's Day, right? That is pure opposition to Donald Trump. The energy around these events coming up, it's a big deal, right? It's how they're going to turn people out in the street and get stuff for social media. But imagine if they were having, say, Economic Revival Day or Jobs Day. Turnout wouldn't be as big, but they'd be doing something affirmative. The party has a lot of problems now. Donald Trump.
Oh, man, the chat says that I'm suffering from a psychotic break from reality. Well, you and your enlightened, rational, buffered identity, right? I understand why my experience of the demonic just seems primitive and medieval to you. That to you, this seems like a psychotic break with reality. I have a porous identity. All right, I am connected to global spiritual forces that you refuse to see because you're just stuck in your buffered, enlightened, rational bubble where you feel like you can decide right and wrong, truth, meaning, purpose, all right, all on your own. You can just plot your own path through life. But I see that which is most important is outside of me, and my primary obligation is to do my duty to these external standards. You, with your enlightened, rational, buffered identity, all right, you will see things differently. So I look at these No Kings protests by the Democrats. I see the Democrats in the news media, and I see patterns that characterize my life. I see a lot of wild flailing around. Right? I see a lot of running in circles. It's one of the sickest sensations that I have repeatedly experienced. I put in a great deal of effort. I try and I try. I run and I run, and then I realize that I've just come back to where I started. I haven't made any progress. So from what I've been told, people are saying that history used to be understood as circular. All you do is run around in circles, but then along came the Jewish tribe and the Torah, and so we had this new notion of history that should go forward. And so that was one of the things that I learned in my conversion to Judaism, and I find that much more attractive to believe that history should march forward to a messianic age when God will make things much better. I like that. I find it sickening to realize that I've just been running in circles. I hate swinging and missing. I hate trying things that don't work and that are awkward. I hate realizing I've been making histrionic pronouncements that bear no basis in reality. I hate it when I realize I've been making big claims and not backing them up. I hate it when my mouth writes checks that I can't cash through my choices. I have a little bit of hostility, sarcasm in me, and there were times in my youth where I taunted people, where I teased people. But then there was this very embarrassing time in 7th grade when my classmates started taunting and teasing me back. And how did I respond? With equanimity, with grace, with dignity? No. I burst into tears and ran out of the room. And when the teacher reprimanded my classmates, they say, look, 40 just makes fun of us all the time. 40 taunts us all the time. 40 teases us all the time. We're just giving back a little taste to him of what he does to us all the time, right? I could dish it out, but I couldn't take it. And I see that with the Democrats and their lawfare strategy against Donald Trump. Right? I see them fighting reality. I see them cursing. I see their feedback loops collapsing. Right? When does your feedback loop collapse? When people don't care enough to stop you from self-destructing. Right? If you get some critical feedback, right, only 1 in 20 persons is going to tell you that critical feedback. The other 19 say it's just not worth it. All right, it just takes too much energy, requires too much bandwidth for me to tell this self-destructive person what he's doing wrong. So any accurate criticism you get, right, you got to multiply it by at least 20 times, because at least 20 times as many people are seeing it, and they just figure, I'm just not, I just don't care enough about the person to give them this feedback. When you simply become more of a pain than a promise, when you become too much effort to deal with and to manage, when people decide that you require too much bandwidth, when you are simply too much work and too much aggravation for too little reward, when you're just too needy and too annoying to tend to, people will ignore you, and then you won't get the feedback that you need to be able to accurately navigate reality when you're losing. So running in circles, right? That's what I see with the Democrats. That's what I see with much of my own life, right? That happens when your feedback loops collapse, when your efforts to keep generating motion does not result in progress, and individuals and institutions fall into it for the same reasons, right? I have so often confused effort and energy and trying with effectiveness, right? I'm busy, you're busy, they're busy, everyone's signaling activity, particularly in America. You're supposed to work hard, take meetings, make speeches, be outraged, but the real metric, results, quietly dies, and energy becomes the referential point. It becomes self-referential, which is not a winning strategy. People will often prefer to save their image rather than to save their ass, right? They won't adapt, right? It's become all about ego and ideology. Democrats can't admit that their message stopped landing with key voters, right? Just as many smart individuals can't easily admit that their own life strategies are not working, so people would prefer to double down on tactics that are familiar, that feel right, that preserve their sense of self and how the world works, even though these tactics don't work. Right? In a closed system, we get internal validation from doing certain things, even if they're not effective. Right? We get applause from our peers, and that can replace real-world feedback. Right? It's the moral equivalent of the hamster wheel. Feels like you're in motion because you're sweating. And so the Democratic elites do this with their social media likes, their think tank applause, their donor praise, but they're not building connection with swing voters. They're losing contact with concrete reality. People who are above average in IQ love to live in an abstract world. It's more fun. And so you see Democratic elites focused on process and narrative, not on delivering real results to real Americans. And reality keeps pushing back and humiliating those who are at war with reality. Reality always wins. Right? Fear of loss has replaced hunger for progress and for gain. This kind of circling behavior masks the anxiety. If I just keep moving, maybe I won't have to face where I'm failing. So the Democratic Party's obsession with Donald Trump functions like that. It's fighting the same battle over and over and over rather than building something new that contributes. Right? Breaking the loop requires contact with reality and external verifiable empirical results. Right? You have to switch your mindset so that you start measuring success by real world results, not by what you feel. Right? You can feel good or you can do good, but they don't always run in tandem. Right? So a lot of flailing around right now by the Dems.
Trump's poll numbers aren't great, but consistently the Democratic Party's numbers are worse. The DNC, under their new chairman, is considered a non-entity by a lot of people in the party, including a lot of the big donors. Schumer and Jeffries are seen as weak, and a lot of people say, however the shutdown ends, they're going to lose. They cannot make the base satisfied because they're going to only end the shutdown by making a deal with Donald Trump, which the base won't like.
So I think the last time that I was beaten was about 20 years ago. Luke, did your dad have a special paddle? No, he would beat me, I think, with his hands. My teachers would beat me with a stick ruler. And then other people would beat me with their fists. So I remember bullies. When I was a kid, they would grab me, they would beat me, and they'd hold my head underwater. And I think that's how Democrats are experiencing Republican dominance right now, that they're being bullied and their head is being held underwater, and they're frightened they'll never get to breathe again.
No matter what the terms. And there's still no consensus at all about where the party goes next, who its nominee should be or will be in 2028. What's not existent in the party now is a debate about ideas. When did you last hear a debate between Democrats on, well, what should we stand for on healthcare? Or what should we stand for on
So I think I was below average in physical development. And so my peers were often much bigger than I was. And then there was this kid named Steven, who was a grade ahead of me. He was big, he was built. And there were a few times that he bullied me. And in 1995, I decided I want to do a documentary on what women want, which was completely useless because there's no point asking people what they want because people don't necessarily tell you the truth. But anyway, one of the beautiful, classy actresses that I interviewed used to date Steven, the guy who beat me up. And he was rich. He was a rich kid, fast cars, right? He had it all. And she almost married him.
On trans athletes in women's sports, or what should we stand for in terms of our foreign policy? There are different ideas, but they're not given space for an opportunity to be aired out, to figure out what would be the most popular and the best policies, because all the discussion is about opposing, and mostly opposing Donald Trump. The other thing I heard from a lot of Democrats this week is their concern about a lack of confidence. And often sports metaphors are not a good idea. Sometimes they're overused, but I think about.
So one of the major differences between myself and my friends is that it feels like almost all my friends believe that you can generate your own pride. And with rare exceptions, I don't believe that's true. Your internal sense of self and how powerful and formidable and capable and valuable you are is overwhelmingly calibrated to real world results, because anything less would not be evolutionarily adaptive. So I asked ChatGPT, what are the ways that high IQ bachelors flail? So they're often into over-optimization, right? Treating life like a solvable math problem, fine-tuning routines, diets, cold water plunges, investments, productivity systems instead of living, and trying to optimize their time with other people. And that's really hard to optimize because I often find I have to spend time in social settings and it will be quite dreary for an hour or two. Then it just becomes amazing. And it's really hard to optimize socializing with other people. A lot of analysis paralysis among high IQ bachelors, right? So many possibilities means nothing feels right. A lot of endless research, delaying decisions, then resenting themselves for stagnation, substituting intellect for intimacy, right? Making live streams and creating online arguments instead of building real life results and relationships. Oscillating between I'm exceptional, I'm broken. In other words, I'm the piece of excrement that the universe revolves around. Right, the high cognitive horsepower makes self-evaluation brutal. Every shortfall feels like a painful failure to live up to your potential. Misallocating energy, pouring effort into projects to prove their worth, essays, live streams, blog posts, hobbies, side hustles, right? Maybe you start your own side hustle and you spend hundreds, thousands of hours. When you look back over the years, you realize, oh, I've earned about $5 an hour from my side hustle, right? All these efforts to demonstrate worth rather than things that might make a real world difference, such as physical fitness, friendships, building your community, building your skills, neglect of your body, neglect of your living space, a lot of isolation, filling your world with stuff online instead of real world connections, being in permanent draft mode, right? Postponing your identity formation until success and your rightful recognition arrives. Fear of connecting with others, fear of being seen as a failure, fear of being unwanted or rejected by others, especially with regard to love, leadership. So people often hide behind competence and irony, and a lot of philosophical overreach, turning every physical, personal problem into a civilizational thought experiment. Maybe love is just a social construct, right? An attraction to all sorts of ideas that sound deep, but really keep you from building your life. And I was just talking to myself here. So I see these kind of habits right now with the Democrats. And there is this terrific paper, academic paper called Invariance in the Architecture of Pride Across Small-Scale Societies, noting that pride is an internal guidance system and it's finely calibrated to audience valuation. Right? We, given by evolution and by God, right, a way of tracking how much other people value us, value our behavior, and we get rewarded internally when we do things that raise our social worth, when we contribute to others and develop more resources. So authentic pride is not self-generated. You can't make it in a vacuum, right? The Buffett identity is a fiction, maybe a useful fiction, but it is a fiction, right? We have finely evolved, finely calibrated social emotions that mirror how much external respect and value we receive. If you try to manufacture your sense of pride and self-esteem without that essential social external feedback, you're trying to hijack your system and produce a false signal of worth, which would be evolutionarily maladaptive. So, it's BS. So here are common ways that high IQ types and ideological types trick themselves into feeling unearned, bogus pride, and how this parallels a lot of the histrionics by democratic elites, right? Substituting postures, performance, moral postures, rhetoric for real achievement, defining virtue in purely symbolic terms or process terms. I hold the right views. I'm on the right side of history, measuring progress by rhetorical purity or process wins, protecting norms instead of results that tangibly improves lives. So Democrat elites get a lot of false pride without any basis in concrete public value. A lot of internal audience simulation, right? Always imagining a moralized ideal audience that approves of them. And they then perform for this elite left-wing audience rather than for real Americans. And so this produces the anticipatory pride signals, but the calibration is off. It's all about in-group self-esteem, but no generation of wider social value. A lot of intellectual narcissism, equating cognitive superiority and educational superiority with moral superiority, right? People on the left often think, oh, we've got the smart policy, right? We've got the technocratic competence, and that means virtue, and that means value. And it's this self-referential pride loop detached from the visceral respect of ordinary people who judge on the basis of outcomes, not on the basis of rhetoric. A lot of retrospective rationalization. People on the left love to reframe their failures as nobility. We lost because we were just too righteous, too principled. Right? That protects their bogus self-esteem and pride, but it prevents recalibrating to reality, which is the very process that pride was evolved to do: reward actions that are valued by other people. People on the left get a lot of vicarious pride through living in a world of abstractions. They attach themselves to large causes such as democracy, human rights, science, justice, all as proxies for real-world achievement, personal achievement. Right? This is like imagined group prestige. You feel uplifted by your affiliation, even though you have not built anything measurable. Devaluing and dismissing alternative audiences. So to preserve their illusion of earned pride, they just redefine anyone who doesn't agree with them as moral defects, deplorables, authoritarian followers, anti-science, fascists, alt-right. So that allows people on the left to keep their pride signals uncorrected by reality and negative feedback. So evolution's given us a pride system to track real-world value, to track our tangible respect that we're getting from other people for acts that help them and signal competence. So when you decouple your pride from that feedback, you drift into status theater, where you're just performing endless simulations of virtue that don't motivate and direct adaptive behavior.
Shooting free throws, right? You should be able to make every free throw. There's no one guarding you. There's the circumstances aren't different. You just stand at the foul line and drill the thing. And yet, why do people miss free throws? Sometimes, the mechanics are a bit off, but a lot of it's about confidence. You go up there and you're confident you're going to make it, you're a lot more likely to make it. And that's true in politics. And so many Democrats have said to me, not just in the last week, but since Donald Trump won re-election last November, that the party needs to be confident.
So, question in the chat. Luke, any memories to share of using your verbal ability to talk your way out of getting a beating? Yeah, I've been doing that since I was about 3-4 years of age, because I was constantly getting beaten for a time there as a kid. So I learned to lie. I learned to read people. I learned to give people what they wanted. I learned to quickly admit my faults or my mistakes. I learned how to take the temperature down, because my verbal ability simultaneously gave me a gift for infuriating people, and then recognizing that what had been fun, infuriating someone else, had now placed me in grave physical danger. I would then deploy the gift to try to take the temperature down and talk my way out of a beating. So not trying to score points against people, right? Just allow people to win all sorts of interactions, acknowledge the validity of their concerns, right? These are things that tend to reduce the chances that you get a beating. All right, let's get Claire Core back onto the show. Claire, what's going on?
Hi. I just wanted to explain what is obvious to me, but it doesn't seem quite obvious to people, about the point of having religious principles and saying you're prepared to die for them, even if you hope you won't be required to, because it's all linked to honor, right? And I think you have this idea that personal interest is more important than group interest, but obviously the best system is a combination of the two, that the individual believes that it's he or she is going to get group protection, and the group has enough cooperation from individual members prepared to make sacrifices of life, property, status, whatever, in order to further the group interest. And this is basically what religion is about, or certainly the Abrahamic religions, which require martyrdom as a religious obligation, certainly in Jews, and it's called Kiddush Hashem, isn't it? I know modern Jews don't go in for that sort of thing.
But, yeah, and it's strengthening, right? It's a way to go through life where you feel connected to the divine, you feel connected to the history of the righteous. You have a particular team. You have a schema, a moral code. You have a way of life. You will feel strengthened when there are things that you believe in so much that you're willing to die for them.
Well, yeah, it's a kind of Three Musketeer thing, right? You know, one for all and all for one. I mean, obviously, it doesn't really work out like that in real life, but that's the idea. That the individuals of the group are expected to cooperate with the leader, because if nobody cooperates with the leader, then nobody wants to be leader, and nothing will get done. And you can imagine this sort of thing happening in some military organization if nobody will, if no foot soldier will follow the orders of the general, then nothing will be attacked or defended.
Right. It's really
And
hard to form communities where people genuinely sacrifice for each other outside of religion, right? The most common communities where people will come visit you in hospital, where people will help you, where people make powerful sacrifices for each other, overwhelmingly only occur in religious communities.
yes, I mean, these things you would have thought would begin in the family, but they don't, because if marriages are not stable, then you won't get families that stick together, and you won't get families. Well, you won't even get men marrying if men have no privileges over women. So I think this is fundamentally the problem, that men don't know what they're supposed to ask for in order to be men, and just think in the short term, which is usually about having sex with women and not saying things in order not to get cancelled by women who don't like what they say against feminism. But I think increasingly people are becoming aware of the problem of feminism, really, because I think if men are primarily motivated by sex, then they will easily allow their fear of having their status lowered, not having sex, with women they're not married to, being divorced under the rules of no fault divorce. So they won't even ask for the cure. This, I think, is really the worst thing about it, because even men who consider themselves anti-feminist refuse to ask for the abolition of no fault divorce. They actually don't even think to ask for the cure, because they don't want to marry women, right?
Right. The secular aren't reproducing; the religious are reproducing. So, if a way of life does not lead to reproduction, it's maladaptive, and the secular way of life in the West seems quite maladaptive when compared to the religious way of life, which is reproducing.
Yes. So really, after my so many years of association with people who complain about immigration, I mean, it just dawned on me, just talking to them, it's like, well, you are men who do not have wives. And we are people who either have not had children or have not had enough of them. And this obviously has a knock-on effect on labor shortages, which has a consequence of uncontrolled mass immigration.
And if you have kids, one common theme that I notice with everyone who has kids and cares about their kids is that you become much more vulnerable. So the more you have to protect, right, the more you have going on, the more you need to protect and preserve and to serve your family, the less likely you are to go online and give your opinions. So the loudest, most strident voices tend to overwhelmingly be people like me who do not have kids.
Well, yes, so bachelors have their users, but you want a society that already privileges married men, married fathers, I should say. So they don't have to, be firefighting and wondering what's going to happen if they piss off their wife by saying anything that could be interpreted as misogynistic by her. And maybe even causing her to divorce her husband over some political argument. Men need to feel that, reasonably secure enough to actually ignore the views of women, because they they either don't have the vote or have no power to challenge men in that way, on the fundamental assumption of any society that wishes to remain in existence, which is to sacralize the institution of marriage. And this can only mean privileging married fathers over bachelors and unmarried fathers.
What do you think about the dangerous tendencies of the EE personality? So I'm thinking of married men who've come on this show, and just like bachelors and disconnected, lonely people, they can't stop themselves from saying things that rebound to their detriment. That there's something about people go online, they start shooting off their mouth, saying things that they would never say face to face. And even though they have marriages to protect, even though they have an elite status to protect, even though they have a position in the community to protect, even though they have children to protect, even though they have everything to protect, they can't stop themselves from saying things that are incredibly destructive to their welfare. And it just seems like, from my experience, even 99% of married people who start talking out on hot button issues online, they can't stop themselves from speaking out in a self-destructive manner.
I think it's basically okay. I'll equate it to the compulsion to cry out in pain when you've been hurt. So it's topmost on your mind, and you need to somehow evacuate this demon in your mind, and to say, "Ow!" Right? And this is how it comes out as, and obviously it's not dignified, and quite often it means targeting particular individuals or groups that would be defamatory or socially unacceptable. So this is really what happens. And I think the government is very cleverly privileged Jews, because ultimately people will talk about Israel and Zionism and blame Jews, and then the government says, "Oh, you're an anti-Semite Nazi person." The shutters will come down and you'll be condemned, marginalized, and ignored. And I don't think people have the sense of self-preservation to talk about ideas instead of inciting hatred against individuals and groups. And possibly only intellectuals and lawyers have the sense of self-protection to do that. But unfortunately, a lot of lawyers and people who call themselves intellectuals do not, in fact, discuss these important things because they don't want to be accused as well.
And what have you gained and what have you lost by your participation in dissident politics?
I suppose I get to express myself, and I think I see how destructive it is when people do not manage to express their feelings clearly, either to themselves or others. So I think in this in the world of social media platforms, the instinct is to post their thoughts in a kind of public diary, so that people know who they are, and if you don't phrase it properly, you're going to get into trouble. And even if you do phrase it correctly, people will say, "Aha, I can push you into this marginalized group and not allow you the right to reply. And in fact, I'll make a point of not discussing your ideas because it's too horrible for words." And also you get suppressed and ignored. But I think as things get worse, people will be finally coming to the right conclusions about democracy, feminism, and the failure of Christianity and liberalism, because they can't any longer deny it.
I've got a story that you probably heard me tell, but I want to take my personal story and then apply it globally. So I had a lifetime of poor health, and the most common feedback that I've received from other people once I moved outside of the Seventh-day Adventist vegetarian world was, "Man, you need to eat meat." And I just always ignored them. And as a result, my life was destroyed. I had a lifetime of poor health, weakness. And then in 2021, I started swallowing 6 beef organ capsules every morning, and all of my health problems went away within 2 weeks. And so I see the incredible level of self-destruction that I did by just ignoring the feedback that I was continually getting from reality. You need to eat meat. And so I tend towards quite a skeptical and negative view of human nature. I think that we often are very blind, and reality keeps knocking on the door, and we keep denying it. Do you have any reflections on either your own war with reality, which would be ideal? It's always more powerful when people hear, firsthand confessions, or anything that you want to develop upon this narrative?
On the question of, we are what we eat, I can think of a principled vegetarian who did achieve political success, and that was Hitler. He wasn't afraid of saying what he believed to be the truth, and he did achieve some success for a while. So I don't think it's necessarily what we eat. Perhaps a lot of the things are, psychosomatic, and I think good mental health consists of not having to deal with this cognitive dissonance created by the lies that we are expected to believe, such as we live in a free West and we have, all these wonderful freedoms, that, but in reality, people are going to jail for Facebook posts. So I think that causes a lot of mental illness. Because we know something's not quite right, and we fear to express it. And I think now people do go online because they fear to discuss anything with their nearest and dearest. They're afraid of discussing it with their parents and their children or their girlfriends or their wives. And I think this is slowly poisoning the psyche of Western men. And I think this is probably what causes them to think, well, I'd rather be a woman and enjoy feminine privilege, because feminine privilege is basically the privilege of having more offers of sex than you're prepared to accept. And this, since men are primarily motivated by sex, that they want to be in this happy position, and therefore they want gender affirming surgery.
Okay, Claire, I'm going to move on. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think about my own idiocy, my own blindness, my own self-destruction, and I see that same type of thinking and behavior with the Democrats right now. So the Democrats are addicted to symbolic remedies, approved experts, ideological orthodoxy, and want to ignore the unglamorous fundamentals of vitality, right? The beef organs, right? So for me, the real fix was primal, nutrition, pure biology. So for the Democrats, it would be the political equivalent, reconnecting with the material, physical base of real Americans and their concerns about energy, wages, security, community, right? The stuff of real life. Instead, they are treating the symptoms of disconnection, identity management, media narratives, moral self-soothing, rather than what's really going on. So you have to recognize your own idiocy, your own failures, right? Humility simply means accepting reality. And it took me over 50 years before I thought, wow, what if this thing that is abhorrent to me and foreign to me, eating meat, what if that's what I need to do? And recognizing that I may well have been wrong for 5 decades, that was a turning point in my own recovery. I had to surrender my own assurance of my righteousness and clarity and listen to what reality had been trying to tell me for 4 decades. So political vitality, like biological vitality, depends upon being willing to discard dogmas and maladaptive ideologies when they are not working. And so the Democrats need to start cycling through new supplements, new slogans, commissions, influences, right? And then finally hit on real things that help real Americans, right? They need the political equivalent of protein, work, family, national purpose, right? That will help them stop mistaking effort and rhetoric and exhaustion for principle, right? I stopped running in circles when I started giving myself the nourishment that my body needed. And Democrats can do the same thing if they eventually care more about reality than their reputation. So my deepest desire is to fit in, to be accepted. And then once that happens, my deepest desire is to stand out and be better than everyone else, right? And I've got this inner ethos. As soon as I'm able to fit in and be accepted, then my inner calibration immediately switches to, I'm smarter than everyone else. I know better. All right, even when I don't. So when things start going well for me, I become arrogant. I dish out unwanted advice. I don't stay in my lane. I forget my place. I hector people. I lecture people. And I see this same type of behavior in the Democrat elite. Right? People don't like being lectured and hectored. They're so convinced that I'm smarter, I know better, and this is what you need to do. Right? The liberal elites say, oh, we've got the superior information. We got the science. We got the data. We got the experts. We got the universities. And they are so assured of their own superiority that they are pushing aside reality. Instead of persuasion, right, they issue pronouncements. They think that disagreement signals that someone is morally suspect, ignorant, filled with malice, not just has a different life experience, right? They have lost epistemic curiosity, right? I tend towards arrogance when things go well. And Democrats dominate the high ground in our culture. They dominate all our institutions. They've had so many wins on gay marriage, climate framing, abortion rights, and they took it as proof of their superior moral evolution rather than being contingent persuasion. So victory became a license to preach, not a cue to consolidate trust, right? This is the classic high IQ trap. You mistake a good outcome for evidence of your infallibility. And people just don't like it when you're constantly hectoring and preaching at them.
There's a ton of confidence on the other side, but in the Democratic Party, there's not confidence about Schumer, not confidence about Jeffries, not confidence about the DNC, not confidence about the 2028 race. And then you see in New Jersey and Virginia with these two governors' races where the two Democratic nominees were thought to be superstars who would win their governor's races and then roll right into potential presidential or vice presidential campaigns. And what you see there is they're not confident. They've been doing these interviews where they're horribly unconfident when they get tough questions. Now, soundbite this week that caught my eye, Kamala Harris on her book tour was being asked about her presidential campaign, and she made quite a claim about her qualifications. Roll S1, please.
That is a decent resume, but go ahead.
Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
I like the some people say. Very nice, but go ahead.
I'm just speaking fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, I don't know who Vice President Harris is referring to there, but you don't have to look very far to find examples of people who I think would be not just arguably, but clearly possessed of greater qualifications to run for president. Take, for instance, the guy who had been chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and Judiciary Committee and incumbent vice president for 8 years, Joe Biden. George H.W. Bush had a pretty good resume, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton. Here's my point. I don't know if someone really did say that to her. I take her at her word that they did, but part of the crisis of confidence.
Right, that's ridiculous. That's like me pronouncing myself as the conscience of my generation or the greatest writer of my generation. Surely, I've never said anything so ridiculous, right? If you get out of your lane, you are very likely to be humiliated, right? Elite liberal culture just takes for granted that they have moral authority across all of life. What cars you should drive, what pronouns you should use, what jokes you should tell, right? The elite, right, treat our private choices as opportunities for them to signal their public virtue. They have forgotten their place, and people don't like it, right? And you see this hectoring, lecturing by the left-wing elite in the media, academia, in government bureaucracies, from NGOs, right? It's this steady undercurrent of, we know better, we need to educate you primitives clinging to your guns and religion. They engage in pedagogy, not dialogue. They don't persuade, they correct. And people tune out, people resent, and then people rebel, right? And living for decades in this internal feedback loop within just their in-group, trying everything except what the body actually needs. They cycle through messages, campaigns, hashtags, moral appeals, ignoring biological reality, material exhaustion, falling life expectancy, community collapse, confusing moral passion with reality and policy output, right? They feel pride from their performance, not from achieving outcomes, but from expressing the right words, the right stance, the right morality, right? Intellectuals feel proud of sounding smart even when they are not effective, right? They have decoupled pride from earned social value. So intelligence without humility decays into moral vanity. Whether it's a single person or a political class, the same physics apply. When you stop letting external reality correct you, you will run in circles. You will just be convinced that you're sprinting towards progress, but you're only running in circles. So you see this with the Democratic Party just being so fixated on Donald Trump, and you have California leaders celebrating their sweeping climate policy via 2035 zero emissions sales mandate. They tout their moral leadership after these wins, and then LA is just devastated by fires, and they don't tend to be governing the areas that they run very well, such as LA, New York, Chicago. We have our leads dishing out all this unwanted advice and this technocratic nannying, right? New York City's large soda portion cap championed by Michael Bloomberg. We have the teachers' unions being able to keep our schools closed for 2 years, first 2 years of COVID. We have the basket of deplorables remark by Hillary Clinton. We have Barack Obama condemning people who aren't on the left as clinging to their guns and religion, these small town voters. And so you have a steady erosion of support among working class and non-white voters. You had Katy Perry and 3 other elite women, part of the first all-female crew on Blue Origin suborbital flight, April 14, 2025. Right, the flight lasts 11 minutes. It's a tourist suborbital mission. It wasn't a long-duration scientific endeavor. And all these celebrities and media personalities, Katy Perry, Gayle King, Lauren Sanchez, along with more technical participants, they claimed virtues that were not theirs, right? They framed things as this major symbolic milestone, first all-female U.S. space flight, right? But didn't really lead to any real-world results for anyone. So it was far more about optics than about substance. So you have high visibility achievement generating all this bogus pride and false narratives. Right? You have, oh, the science is settled, the arc of justice bends towards us. We have all this corporate equity, ESG boasting without real world results. You have all these Hollywood award speeches as political therapy. You have branding Build Back Better. You have all sorts of nonsensical pronouncements that don't improve the lives of real people.
In the Democratic Party now is there's so much lack of resolution about why did Joe Biden stay in the race too long? Why did Kamala Harris lose? And the DNC is doing this report that's going to come out that they say will explain some of it, but there's just it's not going to settle the argument. And in the absence of any other clear leaders for 2028 or the congressional leaders or a strong DNC chair, this question about Kamala, all these questions about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden really are hampering the Democratic Party's confidence because they don't really understand how a guy, Donald Trump, who they think is a worthless human being, how he could have won the White House again. Contrast that with the confidence on the Republican side. You see it every day on social media. You see it in the president's events, and you see it with the vice president. There's just a degree of confidence. I don't think it means, I'm not here endorsing the basis of their confidence. I'm just telling you it's an objective fact. You can see it on TV and social every day. And my sources in both parties talk about it. J.D. Vance is so confident. You saw it last weekend when he went up against George Stephanopoulos and just rammed him in the interview, talking about the program's ratings and bias and everything else. And then you see it with this group chat story. You've probably seen this. A bunch of young Republicans had their group chat texts exposed, saying horrible things, racist things, sexist things, just horrible things. And rather than cower and
so the best moral guide of which I'm aware is to imagine that everything that you say and do is being recorded and will be placed accurately and fairly on the front of the New York Times, right? Think about that and then act and speak accordingly.
Divide the party. J.D. Vance just goes out and says in public, I'm not going to self-flagellate about this. Young people do stuff. It's unfortunate, but the Democratic Party doesn't denounce their attorney general candidate in Virginia who had private texts that got revealed that said, that the Republican leader should be killed. and more. So J.D. Vance to me represents the asymmetrical reality now regarding confidence. Now I'd like to.
Okay, so remember, if you're listening to pop music on the radio in 1980, 81, you may well have thought, wow, Air Supply, this great Australian pop group, they're going to become bigger than the Beatles. They just released hit after hit. And I turned 14 May 28, 1980. So in October of 1979, my father gave a very controversial public lecture that had 1,000 people listening, and then tapes of it went all around the world, where he tried to decode and take down the primary distinctive teaching of the Seventh-day Adventist Church about how Seventh-day Adventists were really God's chosen people. My father had a broader view that no, it's everyone who's in Christ, all evangelical Christians are God's chosen people. So my father tried to take down the pillar of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and as a result, he was put on trial. And before the trial, he was given 6 months to prepare a defense of his views. So something like November, December, my father and my stepmother moved back to Washington, D.C., and thank God my parents allowed me to stay with a family friend so that I could finish 8th grade with my friends. And it was among the happiest months of my life, right? My happiest memories were away from my parents, and I got to be more normal, and I got to hang out more with my classmates. And one of the normal things that I learned to do was to listen to pop music, and I would listen to KNBR radio out of San Francisco, and I'd put the radio under my pillow every night, and I just fell in love with Air Supply. So why was Air Supply so successful, right? It's because they developed a particular product at a particular time, right? They hit a sweet spot in the late 1970s and early 1980s when soft rock ballads dominated the radio, right? Why was I so successful when I read about the pornography industry? Because I hit a sweet spot where there were no competitors for journalism on the porn industry. So Air Supply had a formula that met the emotional needs of the early 1980s, right? They had lush harmonies, they had sentimental lyrics, they had orchestral production, and it fit perfectly with that time period. With that era's FM radio and aesthetics, disco is fading. It's before synth pop takes over. So you have Air Supply songs like Lost in Love, All Out of Love, Making Love Out of Nothing at All, which I think was their last hit in 1983. They became global hits, right? Much bigger in America than in Australia, because they appealed to both pop and easy listening audiences. But by the mid-1980s, pop music turned towards electronic production, MTV-driven image, edgier sounds, Michael Jackson, Prince, Madonna, new wave, hair metal, and Air Supply's earnest ballads sounded dated, right? And they released, Air Supply released too many similar sounding records in quick succession, right? They never broke up, but their mainstream visibility collapsed by the late 1980s, right? They kept touring, but their US chart relevance had ended, right? So they rose on the soft rock wave of the early 1980s. They defined the genre's peak, and then they were overtaken by the decade's style pivot towards synthetic, image-driven pop and youth culture. So they didn't decline because of scandal or mismanagement. The times moved on. And I loved Air Supply, but after about 1984, I don't recall them ever releasing a song that affected me. So how did they moved me so much between 1980 and 1983, but never again, right? There was a magic window between Lost in Love in 1980 and Making Love Out of Nothing at All, where Air Supply was perfectly aligned with the cultural mood, with the earnest romantic yearnings wrapped in a cinematic production, the lush strings, the reverb-heavy drums, the gentle guitar, right? This amplified an emotional vulnerability without irony. It was a combination of sincerity and melodic sweep that was viscerally moving. The production, the writing framed these visceral, raw emotions as noble rather than naive. So you had Graham Russell, who was from England. He's the tall guy, and he did most of the songwriting. And his songs had this consistent emotional arc that led me to tears, right? The quiet longing leading to a grand key-changing release, followed by a tender fade. Then Russell Hitchcock, the short guy, he had a clear tenor that delivered Graham's songwriting without sarcasm. So they wrote love songs not as seduction, but as emotional surrender. So they hit a nerve, an emotional universal nerve in the early 1980s at a time when mainstream pop music valued purity and melodrama and sincerity. By 1984, pop's production values had changed fast. You had gated drums, you had digital synths, you had glossy FM mixing. Air Supply adapted sonically, but they did not have the analog warmth, sincerity that carried the intimacy of their earlier songs. There was a cultural shift. By 1985, irony and self-conscious style had replaced naked sentiment, right? You still had love songs, but they sounded cooler. You had Careless Whisper by Wham and Time After Time, is that Cyndi Lauper? Air Supply kept writing like it was 1982. And so that emotional sincerity that felt transcendent at one time, right, that began to sound old-fashioned. So I responded to Air Supply's balance of sincerity, melody, harmony, emotional clarity, the open heart represented by Air Supply. And then by 1984 and afterwards, their new songs just felt formulaic. They didn't transport me. They didn't take me anywhere. Right? The power of music is not in the words in and of themselves. It's what the words and the music and everything put together make you feel. And after 1984, Air Supply songs, new songs, didn't make me feel anything. So Air Supply didn't change, but the world changed, and maybe I changed. So for about 3 years, right, Air Supply had a perfect intersection of honesty, arrangement, and timing that could not be recreated once the sonic and cultural temperature shifted. So Air Supply's creative summit was the 1983 song Making Love Out of Nothing at All. That was the last moment when Air Supply's emotional intensity, production, and cultural context all aligned. So we need each other. You can't just do a great live stream. You have to be able to do a great live stream that meets people's needs. Now, Air Supply didn't even write Making Love Out of Nothing at All, just like Barry Manilow didn't write I Write the Songs. And there's a great novel defending Barry Manilow. So Jim Steinman, who wrote for Meatloaf and Bonnie Tyler, right, he wrote the song. It's operatic, it's larger than life, it's a romantic tragedy, and it amplified everything that Air Supply did well. You had Russell Hitchcock's pure, aching vocal, you had Graham Russell's soft, melodic phrasing, and the result was grandeur and sincerity in equal measure. After this, Air Supply went back to self-written material, more restrained producers. The songs had melody and polish, but they lacked scale. They lacked the raw vulnerability that made their early hits soar. So the band's DNA, this unironic romanticism, right, it needs big emotional stakes to work. And once their production and their songs got safer, that feeling evaporated. So Making Love Out of Nothing at All was the last time that Air Supply's sound matched the emotional architecture of their music. The world became slicker, more ironic, more cynical. Air Supply became smaller. Their sincerity stayed, but the magic, right, that rare combo of drama, melody, and conviction was gone. And you're wondering, Forty, tell me more about the magic that Air Supply created. I need to know more about that magic.
Conservative movement.
Yeah, his fame, I think,
Talk about Leo
is
Strauss.
entirely American. You know, as I argue in my book on Leo Strauss and the conservative movement, he rises to a level of fame here that he probably never would have attained had he stayed in Germany, had he survived.
Right, Leo Strauss was huge in America. Right, Air Supply was huge in America at a certain point in time. So I'm a historicist. I'm contingent. Everything depends on the particular context.
War, going back there, because he appeals to what become dominant concerns and themes in the post-war period, and which is already, when I say unveiled in his Walgreen lectures that he gives at the University of Chicago in the early 1950s, the enemies that we fight, whether it's communism, fascism, Burkean conservatism is also thrown in with these bad things. These things are historicism and relativism and positivism. These are all bad things, and the attempt to understand morality.
There's nothing inherently bad about historicism or positivism, which means to understand reality without reference to any particular moral framework.
Moral questions as being relative to a particular age or treating them just as, or treating liberal democracy as just another form of government. This is the source of our troubles. It's the, it's nihilistic. It shows the breakdown of those moral principles and beliefs that made America a great country in the past. And the beliefs in the United States, which made us great in the past, is found in the Declaration of Independence and in the belief in natural right. Natural right in history, as we call his lectures, and the good people are the ones who believe in natural right. The bad people are like me, who believe in history and historicism, as I've learned from the way the Strauss have treated me throughout my life. But these are very.
I'm all discombobulated right now because YouTube has been popping ads on me, and I thought I had a subscription to YouTube that was like ad free, and so what the hell? What am I paying for? Did I miss something? Did I fail to resubscribe?
Yeah, so one of the nice side bonuses of the government shutdown is that OMB Director Russ Vought has promised to use reductions in force to fire a bunch of government bureaucrats during the shutdown. So far, they've fired at least 4,000, although the number's probably higher. That was according to a court document that was filed, I believe, on Friday of last week. The number is probably closer to 6,000 or 7,000 at this point, and OMB has said that they're continuing to fire more people, that the process is ongoing. But I think it needs to be way faster. 4,000 is such a drop in the bucket. I mean, we should be at 20,000 by this point. Like, why such a slow pace? According to some reports, the Trump administration has fired about 200,000 total people since the start of the administration. Again, I think it should be way higher. If you compare the rifts that were done during the Clinton administration in the 90s, over a period of about 7 years, they fired about 400,000 people. But the government was a lot smaller then. It was about 1 million people smaller. And Trump only has one term, not two. He doesn't have 7 years. So we got to amp up that pace. These are rookie numbers. Let's pump the numbers up. I've been talking to admin officials since the start of Trump's second term and just find myself continuously disturbed at the stories of who is working for the government and how much it's been treated really as a jobs program, instead of a place where the best and brightest are supposed to help make this thing efficient and a good use of taxpayer dollars. We have people who outright lie on their resumes. They say they know how to code in Java, and then you ask them a basic question about Java and they have no idea what they're talking about. There's people who haven't been to the office in 6 months to a year, if not longer, from the pandemic, work from home policies. There's people who literally sit around twiddling their thumbs all day. People who refuse to answer phone calls or emails from their bosses. I mean, the list really goes on. And I would challenge anybody who thinks that like all of these people deserve to work for the federal government. Just talk to anyone who works there and ask them about their coworkers and how much work they actually do. And you will be stunned at just the level of ineptitude, incompetence, inability, and also just outright sabotage of the new administration. So I am glad that Russ Vought is taking this seriously. I understand he's been preparing for this moment for a long time. If you talk to anyone who knows him, he's like got a gleam in his eye with this shutdown because he's so excited about doing riffs. But I want it to happen 10 times faster and 10 times more aggressively. I think we really need to take advantage of this opportunity to press down on the gas pedal and get some more firings done, because 200,000 total so far is not enough. I mean, realistically, we should be at least double that at this point, in my opinion.
So that's out of just over a 2 million person civilian workforce for the federal government.
So I should give YouTube credit. They don't automatically renew your YouTube Premium. So apparently that expired today. It just renewed it for $140 for the ad-free YouTube experience. But you're saying, 40, cut out the nonsense. Let's talk about the magic that Air Supply created, right? It wasn't random, right? It was a product of timing, chemistry, and a fleeting cultural openness to earnest emotion. You had emotional sincerity meeting professional polish, right? Graham Russell, the tall bloke, he wrote simple, direct, earnest love songs. No irony, no cleverness. then Russell Hitchcock sang those songs as if every line mattered. Like Karen Carpenter, when I hear Karen Carpenter sing, she sings like the words matter, and she believes what she's saying, and it hits me in the heart. So most pop acts were performative. They oversold or they underplayed their emotion. Air Supply struck a winning balance between vulnerability and power. And Russell Hitchcock's voice was high, clear, angelic, but not showy, right? It made the longing believable. And their early 1980s albums were made in top-tier studios with seasoned session players and lush analog recording chains. You hear these gorgeous natural string sections, human drummers, layered vocal harmonies that breathe. The texture gives their music emotional depth. Then once production shifted to digital synths and drum machines mid-decade, that warmth and subtle imperfection disappeared with the soul. So Air Supply, during its hit era, 1980 to 83, it was perfectly aligned with the cultural mood. The world had come out of the cynical 1970s. People were ready to believe in America, to believe in hope, to believe in love, wanting to escape, wanting to be sincere and authentic, lost in love, all out of love, even the nights are better. Right? These songs offered emotional release when people wanted emotional release, when people wanted to believe that love could save. And FM radio loved that tone. They loved the big dramatic feelings, the big melody, and the lack of edge and cynicism. So Air Supply's songs filled an emotional gap. Right? Air Supply was not composed of macho rockers or slick disco stars. They had earnest songs about devotion, apology, vulnerability, emotions that men rarely voice. Air Supply gave people permission to feel tender and honest and vulnerable and sincere without shame. And this resonated especially with women and with sensitive males like myself who did not identify with swagger rock. And so for 3 years, everything clicked. Russell's melodies poured out, Hitchcock's voice elevated them, Arista Records promoted them, and radio kept saying yes. The success reinforced confidence. The confidence translated into conviction in their performances. Then when that momentum breaks, it's hard to fake again. So the magic was a confluence. You had sincere songwriting. You had a once-in-a-generation vocal tone. You had analog soundscapes that wrapped emotion in warmth. And you had a cultural appetite for vulnerability and sincerity. And it's why those songs still hit decades later. Air Supply caught lightning in a bottle, right? And nothing can recreate that moment in history. And little unusual that these two Aussie blokes led with vulnerability, because Australians are like me. Australian men tend to be the strong, silent type. And Air Supply was much more successful in America than in Australia. Right? Australians preferred much harder, edgier rock. So Russell Hitchcock, his singing, his delivery had that Karen Carpenter quality, an unforced sincerity that sounds eerie. Like her, he sang with technical precision and zero irony. Right? Every word felt lived in, not performed. Right? That's what separated Air Supply from other soft rock acts. Right? Air Supply sounded like they meant it. So the two working class guys, right, from the Australian rock circuit, they met while performing Jesus Christ Superstar, right, created a sound that resonated with middle America's craving for open-hearted, sincere love. Right? Their Australian restraint met American romantic maximalism, and that created hit gold. Right? They were outsiders to both worlds. They were too soft for Australia, too earnest for the rock press, but they were perfectly tuned in to the needs of real Americans for that brief moment in time when vulnerability ruled the airwaves. So what was it about these two blokes that created this magic? Right? They had complementary personalities. The tall bloke, Graham Russell, was the dreamer, the writer. He was a reserved, reflective bloke born in England who emigrated to Australia, and he had a head full of melodies and poetry. Russell Hitchcock was the natural performer, emotional, open, expressive. Russell wrote songs that sounded too sentimental on paper till Russell Hitchcock gave them credibility through sheer conviction. And so the alchemy was that Hitchcock believed what Russell wrote, and that's rare. They shared this outsider energy, right? They met while performing Jesus Christ Superstar in 1975 in Sydney. And so that show was a blend of rock, religion, and emotion, and it shaped a particular aesthetic that you see in Air Supply: big feelings, maximal openness, melodic drama, moral earnestness. Both men came from ordinary backgrounds. They weren't on some kind of formal stardom track, and they bonded over wanting to make beautiful music rather than cool music. So their mutual earnestness became their identity. They developed emotional trust, cohesion. Right? Graham writes incredibly delicate lines. I know I need you, but I don't know how to reach you. Then Russell Hitchcock sings them without embarrassment. That only works if there's deep trust between the writer and the singer. Neither was competing for dominance. Their partnership ran on humility. Right? They knocked around on the music scene in Australia long enough to be grateful when things clicked. So by the time they were signed by Arista, they were seasoned enough to appreciate the stakes, but still naive enough to sound unguarded. One of the most wonderful qualities that I enjoy when I meet people and talk to people is if they have their defenses down, undefended, unguarded. Right? Nothing good happens between people when they're feeling unsafe. So Air Supply had a balance of craft and innocence, competence without cynicism. Now, their chemistry depended on emotional transparency and a shared hunger. Once success hit, the innocence evaporated. Right? Different priorities emerged. Touring became routine. The vulnerability that powered their connection became harder to access. Later on in their history, you hear the professionalism, but not the intimacy. So they created something much larger together than either man could have done alone. You had Graham Russell's sensitivity, Russell Hitchcock's sincerity, creating an emotional superconductor briefly aligned with a world eager to listen. Once that alignment broke because of fame, time, changing fashion, they could never recreate it because you cannot consciously decide to be that open again once you see what fame does to that level of vulnerability. And it's hard to think of close analogs to Air Supply. Right? I asked ChatGPT, right, worked with it on this essay. Right? Air Supply sits in a very specific emotional and stylistic pocket. It's melodic purity, romantic vulnerability, soaring vocals, lush arrangements, zero irony. And if this moves you, there aren't many analogs, emotionally, vocally, atmospherically. So perhaps in the same direct lineage, the same DNA is Brad, Carpenter's, England, Dan, John Ford, Little River Band. You've got big-hearted romantics with epic production and emotional sweep. Jim Steinman's World, Bonnie Tyler, Meatloaf, Pandora's Box. You've got Barry Manilow with his bombastic piano-driven sincerity. You've got Chicago in the Peter Cetera era, a mixture of horn-sweetened arrangements and lovesick lyrics such as Hard to Say I'm Sorry. You have 1980s balladeers that I love, Aria Speedwagon, Can't Fight This Feeling, Journey, Open Arms, Foreigner, I Want to Know What Love Is. They took Air Supply's emotional template and gave it a rock chassis. You have Christopher Cross, who was smooth, elegant, melancholy in his songs Sailing, Think of Laura. You had Lionel Richie, same emotional honesty with a richer soul inflection. You have modern airs like Josh Groban, early 90s Michael Bolton when he wasn't over-singing. Il Divo, Westlife, Michael Learns to Rock. You have these global successes. But for me, Air Supply's true successor is Kelly Clarkson. So what I loved about Air Supply was not just soft rock, it was the absence of cynicism, which is weird in that many people have told me that I am the most cynical person they have ever known, right? I like singers and artists who mean it. I like melodies that sound and feel inevitable once you hear them, right? Brad and the Carpenters, they hit the same emotional register. REO Speedwagon gives the same uplift with a bit more edge, but Air Supply is special to me. Now, there are some powerful 1980s cultural analogs to Air Supply, right? This is the age of Reagan, the age of mourning in America, right? Air Supply was the emotional DNA, the pop soundtrack of mourning in America, of the first Reagan term. They were not just musically of their time, they were emotionally synchronized with the 1980s, early 80s cultural mood. It was a strange mixture of innocence restored, optimism rehearsed, and vulnerability safe to show.
Put some context on those numbers. And the reason that the last time this was done efficiently was under Clinton is that's the last time that the civil service laws were not as egregiously bad as they are now. I mean, they were already bad. It's a century of these protections. But the early 90s was really...
Whoa, I go on about Air Supply and I lose half my viewers. I don't understand.
The last time that the president had more power to decide whether people working under him were doing a good job or not. Even a fraction of the power of a CEO, for example. Most Americans, the vast majority.
So there are profound points coming up, right? So how did air supply fit that particular time period, right? The cynicism, disillusionment, late 1970s due to Watergate, Vietnam, stagflation, right? Americans were tired of that. The early Ronald Reagan era promised renewal. There was a tone shift, an ethos shift from question everything to believe again. So Air Supply songs tapped into that longing to feel safe, full of hope, emotionally open and vulnerable without irony. Their romantic idealism was the personal version of Reagan's national idealism. Both said, in effect, it's okay to love again. You had emotional earnestness everywhere. You had the movie Field of Dreams, E.T., An Officer and a Gentleman, right? The sincere, tea-jerking redemption stories. You had TV dramas like Little House on the Prairie or The Love Boat. Pop radios filled with sincerity, Lionel Richie, Christopher Cross, Kenny Rogers, Olivia Newton-John. Air Supply was simply the most distilled form of that open emotion. You had optimism as a style. Morning in America under Ronald Reagan was literal, aesthetic. You had pastel skies, you had shining faces, you had a gentle patriotism. And Air Supply's music worked from the same palette. Bright chords, clean production, reassurance, resolution. Nothing dissonant, cynical, or unresolved. You had safe masculinity. The early 1980s was a softer masculinity after the roughness of 1970s rock. After the sexual bravado of disco, you had men like Russell Hitchcock, Phil Collins, Peter Cetera modeling vulnerability as a male virtue. It was okay for men to cry again, but only inside this clean, adult, contemporary frame. So Air Supply embodied it. It was passionate but not threatening. Now, by 1985, optimism had hardened into spectacle. You had MTV, synth-pop, ironic detachment taking over. The Reagan mood shifted from mourning to corporate gloss. So Air Supply was the personal, perfect emotional analog to early 1980s America. The soft focus, the hope, the vulnerability, the authenticity, the conviction that love and faith could redeem the wreckage of the previous decade. And Air Supply's decline mirrored America's move from that innocence to the glitz and irony that closed out the 1980s. So where does the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles fit with this, right? 1984 LA Olympics were the apotheosis of Morning in America, that spirit that Air Supply embodied. Everything about those games captured the cultural mood that Air Supply's music thrived in. You had open-hearted optimism, polished spectacle, and a belief that beauty and confidence could redeem a bruised era. You had America's emotional comeback narrative. America was back. It was shining, organized, prosperous, and proud without apology. Air Supply's brand of romantic idealism was the emotional cousin of that patriotic renewal. It was soft power instead of hard power. You had the California dream aesthetic. So the Los Angeles Olympics of 1984, they looked like a pastel Air Supply album cover. You had blue skies, sun-drenched optimism, palm trees, architectural grace. You had a design language of bright neons, clean lines, confident modernism that mirrored the smooth production and romantic clarity of Air Supply. The theme music, John Williams' Olympic fanfare and theme, had the same cinematic sweep as Air Supply's Making Love Out of Nothing at All. You had earnest pageantry and unironic feeling. Right? The opening ceremony was filled with mass choreography, volunteer spirit, unabashed emotion and patriotism, people waving flags in perfect harmony. You had no irony, no cynicism, no darkness, just spectacle and sincerity. And that's what Air Supply provided in song form. Big emotions performed with complete conviction. Right? You had America transitioning from introspection to projection. America spent the 1970s looking inward and doubting itself. By 1984, America was ready to project warmth and confidence outward. So Air Supply's global appeal, particularly in Asia and Latin America, was part of that same export of gentle American optimism, even though the band were from Australia. By 1985, the tone had shifted. Right? The game's aesthetic optimism gave way to corporate excess, yuppie culture, MTV irony. Air Supply's vulnerability and softness suddenly felt too sincere for a culture that wanted sharper edges, power suits instead of linen shirts, money for nothing instead of all out of love. So the 1984 LA Olympics was the visual and emotional peak of the Air Supply era. Right, this brief golden moment when America and the West believed in the redemptive power of sincerity, spectacle, and love. And after that summer of '84, the light changed, and so did the soundtrack.
majority of Americans in the private sector work at will. I'm pretty sure all four of us work at will, right? Which means you can be fired if your employer doesn't think you're doing a good job. There's no particular procedure for that. They can just decide to fire you. And of course, you can decide as an employee to leave. But really, I think the potential for what Amber is talking about comes down to an entire series of SCOTUS cases. We've gotten some tips of the hand, especially off the emergency docket. But ultimately, the Supreme Court is going to have to decide whether Congress had the right, the power, to so intensely circumscribe the president's power to choose who was working under him. So that
anecdote here on Twitter. Tyler Cowen, the economist, apparently told Peter Thiel that Greta Thunberg and Peter Thiel were two sides of the same coin. Very autistic, similar mannerisms. And Peter Thiel went silent. So Peter Thiel doesn't have anyone close to him who's willing to tell him when he's being a total idiot, such as Peter Thiel's crusade regarding the Antichrist and end times. If you want to live a sexually promiscuous life, it's not going to enhance your credibility to make pronouncements on Christianity, right? Once you choose your sex life, right, that's going to then circumcise and circumscribe, right, how credible you can be with regard to your pronouncements on religion. So one of the undersung, underheralded Air Supply songs is from 1980, American Hearts. I love this song. They were married in September back in 1969. They traveled east to India to find some peace of mind. They stood for love and freedom. They were children of their time. They lived in a world that was cold and uncaring. They swore they would change it with loving and sharing. They'll never live like their parents have done. Their innocence shone like the sun. American hearts so filled with emotion. American hearts so easily broken. So Americans are much more emotional, much more open than Australians. So when American talked on Dennis Prager's radio show about going to a performance at the Sydney Opera House, and when it was over, she was the only one to stand up and applaud. Right? Americans are much more enthusiastic than buttoned up, more restrained Australians. Now they've got a family in a cottage in the hills. He's always working late to pay the mortgage and the bills, and she has trouble sleeping, so the doctor gives her pills. Who are these strangers who used to be lovers? Now they've got nothing to say to each other, too far apart to discuss their mistakes. They filed for divorce, and it breaks their American hearts. Right, this is such an overlooked song, right? It's a side of Air Supply that gets missed. Right? Air Supply weren't just sentimental, they were keen observers, right? That song is Air Supply at the hinge point, right? Still rooted in 1970s singer-songwriter tradition before becoming global soft rock icons. It's like a Carpenter's or a James Taylor narrative, but sung with that rising celestial Air Supply tone, right? And this isn't all out of love, romantic escapism. This is a bitter-sweet generational story, right? The two Westerners who go to India, right? They evoke the idealism of late 1960s counterculture turning into suburban fatigue. It's a song about the death of ignorance and a culture losing faith in its ideals. Right? The song has acoustic bones, but you can hear the smoother harmonies and the swelling melodic lift that defines Air Supply hits a year later. It's right at the point where folk introspection morphs into adult contemporary grandeur. And in 1980, these lyrics captured a national mood, right? The generation of 1969 now has kids, mortgages, disillusionment. The American dream is wobbling, and Graham Russell, as an outsider, sees it clearly. So this is an Australian writing about America, and it's unusually empathic. It's a mixture of awe and sadness, right? It's that rare Air Supply song that links personal heartbreak with social commentary. Mourns not just a marriage, but a cultural loss, the erosion of ideals. You feel the compassion in every line, no judgment, just quiet sorrow for how beautiful dreams decay under pressure. And they never wrote anything like this again, right? Once the fame hit, Air Supply songs turned more universal, less specific. You had these timeless love stories instead of time-stamped reality. American Hearts captures the last moment when Air Supply was close to the folk rock conscience of the 1970s before their 1980s sheen took over. This is Air Supply before the soft rock machinery kicks in. Still human, observant, tender, political. Whew. Gives me the chills.
I mean, I obviously, as I have for a very long time, think this is a separation of powers problem. I don't think Congress had the power to reach into the executive branch in this way. there's, maybe some edge cases, like the Fed seems to be the edge case for a lot of people. But to create these quasi-independent departments, well, independent just means there's no accountability. There's no democratic accountability through the figure of the president. Independent in the context of the federal government means bureaucrats who work independently of the judgment of.
About 20 years ago, I wrote a blog post, What Air Supply Means to Me, and I committed an act of very great cruelty against my parents. I talked about how much I loved air supply and how I grew up in a home without love, which was not a very nice thing to say. But when I think about the home that I grew up in, it was pretty emotionally cold. So air supply provided a language for me that I didn't feel I could otherwise say, right? That's why the songs had such power, right? I grew up with love framed as fierce Christian duty, as theological doctrine, and very little touch and talk and warm, open emotions. So air supply's open-hearted lyrics, the unguarded tenor of Russell Hitchcock, it was like a surrogate attachment system. It made me feel safe, feel steady. I could relate to it. It met my needs. It gave me a path into emotions that I didn't otherwise have as I put my radio under the pillar. Right, my father was a great evangelist and theologian, but air supply offered a grace. My father preached about grace, but air supply embodied grace. Air supply embodied acceptance, just as I am. My father preached about acceptance, but he was always unconsciously driven to let you know how you disappointed him and how he was better than everyone else. Air supply for me modeled forgiveness after failure. It offered tenderness without judgment. Right, the music metabolized and expressed what I didn't see at my home. It gave me a permission structure to be vulnerable. Right, male vulnerability was essentially prescribed by my father. Air supply gave me a masculine script that said it was okay to long, to apologize, and to express your vulnerability and dependence. It wasn't seduction music, it was permission music. Right, air supply provided narrative repair. Songs like American Hearts, Here I Am, The One That You Love, Chances. These were mini morality plays with the redemption baked in. Real life gave me pain and failure. Right? The girls that I loved didn't love me. My home felt cold to me. The songs offered me redemption, an arc that I could speak, I could risk, I can reconcile. I just felt imprinted. Right? I had outsiders who crossed over to success. I was an insider's kid who felt exiled in his own home. Right, so air supply, two working class Aussie blokes singing unabashed love songs from the margins of a harder rock scene. Air supply offered warmth as an emotional scaffold. Right, my home felt so damn cold. I wanted to connect and approach, but I was scared and I didn't know how. I wanted connection and contact, but I feared vulnerability, exposure, reality, and so air supply allowed me to surrender to a fantasy of a much more adaptive and useful and higher status self. And the song Chances reminded me of the cost of waiting to live my life. And my father was very uncomfortable anytime a woman would touch him, and I inherited that. At the same time, what I most wanted in the world was female touch. But because of my father's example, I would immediately shrug and shrug off anyone who tried to touch me. But starting when I moved out of my home in late 1979, I awkwardly, gradually became more and more at ease and more able to accept, enjoy female touch. So the summer before, I spent at Pacific Union College pool, and we played this keep-away game, girls against the boys, because it gave us a permission structure to touch each other, but I was too awkward, and so I was rough. I would tackle. It was terrible. It's embarrassing. And the girl I was with, she would like complain, but I couldn't be tender. Air supply helped me learn to be tender. Right? So what I needed was sincerity, a message of authenticity without smirking and cynicism. Right? It's not so much that I outgrew air supply. The American culture re-armored, and I had to develop other tools. Right? And I returned to these songs on emotional pilgrimages because they're a stable bridge between my wounded inner child and my adult agency. Right? These songs are not just nostalgia for me; they're a continuity device. Right? when my feelings become intense, right, I grab the most trustworthy conduit I have ever known. Whew. And so my father was very hurt when I wrote I grew up in a home without love. So I asked ChatGPT, right? My father was so hurt. I understand his reaction. I understand my own observation. How can we reconcile these things? And ChatGPT says you can hold both truths without betraying either. My father died in 2019, but you can name the difference plainly. You can validate both sides. You can translate the emotion. You can acknowledge the timing. You can keep your claim intact, and you can let the conversation evolve, not resolve. So what were my desperate needs that Air Supply met? I needed affection without fear. I needed emotional permission. I needed to believe that love could rescue me from my pain. I needed melody as a surrogate touch because I wasn't at ease or comfortable with touching females or being touched. And I needed recognition. I need someone to mirror my interior life back to me, to put words to my loneliness, my pain, my hope, my desire to apologize, my ache of being unseen, unworthy, right? No adults around me were naming these feelings. So when I heard All Out of Love and Chances and other Air Supply hits, I realized I wasn't crazy, that other people feel the same way too. I did not get to meet my primal attachment needs at home. I met them over the radio through Air Supply, provided me the safety, the mirroring, the emotional validation through melody and words. They were a stand-in for the warm, forgiving world that I wished I knew. I didn't want to cry because that was bad, but I cried because for a few minutes, Air Supply gave me what real life wouldn't, proof that it's okay to love.
Of the American people. And no surprise that with that political quote unquote independence, right? Which by the way, polls confirm of people making over $125,000 and working for the federal government, which is a proxy for having, a reasonably high position in the government. 75% of them in a poll said that they would refuse lawful orders from President Trump because they don't like his politics, right? So that's the level of.
So I think Kelly Clarkson, for me, hits closest to Air Supply, right? You got the vocal honesty. Kelly Clarkson sings as if every word costs her something. There's no armoring, no winking, no cynicism. You hear the breath, the strain, the human break and pain in the note. My body recognizes her truth and sincerity. I get the emotional permission with a backbone, the tenderness without shame, right? The tenderness, the vulnerability plus agency, right? Russell Hitchcock begged. Kelly Clarkson declares, because of you, breakaway, since you've been gone. The polarity is the same as emotional hurt seeking release. Now the singer owns her power instead of pleading for rescue. And the evolution, right, feels healing, right? I get the same catharsis without erasing myself. Kelly Clarkson offers a similar melodic architecture. She follows the Air Supply formula: quiet verse, soaring chorus, emotional resolution, right? The physiology of tears, the tension, the release, the calm. My body recognizes the pattern before my mind does. I get the sound of earned emotion, right? She fought her way through humiliation, the pain of visibility, just like two soft Aussies carving tenderness into a hard rock market, right? I respond to artists who prove sincerity by surviving environments that don't reward it. And she offers the continuity of longing. She describes private ache and helps transform it into communal strength. When she belts, it's not performance, it's testimony. Right? I feel that someone has finally said out loud what I've been carrying silently for decades. Right? Kelly Clarkson is Air Supply's daughter in spirit. Same emotional DNA, expressed through a modern voice that is vulnerable, defiant, melodic, unashamed. Right? She touches the same nerves that Air Supply songs first awakened. Right? She's proof that tenderness and strength aren't opposites. They're part of the same survival instinct song at different volumes. And my favorite movies all hit me the same way that Air Supply's hits do. A Man for All Seasons from 1966, Chariots of Fire in 1981, Cinema Paradiso 1988, A Perfect World 1993, Legends of the Fall 1994, Big Fish 2003, the best movie about a son's troubled relationship with a father. Boy, that rips me open. And Love Story from 1970. Right? All these films share the same emotional architecture as Air Supply's best songs: longing, moral conviction, tenderness, loss, hope. Right? Moral openness, purity, meeting emotional vulnerability, right? Conscience as love's twin, duty and devotion, faithfulness even when it hurts, beauty as redemption, right? The ache of memory is proof of a life fully lived. Grief as evidence of depth. Love and loss as spiritual education. Better to have loved and lost could be Yes Applies' mission statement. The sanctification of heartbreak. Each of these films is lush, melodic, unhurried. They let emotion bloom without irony. Same production and pacing that made early 1980s soft rock feel transcendent, and the same through line. I love stories where goodness and yearning coexist, where sincerity isn't naive but courageous. So whether it's Thomas More's integrity, Eric Liddell's faith, Alfredo's nostalgia in Cinema Paradiso, I'm chasing the same feeling that Air Supply gave me at age 13. Love, conscience, though bruised, are worth betting your heart on. Then there's a Katy Perry song, cuts me deep, right? The one that got away. Hits the same nerve that Air Supply touched. Regret mixed with tenderness, memories that won't fade. It's like a modern version of the Air Supply song Chances. It's not about anger or blame. It's about the passage of time. How a perfect connection can slip through ordinary vulnerability, fear, inaction. In another life, I would make you stay, right? Katy Perry's mourning not just a person, but the version of herself that she could not hold on to. Right? This is the ache I've carried since adolescence, the wish that love could have worked if I'd been braver, freer, more capable, or adapted to reality. The song gives me permission to feel that without judging myself. Her tone is naked sincerity, no irony, no distance. It is soft rock DNA and a pop body. After the chorus, it's the same melodic ascent as Air Supply. It's emotional confession wrapped in grandeur. So it's not just the nostalgia I'm responding to, it's the same emotional signature. Loss, remembered with love instead of bitterness, combination of heartbreak and grace.
Of rebellion that has just become the way things are in Washington for presidents, and what Russ Vought and President Trump are up against when they're trying to really reform the federal bureaucracy. And just finally on your point about it's been no surprise that incompetency and laziness also flourish when you cannot be fired.
So the Evelyn Waugh novel Brideshead Revisited and the early 1980s TV series cut me deep the same way, right? Either the book or the 1981 Grenada TV series, they share the same emotional architecture, temperature as Air Supply's best work. Yearning, beauty, faith, transcendence, vulnerability, honesty, loss, and the ache of love that cannot be realized in this world, right? It touches on the ache of memory. You have the protagonist of Brideshead Revisited, the adult Charles Ryder, looking back on his youth at Oxford, in the same way that I feel when I listen to the Air Supply songs, The One That You Love or Chances. It's nostalgia laced with spiritual hunger, remembering when life seemed incandescent and knowing that that innocence can never return. It's a combination of love and faith. You have Sebastian's fragility, innocence. Your sister Julia's divided heart. You have Charles Ryder's longing for transcendence. They all echo my own internal splits between moral duty and emotional desire. Right, the story says love and faith are salvation and torment. You have beauty as redemption. You have the Baroque house, the liturgy, the music, all serve the same purpose as the lush harmonies in Air Supply, to hold unbearable emotion inside beauty and surviving sorrow through beauty. You have the outsider's perspective, right? Charles, the protagonist of Brideshead Revisited, is the observer, the outsider, longing to belong, just like me. Watching with warmth from a distance, right? The longing can be interpreted as evidence of grace. It's a grown-up version of the same emotional truth that I found in Air Supply. Love stories shot through with holiness and regret. We loved purely once, and it broke us up, and it was worth everything. And then I think about, as we all do, the 1980s Dallas Cowboys quarterback Danny White, and how he would strut, and how he took the Dallas Cowboys in 1980, 81, 82 to the NFC Championship game, and he'd always fall short of the Super Bowl. Right? He was like Moshe Rabbeinu. He never took God's team to the promised land. And if just one or two play had gone differently in the January 1982 game against San Francisco, or two plays had gone differently in the January 83 game against Washington, right? The Cowboys could have ended up in the Super Bowl very well. Another one changed the direction, the narrative about the friendship, right? Danny White was talented. He was disciplined. He had dignity, right? He was good enough. Skip Bayless says, everything that Danny White touched turned to excrement. Unfair. Right? Danny White never had a top 10 defense like Roger Staubach and Troy Aikman had. right? That's how the Cowboys won 2 Super Bowls under Roger Staubach. They had a great defense to go with his skills. Troy Aikman's Dallas, right? For at least 2 of those Super Bowls, they had a great defense. And so in the face of adversity, oh man, I could tear up. Just Danny White's bravery, his posture, he'd keep his chin up. He would keep his composure even after heartbreak, right? He showed how to conduct yourself in the emotional world of my life. This is described by Air Supply and Brideshead Revisited. Danny White embodied grace under futility, heartbreak, and devastation. He did almost everything right, and he still came up short. Right? I am moved by people who keep their poise when destiny will not cooperate. That's moral beauty to me. It is faithfulness and grace in defeat. Right? Danny White was earnest in a cynical game. He wasn't flashy. He wasn't a mythic character like Roger Staubach or Troy Aikman. Danny White was quietly competent and emotionally restrained inside a brutal arena. And I love that same quality in art. Air Supply's sincerity, Charles Ryder's longing, Kelly Clarkson's wounded honesty. I identify with the ache of almost, right? I love stories where effort and virtue don't guarantee triumph, where character itself becomes a victory. Danny White's career reminds you that dignity can coexist with disappointment, that love and loyalty can outlast results. I feel like Danny White, right? Disciplined, self-aware, out of step with a world that prizes flashier winners. I can watch him walk off the field after a devastating loss, and I see my own life filled with yearning and restraint. Danny White's strut was not arrogance. It was the only armor an earnest man could wear after another devastating near miss. He demonstrated dignity and heartbreak. It's the same chord that resonates through everything that I love.
For the job that you're doing. In fact, there was a very funny, in my view, in the context of all of this, there was Congress actually passed an entire law cutting through some of the civil service laws in 2017, just so the feds could fire government employees who were watching pornography on government computers on government time. Because before that, you could not get fired for, instead of doing your job, watching porn, like pulling a Jeffrey Toobin in government. You could not be fired for that before Congress passed an entire law so that specifically that thing would be a carve out from the civil service protection so that you could get fired for that specific cause. Okay, that's how bad this is. And then in terms of the competency and lying about skills, that is also, you can trace that directly back to a confluence between the civil service protections on the one hand.
So I needed Chat GBT to explain to me, like, where does my cynicism, right? My cynicism is the scar tissue that formed around the same tender nerves that Air Supply, Brideshead Revisited, and Danny White keep touching. My cynicism is my armor. It helps me survive the vulnerability that would overwhelm me when tenderness cost me too much, when expressing my need brought rejection, cold, judgment, silence. Cynicism became protection, allowed me to observe instead of risk, to analyze instead of plead. It was self-defense. It was not the opposite of belief. It was the opposite of being fooled again. I've seen enough love distorted by duty, faith, weaponized, sincerity punished, so I learned to preempt disappointment with detachment. But that also keeps me half a step removed from what I crave. Right? I don't cry at Air Supply because I'm soft. I cry because I'm still hoping the world can be as open and authentic as those songs depict, even though my rational mind says, no way. So I'm a believer who's learned to talk like a skeptic. My cynicism isn't nihilism, it's moral protest. It says, don't fake goodness. Don't preach love and then freeze your kids. It's not bitterness, it's a demand for integrity. I'm allergic to sentimentality because I revere sincerity. And when I think about the beautiful ball that Danny White would throw, right, it makes me cry. Right? There was a breathtaking beauty to the way that Danny White threw the football. His spiral was pure, just like Air Supply's songs were pure. Right? His spiral was pure geometry. It was tight. It was elegant. It was effortless. It was soft. And it wasn't the mechanics that moved me. It was the poise under futility. Right? Each Danny White throw was an act of faith. It was precise execution in a cruel world that never rewarded him with the ultimate win. But he kept offering up the beauty of his spiral anyway. It's the same Air Supply. tenderness inside discipline. Denny White didn't rant, didn't complain, didn't crumble. He just kept delivering perfect spirals into an unforgiving wind. It was like listening Russell Hitchcock hit a flawless note in the song Chances. It was the sound of someone doing their duty beautifully, even when the universe withholds the payoff. Right? I cry over Denny White's Spiral, the same reason I cry over Brideshead Revisited and the Kelly Clarkson song. No, not Kelly Clarkson, that other Sheila, the one that got away. Right? It is beauty mixed with loss that feels like truth. Right? Denny White's throw wasn't just an athletic feat. It was an act of morality. It was an expression of grace in a world that doesn't guarantee a reward. It was expression of emotional signature, transcendence in people who keep giving their best, even when the world keeps saying, almost there. And then the Cowboys' talent and dominance faded through the 1980s. They lacked the talent on defense in particular to keep up. So their coach, Tom Landry, who probably felt the onrush of senility, he kept deploying these incredibly brave blitz packages with no linebackers. He would deploy Bill Bates, the slow white guy who wasn't even drafted, as the sole linebacker, and it was ride or die. Right? The stretch of Cowboys history from 83 to 87, it moves me. It was intelligent and courageous, trying to compensate for decline. Right? Tom Landry knew his personnel were aging. He knew his players were outgunned, but he refused to go passively. He did not go gently into the night. Instead of trying to protect his legacy, he took risks. He schemed. He sent undersized, overmatched guys like Bill Bates into the gap. Right? Tom Landry gambled that heart, discipline, design could outthink raw talent. It was audacious. It was brave. It hurt, but it was so honest. Those blitz packages by Landry were just absolute moral theater. They said, we may not have the horses, but we have the guts, and we will go down fighting with brains and belief. And it took them to the playoffs in 86 with a very mediocre team. And it's the same spirit that breaks my heart in Air Supply's Romantic Surrender, in Brideshead's faith amid the ruins, and Denny White's composure after heartbreaking defeat. Right? The form, the intellect, the decency refused to quit, even as the inevitable closes in. I still see Tom Landry's stoic silhouette on the sidelines. Can still see in my mind's eye Bill Bates, slow, undrafted white guy playing middle linebacker, launching himself into impossible collisions. Denny White throwing these flawless spirals behind a collapsing offensive line. All these brave deeds carrying the same emotional message. The outcome isn't the point. The courage is to play beautifully despite the cruelty of reality. Right? That's my aesthetic. Beauty, duty, heartbreak, defiance. And we've never come close to the earnestness of American 1980 to 83. Never been a full return. Probably the closest was the post 9/11 clarity, perhaps in parts of Taylor Swift culture, Adele, part of the mid-2010s new sincerity wave in film and TV, perhaps in our faith-tinged American revival after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Right? That tender, earnest, open 1980 to 83 Morning in America moment worked because sincerity, optimism, and beauty all lined up before self-awareness, irony, cynicism became cultural armor. Right? Since then, every earnest resurgence burns bright briefly before irony and fragmentation floods back in. But our world feels unstable, over-mediated, so people reach for emotional authenticity, for what Air Supply once gave: melody without sarcasm, courage without swagger, tenderness without apology. Remember that guy who stole a plane in 2018, and he said to air traffic control, "I'm just a white guy." Right? Richard Russell, the Sky King, 29-year-old ground service worker, wasn't a trained pilot. For nearly an hour, he flew loops and barrel rolls over Puget Sound while talking calmly with air traffic control. He said things, "I'm just a broken guy. I've got a few screws loose. I'm just a white guy." He refused to land. He apologized to his family. He crashed his plane in Puget Sound, killing himself but nobody else. Right? He had a tragic grace. There was the politeness, the pain, the surreal beauty of a doomed man, momentarily free. One of those modern American moments where despair and decency coexist in the same voice. Remember that brief moment when you had these prestigious academics publishing a paper on the declining white life expectancy and the working class deaths of despair, right? Deaths of despair, the declining white working class. So my fondest dream for this Trump administration is that he restores dignity to more ordinary Americans without college degrees, such as myself, right? Politics, not as sport, but as recognition, right? People without elite credentials have watched our material footing, our respect erode, and our sense of personal meaning. We want a restoration of honor. We don't want charity. We want a world where ordinary work, decency, and courage can count again, perhaps, instead of operating our economy on the basis of abstract mathematized differential equations, right, beloved by economists who believe that through mathematics that just shows how close they are to reality, but really they don't have that much to say about the reality of running corporations, developing technology, and advancing the dignity of the average American, right? I welcome every real contribution any expert can make, but economists should be open about their limitations, just like every expert should be. My father did a PhD in rhetoric. He was very accomplished at rhetoric, but a lot of it was false. I want a place where more Americans can lead a dignified life, right? I want an America filled with more compassion, such as exemplified by Air Supply, by Tom Landry's Stoicism, by Denny White's Quiet Grace, a place where ordinary virtue matters, right? A moral and cultural re-enchantment of everyday life. Look, I'm just a podcast bro. I'm an unsuccessful blogger and vlogger. When people like me get elite mainstream media attention, it's always focused on our failures to live up to the elite's particular hero system, which is never acknowledged as self-interested, subjective, partisan, right? I don't blame them for their niche construction. I just wish they'd be more honest about it, right? Everyone tries to change the world to make it more amenable for themselves and their group, right? I understand the elites have their own moral economy, their own credentials, their own institutional loyalty, a belief in their own rational professionalism. I respect that they valorize a particular moderation, irony, self-restraint, all these traits that signal membership in their class with the Buffett identity. And when people on the outside like me get noticed, we're a case study, right? We're like insects that they poke. We're not a peer. We're measured against their virtues, not my own. It's a niche construction. It's a creation of a particular ecosystem that rewards people who play by its rules, who play by this fiction of a Buffett identity, right? My hero system rewards authenticity, risk, directness, right? They believe that their fictional frame is universal because their particular social circle reinforces it, but it's just another survival strategy, just another way of creating a niche that advantages their group, of maintaining a particular moral and professional capital in a competitive, status-driven environment, right? I'm not bitter. I'm just tired of the lack of self-awareness. They said, we have our own priesthood and you violate our taboos. I'd respect that. What grates is the pretense that they are neutral arbiters of truth instead of defenders of their own particular value system.
And the absence of the generalized civil service merit exam, because there used to be in the civil service two pieces of the coin. Once you got in, your job was very protected, but you had to take a generalized merit exam on specific skills in order to be qualified to even come into a government job. They dropped that in 1981 because of disparate impact and because of the potential racism, even though Blacks are overrepresented in government jobs.
Okay, let's
their
bring
percentage.
Michael back to the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you, 40?
I am blessed, bro.
Nice. So, yeah, I was listening to your show, and the clip you played with Halperin, listening to the Kamala Harris clip when she says,
yes,
I was actually the most qualified person
Yes.
to run for president ever. And the interviewer said, I like how you said some people. Let me start over. I ruined that. Okay. Kamala Harris said, some people say that I was the most qualified person ever to run for president. And the interviewer said, oh, I like how you did that. You said some people say. And Kamala Harris is like, no, like everyone says that, like that's true. So the woman interviewing her, like kind of noticed you're actually not supposed to praise yourself like that. That's kind of in bad taste. And so she just kind of jokingly referred to that. But Kamala Harris was triggered by that because she says, no, like, I am the best. Like, please don't question that.
Yes. Yes. That was a very telling moment of delusion. And it's very easy to live in a world of delusion. I know from firsthand experience because I've lived much of my life in a world of delusion. And it can be very comforting when reality just feels too damn cruel.
Yeah. Okay, yes, it's that. It's being delusional, but it's also just a certain decorum. Like most kind of educated, sophisticated people, at minimum, you know that you're not supposed to boast about yourself. And if you do so, it should be in like a very roundabout, subtle way, right?
Yes, yes.
But a lot of people don't even understand that basic decorum. And so they just kind of end up singing their own praises. I think it's like a cultural disconnect or something. And I think for me, I just noticed that when I heard that clip. It was not the first time. I found that
also,
amusing.
we all do things that we regret, right? We feel special, right? You can't live without feeling special, but we receive enough feedback that it is a bad idea to publicly express it, but it's there. It's just under the surface. It's driving us. And so in the end, everything leaks out, right? Everything leaks out. You can't, what drives you will leak out. And we all think we're amazing.
Yes. But yeah, there were much more qualified candidates for president than her, obviously, just objectively. And these are also people who had the common sense not to appear so arrogant, really. I mean, that's what it is. She appears arrogant and she doesn't understand that. And if someone calls her out on it, she says, you know, you're sexist, you're racist, or whatever it is. So
it's so amazing when you get to talk to someone who's relatively unguarded and undefended. So for people who've experienced a great deal of interpersonal failure, like myself, we often live a great deal in fantasy to try to hold ourselves together. Like people like me who have some predispositions towards a maladaptive amount of narcissism and grandiosity, right? We use that because we've received so much real world results that we're a piece of crap. And so we try to protect ourselves with our delusions of greatness. People who don't need to protect themselves with delusions of greatness are much more unlikely to say the ridiculous thing that Kamala Harris said, but she has to hold on to that because reality has been so frequently brutal to her.
Yeah. But at least when you say stuff like that, there's a lot of self-awareness and irony, I would think, heaped in, right?
I hope so, yeah.
So, okay, so let me transition. There's another person who was much more qualified than Kamala Harris and who would never say anything appearing arrogant like that was Richard Nixon. And I watched a documentary on Nixon called Our Nixon, which was kind of got me thinking about it a lot. And it was a cool documentary because it had a lot of footage from the tapes. You know what I'm referring to, the tapes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it played some clips of the tapes, and those are, you know, like semi-unguarded moments because Nixon wanted to keep the tapes as a document to history. And that's actually kind of a cool idea, like set aside the fact that they ended up incriminating him, supposedly.
Yes, we all get hoisted by our own petards.
Yeah, exactly. But the documentary played some exchanges he had from the tapes with some of his aides, Ehrlichman and Haldeman. And he would give a speech, and then he would call one of his aides, and he'd say, "So how did that go? Like, how did it sound?" And the aide would say, I read the newspapers, and they said it was great, and this paper said it was excellent, and it was a great speech." And Nixon would be like, "Yes, it was." But, you know, he wouldn't say that publicly. However, I thought it was kind of endearing almost because even Richard Nixon, the president at the height of his powers, was still a human being. And he wanted to know, hey, like, did I come off good in that? Did people like it? So,
yeah, I wonder if Ronald Reagan had the same need, the same desperation for reassurance?
Yeah, you know, I haven't made as much of a study of Ronald Reagan. You know, both these presidencies are, for me, a matter of like reading about history, really. For you, maybe you have more of like a living memory
Yes.
of Reagan, but increasingly talking about Nixon, it's like most people who are, I guess, I don't know what the age cutoff would be, but it's almost like most people don't have a living memory of it. So you're actually just talking about history learned in books and footage.
Yeah, some of my earliest memories are the massacre of Israeli athletes at the 1972 Olympics. I was in Munich at about that time, and I was only 6 years of age, but I vaguely remember. And then I remember listening to the radio during the Yom Kippur War of 1973. I remember when the Prime Minister of Australia was overthrown in a unique constitutional maneuver by the Queen's representative in 1975. But by 1977, at age 11, when I moved to America, then I was becoming like deeply immersed in politics.
Wow. So then the 80s are still quite vivid to you.
Oh, yeah. From 77 on, everything is pretty vivid. And I think due to my reporting background, I'm pretty good at matching time, date, place, event.
Yeah, that's great. But speaking of the 80s, so in terms of, think about the online right and which presidents from history they would hold up and which ones they would denigrate, especially relative to how they've been venerated previously. Like Reagan would be one of them. Reagan, through all the 90s, all through George W. Bush, was completely the model of greatness for conservatism. I think that was especially because of the efforts of Rush Limbaugh in particular. He kind of explained this American exceptionalism and optimism that Reagan had. But people don't talk about that anymore. I think, I guess pretty much since 2015 with Trump, that kind of is out the window.
Well, I just read something that teenage rebellion is probably adaptive, because when you're a teenager, you go from thinking that everything that your family does is the best to thinking that everything that your family does is likely wrong. And so Reagan has been venerated for so long by Republicans and conservatives that it's just human nature to want to rebel against that, just like Israel has been so venerated by Republicans for the last 45 years. It's also natural to rebel against that. And the resurgent right among young people is much less Christian and much more Nietzschean. And so I think the resurgent online right probably venerates LBJ and FDR for their raw exercise of power and for their ability to get things done. Not because the new young online right likes the results of this activism, but they respect the raw exercise of power.
I suppose I've never seen anyone actually say that, but I suppose in theory that makes sense. You do see some respect to Richard Nixon, though, in those circles. But on the other hand, it's like, if you really look at what Nixon's career stood for, I know he was very based in some ways, but his career was really defined by Vietnam and fighting communism. And as a vice president, he, 1952 to 1960, he kind of wanted to get involved in Vietnam. And Eisenhower was the one who was the cooler head that prevailed. He didn't want to hear anything about it. So I think history is much kinder to Eisenhower than Nixon. Even though I like Nixon, I find him so fascinating, but I don't find that I agree with pretty much his signature policy.
Well, the dissident right that venerates Richard Nixon does so because Richard Nixon is the most stigmatized recent American president. So it's the way that you signal that you're edgy. It has nothing to do with Richard Nixon, the president. It's just another exercise in signaling that you're so committed you're going to burn all bridges to polite society, and you're going to say great things about Richard Nixon. You're going to deny the Holocaust, and you're going to perform all sorts of other rituals to make yourself stand out from the conventional wisdom.
Whoa, that escalated quickly, Luke. Yeah, okay, and that's a great point too. And I don't want to, I wouldn't put myself in that category. Like, I don't want to say something good about Richard Nixon just because I'm antisocial and I want to shock people. I think, no, I think in polite society, there's been a reevaluation of his presidency for decades. It's not really a new thing.
But
people.
you and I have to say something different from the conventional wisdom, or there's no point in us doing what we do. So we have the same system of rewards that lead people to go insane, but we both wouldn't do a show if we didn't have something different from the conventional wisdom. So we're always like programmed to look for niches. And so a reevaluation of Richard Nixon is a potential positive niche. There's absolutely no reason to do a live stream praising Ronald Reagan, right? That is done to death, right?
Yeah.
You would only have the energy by thinking, oh, I want to reevaluate Richard Nixon, because you're saying something that's distinctive and edgy, but yet not so edgy that it's going to end your life. So it's a way to show that you're different and special and have unique insights, as opposed to all the other commentators. It's like very, very tempting. Now, I'm not saying that you don't authentically believe it. I'm just outlining the incentive structure in which we operate.
Sure. Could be. For me, I just read. And if I find something that feels a little counterintuitive, then maybe that's a video. And so that can come from many places, but it's also just, the reason that Rush Limbaugh talked about Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s, fighting communism, freedom, American exceptionalism, and what did I forget? Optimism. It just sounds kind of empty nowadays. I mean, with all respect, I like the legacy of Ronald Reagan. I like Ronald Reagan. And I just think he connected with a lot of people, but none of those really speak to anything happening right now. It doesn't feel relevant in any way.
What is the culture or art that you love, and how does that connect emotionally to your counterintuitive perspective on Richard Nixon?
The cultural what?
What type of art and culture do you love, and how does that connect with your counterintuitive perspective on Richard Nixon? Because I guarantee you there's an emotional through line.
Well, one of the things I see about Nixon is that he was extremely having a hostile relationship with the media. And so I believe that Nixon just identified the way things really are with the media, and rather than trying to placate them, he really said F you. Like when he said you won't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore, just think of that. It wasn't like people, that's such a satirized and ridiculed line that he had, but he really made a good point. It's like, you people are so unfair to me. So he was going to retire after losing the race for governor in 1962. So maybe that's that aspect of him resonates with me. He resonates with me because he's so like well-spoken and dignified. He speaks to just like a type of man that kind of doesn't exist anymore.
Like Danny White, the brave, stoic, dignified, yet unassuming, strutting Dallas Cowboys quarterback who, in the face of a cruel, cruel world, kept throwing the most beautiful spirals. I could cry.
So Watergate, I'm sure you remember. Sorry, I can't really riff on your football. So Watergate, I think the reason why, okay, I want to compare Watergate to Russia collusion. Okay,
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, totally.
The reason that people were so upset and the public was able to kind of buy into this media hype, I mean, maybe it was valid to some extent about Watergate, it was because it was very concrete, the wrongdoing. Like they literally broke into an office and they bugged it. and people know, oh, like that's bad. Like you're not supposed to break into places. But ultimately, the point of Watergate was to spy on the Democrats. I don't think, not necessarily ordered by Nixon or known about by Nixon, but that's what happened by his people. Russian collusion was literally the same thing. They were spying on the Trump campaign. They used false pretexts to do so. But the Russia collusion story is so convoluted that I myself never even try to like make a video about it, because it's just you end up making one of those charts like in Beautiful Mind with all the strings on the picture and thumbtacks. So that's the difference. What do you think of that?
Okay, so this is of great interest to me. And so one thing that Watergate reveals is that you can't get anything done once 80% or more of elites turn against you. So as long as Richard Nixon was able to keep elite support above 20%, he could still operate. And same with Trump. Trump didn't get much done in the first term because probably over 80% of elites were strongly against him. But in his second term, he's been able to increase his elite support and cower much of his elite opposition. So Nixon went from this landslide victory to overwhelming opposition by elites, therefore he couldn't get anything done. And then his enemies were able to perform a ritual which they've never been able to pull off since. So Watergate only worked as a televised ritual because it took events out of history. The players were removed from self-interest and the normal hurly-burly of politics, and it was presented as a stain on American values, and it was turned into a ritualistic performance. So as soon as you can take a political event and remove it from normal political considerations, normal self-interested considerations, and instead place it outside of history, then you can create theater and a ritual performance. And that's what happened with Watergate, which they've never been able to do again. So they tried to do it with Iran-Contra. They tried to do it with Russiagate. They tried to take these events outside of history, stop talking about the self-interested players, and instead present this as a stain on America, that everything that we hold sacred about America was at stake. So initially, Watergate was not a big deal, but within 2 years, it became the most serious peacetime political crisis in American history, and had nothing to do with the reality of Watergate. It became a riveting moral symbol because Nixon lost control of the high ground of our culture and discourse. And so Watergate was taken from a tawdry real-world event, of which there have been many probably worse, and it was created as this sacred time and space wrenching conflict between the forces of purity and the forces of impurity. And the players were able to create and stage a dramatic performance where the different politicians were not shown as politicians, they were shown as truth seekers and people who just wanted to restore everything that was sacred about America. So Watergate became not a reality, it became a symbol of pollution. It was a symbol of evil and impurity. And anyone who was associated with it was immediately tarnished. And those who were trying to ferret out what happened, they were placed on the positive side. And so you had this bifurcated model of good and evil, pollution and purity, that was then imposed on our civil discourse. And it was an amazing, dramatic performance that had almost nothing to do with the reality of what happened.
Yeah. And, it's great that you can pull an example from the 80s, Iran-Contra. The media just tries to run the same playbook. They use the same language. They did it with Russiagate. It's a sanctimonious, defending democracy kind of stuff. And that was the play they ran with Watergate. And my explanation is that during Watergate, because number one is like there wasn't any conservative media to kind of give like a counter narrative, whatever that might have been. So the media was just giving one message, and the media was against Nixon pretty much regardless, but they went into overdrive. And like I said, because it was very concrete, then the public could be sold on this as being a grave crime. everyone could understand it. Whereas with Russiagate, as I said, is very convoluted. But I guess they tried to put it down to something very bite-sized, like the Trump was in a hotel in Russia and he asked the prostitute to pee on the mattress, totally fabricated, but something so stupid and so salacious and so concrete that the public could understand that. Like maybe that's why they emphasized that.
Right. You had to have the creation of a liminal experience, one separated from history, one that is separated from the profane nature of reality, one that is separated from the mundane. So you had this sacred, dramatic, liminal space, a world unto itself, a sui generis place, and a world without history, right? The characters of Watergate did not have memorable pasts, the good guys. It was outside of time, and you had television that created this, and you had the editing, the repetition, the juxtaposition, the simplification, the commentary that created a mythical story that bore little resemblance to reality. You had this liminal bracketed experience. You had the hushed voices of the TV announcers. You had the pomp and ceremony of the event of the Watergate hearing. You had the construction of a sacred time and a sacred space, and the leading characters in it who were on the good side, they weren't treated as normal self-interested politicians who were doing things that were obviously self-interested. Instead, you had the veneration of these abstract values. There's no moral context given for the behavior of any of the Nixon team, and only positive explanations are given for the prosecutors of Nixon. And so it was wrenched out of reality, and the Democrats tried to do it with Iran-Contra and with the Russiagate, but it failed. So, but in Watergate, you had the most nonsensical rhetoric that America's all about truth. America's all about justice. Every citizen is rational. Every citizen would act in accordance with justice and the law if only he knew the truth. And the law is the perfect embodiment of justice. And it's the duty of politicians to apply just law to power and force. And you had these incredible narrative myths that received no decoding by those with the cultural high ground. And it was just amazing what they got to stage, and how the very tarnished players against Nixon were just portrayed as angelic.
Yeah. And ultimately, because they were able to convince the public that there was a big problem, that's why Nixon had to resign, because the people, the Republicans in Congress saw the writing on the wall, and they said, well, I'm not going to stick my neck out for Nixon because the public doesn't like him. So, but then when you look at the Trump impeachment for the perfect phone call, it was just kind of ridiculous. I don't think anybody cared about that except for Democrats. I don't think the public even really understood what was he being impeached about. So it just had literally no effect. And finally, nowadays, the beautiful thing nowadays, and I'm such a proponent of just independent media. So you can go on and on about Trump called Ukraine.
Oh, January 6th, the January 6th hearings. Yeah. They tried to recreate the same drama as the Watergate hearings, but they were unable to do so because of the rise of dissident media. You had politicians saying the most ridiculous things, but there was no attention paid in the Watergate hearings to the interests of the various players. So you had Senator Lowell Weicker, the liberal Republican, stating, "Republicans do not cover up. Republicans do not go ahead and threaten. Republicans do not view their fellow Americans as enemies to be harassed, but as human beings to be loved and to be won." Yeah. Normally, these kind of statements would be greeted with derision, with hoots, with cynicism, but this kind of rhetoric was treated as sacred during Watergate. They tried to pull it off with the January 6 hearings, the Russiagate hearings, but it didn't land, probably because of the rise of dissident media. Yes.
It kind of reminds me, you notice this in the media, they keep talking about Trump. Trump is going after his perceived political enemies. They keep on reporting.
Yes.
And I'm just like, these are not perceived enemies. Like, these are real political enemies, by the way. Yeah. So I don't know why they keep saying that, as though these people haven't antagonized Trump in real life.
Yeah, yeah, and there's just our norms, right? It's all on procedure and on abstract values, because Watergate was made as a drama about, these abstract values of good and evil, rather than what it was, self-interested people having different incentives and trying to advance themselves by playing the game.
But just to kind of put a bow on it, the irony, I think, is that, as I said, the online right, which is a very loose term, and I'm comfortable with it because it basically just encompasses younger conservatives that don't necessarily have the orthodoxies. But anyway, they, people in your chat last time I was talking to you, were positively disposed towards Nixon. So, but the irony is, like I said, that his number one policy thing was actually we need to intervene in Vietnam. And the mood of conservatives now is the opposite of that. So we should really be admiring Dwight Eisenhower, but for some reason we don't find him relevant. You don't see people making memes about Dwight Eisenhower.
Politics has almost nothing to do with ideology. It's about coalition building, and people just change their ideology to fit with the coalition so that they can have power, and people come to a YouTube chat to say things that you can't say in polite society. And so that's
definitely true on your chat.
so I hear.
No, it's a good chat. But all right, well, I think we just solved Watergate. So, but I think those are my final Nixon thoughts. But it was a good documentary, and it was a good chat, 40. So thanks for having me. I know you had a lot of guests today, and I enjoyed your guests as well. So respect to them.
Blessings, and the most important guest I've had is the Holy Spirit. But
certainly, I agree. Okay, take care, man.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Of the population, but still they were worried that the merit exam was racist. So the only allowed merit exam with some, exceptions for very specific jobs is self-reported skills. How good do you think you are at coding, for example? So that explains a lot of what Amber is talking about lying to get into these jobs. And this has been a century in the making, but it's gotten really, really bad in the last 30 years. It's become wildly unconstitutional. It's really circumscribed the president. It's circumscribed the power of the American voter to a crazy extent when you have all these departments that are essentially running government, regardless of who the people vote for. It is time for it to end. And really, SCOTUS is the only vehicle that can really, really make Russ votes and Amber's dreams come true.
Yeah, I continue to be amazed that the Democrats think the shutdown is good for them. I'm shocked that they're willing to keep going with this. The Republicans control the executive branch. It's been Russ Vogt's dream to dismantle federal spending and the federal bureaucracy, and they just let him do it because they think they are better off fighting over healthcare reform when they're all on the record about how they don't do this publicly. And I'm happy to see that the government's getting right-sized. I think this is a very useful way to do it, in the sense of we should be trying to deter shutdowns, and if anything, threatening shutdowns in return if the Democrats don't go along with what we want to do, because we're not the ones trying to protect the federal government and federal spending.
Yeah, I agree. The politics of this are puzzling on the Democrat side, except that the obvious answer that they are totally controlled by their progressive base. I've seen some chatter about how this is sort of tied to the No Kings so-called rallies coming up. And it just shows you once again that a minority on the Democrat side, but a very powerful and ascendant minority, really controls all, including the Democrat establishment, to the point that it's not just about Democrat policies that trap their own constituents in hell in their jurisdictions, but now you effectively, given the partisan makeup of the federal bureaucracy, have Democrats getting Democrats laid off. I mean, that's really a remarkable thing to say, yet they think it's in their political self-interest, or at least, for leadership specifically, the likes of Chuck Schumer et al., they think that their positions are going to be imperiled, even if progressives aren't going to totally dominate and be 100% of the Democrat caucuses in both houses of the legislative branch. So remarkable to witness. And the only other point that I'd make, little coda, is it's very interesting to see, who is deemed essential and who is deemed non-essential. And it would be a very useful exercise at some point for the administration to lay out what the non-essential workforce consists of. What are those jobs? What are they doing? How are they contributing? Is the highest and best use of taxpayer dollars? That could be a further politically powerful way to use a Democrat-caused shutdown to advance something that's principled, which is, should these people be working in the government, or is this a jobs program effectively? And what are they doing to actually advance the interests that we have voted for as the American public? And with that, I guess I will transition to myself here to talk about something that we discussed, I believe, actually, when we did our live NatCon podcast in the flesh down in DC. Then there was, I think, an NBC News article, which was essentially resistance judges voicing their dissatisfaction, including with the Supreme Court's decisions and beyond. And the battle has always been framed as it's Trump and the executive branch essentially versus the judiciary. But now we see quite clearly this is, of course, after the Supreme Court smacking down lower court judges and curtailing their ability to issue.
Okay, I want to confess. To the thought police. I want to admit that I am guilty. I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and I not only learned bigoted perspectives on Catholics, I enjoyed the anti-Catholic bigotry, and I want to call myself out. I want to become an ally, right? I was a hater. I was a bigot. I was prejudiced against Catholics, and I was wrong. So I grew up a WASP, and you wouldn't believe the amount of anti-Catholic bigotry in my upbringing. Like, we thought that cities that were dominantly Roman Catholic would be corrupt. We thought that countries that were dominantly Roman Catholic would be corrupt, superstitious, backward. And I disavow that now. I was just curious, like, what are Catholic stereotypes about Protestant communities and Protestant countries? And luckily I had ChatGPT. So apparently Catholic stereotypes about Protestants invert the WASP tropes. So Catholics view Protestants through a few recurring lenses as cold, sterile, soulless, spiritually dry, too rational, bureaucratic, moralistic. Catholic culture is warm, family-based, beautiful, mysterious. Protestant culture is puritanical, emotionally repressed, and obsessed with rules, money, and efficiency rather than grace and joy. Protestants are arrogant moralizers, the morally superior, the chosen, who think that God favors them because of their hard work and clean living. Right? This is prideful hypocrisy. Protestants love to talk of virtue, but they exploit and judge others harshly. Protestants are greedy and materialist. They worship money and success. They reduce religion to economics. Catholics may be poor, but they are spiritually rich. Catholics see Protestantism as iconoclastic, anti-beauty, all about smashing statues, suppressing music, distrusting celebration and color. Protestants strip faith of its poetry and replace it with sermons and spreadsheets. Catholics see Protestants as fragmented, heretical, divided, splintered into thousands of sects, each man his own pope. Catholicism is universal and continuous with history. Protestant culture is secularized first and most thoroughly. They push capitalism and individualism, right? The Protestant Reformation unleashed rationalism and the forces of anti-tradition that erode religious faith. So Protestant stereotypes of Catholic focus on corruption, irrationality. Catholic stereotypes of Protestants focus on coldness and pride. So you have passion versus restraint, hierarchy versus individualism, mercy versus order. So with Protestant identity, which is much more abstract, less ritualized, you have much more of a veneration of the Buffet itself, the individual with Jesus, just the individual in Jesus. You get an autonomous moral agent sealed off from external spiritual forces. Faith is an internal conviction. It's rational, it's personal, it's voluntary. The world is disenchanted. Grace is mediated through conscience and scripture, not through saints, relics, holy places, sacraments. The porous self of traditional Catholic and Orthodox worlds experiences the boundary between the self and the divine as permeable. So you have much more of the sacred in daily life. You have rituals, the Virgin, relics, confession, and the felt presence of saints and demons and angels. So the self in the Catholic narrative is embedded in a cosmic drama, not sealed off from it. So you have Protestant societies valuing self-control, conscience, privacy, and sincerity. Catholic societies value community, communion, ritual, mediation, belonging. Protestants see Catholics as credulous and dependent. Catholics see Protestants as sterile and isolated. Right. So the Buffett versus Porus lens captures the deeper psychological structures behind these caricatures. And I just been reading de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. And de Tocqueville, he had some positive perspectives on Protestants as being much more suited to democracy. And he had many more concerns about Catholics. He thought that they had a structure and habits that made them less suited to democracy than Protestants. Right? He saw Catholicism as hierarchical, global, centralized, clerical. Authority flows from the top down. The Pope, the bishops, the priests. Believers are taught obedience to an external Catholic authority rather than individual judgment in their own leaders, their own nation. So de Tocqueville thought this trains people in habits of deference, not self-governance. That Catholic approach to life has many more rituals and much more pressure to create conformity and reduces the range for the individual conscience. So Catholicism prized unity of belief more than freedom of opinion. Protestants were fractured into many sects, so people were forced to reason for themselves, to debate and to take responsibility for their beliefs and for their lives. And all these habits carried over much easier into political self-rule. De Tocqueville admired that American Protestants had a moral partner of democracy, right? The liberty was supported by Protestant Christianity, by the structure of voluntary church life, and by individual moral discipline. Catholicism allied with monarchies and old hierarchies, so it carried the scent of the ancient regime.
Universal injunctions, that now you have kind of the information warfare aspect of lower court judges who have been smacked down by the Supreme Court around 24 times on major Trump administration initiatives where the lower courts have tried to hamstring the president and they've been smacked down at the Supreme Court. Now you have lower court judges who are going to the press essentially, and I would argue acting in highly insubordinate fashion. In some cases, they're outright defying interim or temporary orders from the quote-unquote shadow doc.
So if you come here, you know this is a place of radical love and inclusion. And I've been reading Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville. I got to tell you, I'm surprised by how judgy it is. Right? And I'm curious, why do intellectuals love this book? And the short answer is because it flatters them. So I don't have much patience for apologetics for the one true faith or the one true class or the one true people, right? To me, there is no one objective hero system to which all other hero systems must bow, and I don't have any patience for apologetics for, oh, there's only the one true hero system. Because I grew up being forced to read all this dense Christian apologetics, and my classmates were bonding and playing, and I had to read these dense Christian books, and so I emotionally grew to hate my father's religion. Now, if my home had been a happy place, probably would never have grown up to convert to Orthodox Judaism. I would likely have been a Seventh-day Adventist or nothing. So I like truth. I like connection. I like clarity. I don't like apologetics. I don't care for partisan point scoring. Right? I'm just a humble servant of the truth. I'm skeptical of priests, gurus, pundits in self-interested claims of righteousness. I like it when people are open, honest, upfront about their self-interest. I don't like it when people hide their self-interest and they pose as moral leaders. I don't like it when the cool kids in the academy use their brains to push their self-interested, subjective, partisan, moral agendas and dress them up as universal, eternal truths, a la democratic theory, right? Virtually all of democratic theory promotes a socialist system run by expert technocrats with very little room for the masses, the people, to vote for the type of government and laws that they want, right? The cool kids love abstractions like free trade, right? I would rather feel superior. You can't help but want to feel superior, but I want to feel superior by seeing clearly, talking truth, talking honestly, rather than by lying well, right? I don't have a veneration for people who are really, really good at lying. I'm not into people who turn their personal myths into objective truth, right? We all want status, but you can do it honestly or dishonestly. And I don't respect those who do it dishonestly, right? We're all chasing distinction. But what game are you playing to get your distinction, right? You have someone like me, just a fair dinkum podcast bro who seeks truth and clarity, right? I want to get distinction by being lucid and clear and decoding false narratives and seeing the mechanisms that control power. I want to pierce illusions. I want to stand outside the myths rather than inside, right? I come from the Stephen Turner, Jacob Neusder, Max Weber lineage, right? I venerate knowledge as detachment. Then you have the Jordan Peterson, Dennis Prager, meaning-driven elitists, right? They seek superiority through the moral and mystical elevation of their one particular worldview, right? That's the Rabbi Joseph Bear Soloveitchik, Leo Strauss, Alexis de Tocqueville lineage, right? This is knowledge as reverent mystical insight, right? These are both status strategies. They're both attempts at transcendence. I want to transcend by optimizing for truth, right? I'm willing to trade warmth for honesty. They're willing to trade honesty for comfort, right? I have an impulse towards clarity and truth. That's part of my drive for control or distinction and status, right? I have an ego. I'm not here to apologize for it or deny it. Right? I'm not a saint, right? Yes, I'm playing a status game, but I'm not playing a status game that depends on deception, right? That's as honest as you can get in intellectual life. So how is the classic work, Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville, used in America over the last 50 years? It's almost always used to make partisan points and to capitalize on its status and its canonical power, right? It's widely taught, it's constantly quoted, always to support, often, not always, but often to support particular partisan arguments about America, democracy, freedom, civic virtue, the risks of majority rule. Right? It is a form of symbolic authority, right? It's the one great book on American democracy. It's the most quoted book about the United States. The text is canonical. It is treated like a Bible by the secular. Quoting it confers status and legitimacy, even when the usage is so selective that it's frankly dishonest. Right? The insights and arguments and descriptions in this book are repurposed and used for modern debates about the tyranny of the majority and civic institutions and individualisms in ways that have nothing to do with the body of the work. It is a form of mask. It's a prestige play that people use to score partisan points. It's a popular text among intellectuals, and it is used to simplify, distort, to cherry-pick quotes, and to ignore the cultural context and history. So de Tocqueville's work is much more moral, judgy, and filled with moralistic opinions about Protestants, Catholics, Anglos. And this is rarely acknowledged when the book is used now for modern American partisan point scoring. Right? It is used in an appeal to authority, right? You reference Alexis de Tocqueville to back up your claim rather than to engage critically with what he actually said. So de Tocqueville believes that Anglo-Americans succeeded in creating this powerful democracy because of the particular blessings and virtues of this particular people. Alexis de Tocqueville did not believe that all peoples have identical virtues. Right? He sees the culture, moral habits, the Protestant religion as key to the development of democracy in America, and he contrasts this sharply with the Spanish, French, and Mexican Catholic worlds, which he saw as burdened by hierarchy, tradition, Catholic authoritarianism, and a lack of civic virtue. Right? So de Tocqueville argues that American democracy, because it grows from the particular blessings of the English people, is born out of England. It is carried to the New World by the English, people who tear themselves away from the old order, the aristocracy, and create a Protestant society. So de Tocqueville believes that it's the Puritans' mix of moral rigor, local self-rule, respect for law, that makes them uniquely capable of sustaining liberty, and he has a great deal of skepticism that every other group is equally capable of the same thing.
Or emergency docket that the left loves to talk about, because all these cases involving presidential power keep having to get fast-tracked to the Supreme Court. But now you have them not only expressing their dissatisfaction in their own opinions and in defying opinions, but they're going to the press. And we have the latest example in this remarkable New York Times piece where, and it's worth noting, the New York Times cherry picks a population of several hundred judges that they surveyed, judges who work in venues and forums where anti-Trump cases have been brought. So the 400 plus lawsuits brought against the Trump.
So democracy in America is much less about neutral observation than I expected. Right? It's a book drenched in moral judgment, anxiety, and exhortation. Right? This is de Tocqueville not so much describing democracy as preaching to it. Right? He's not doing science. He's doing secular salvation. He believes that civilization faces a moral crisis, that the forces of equality are unstoppable, but that this could lead either to moral ennoblement or slavery. He writes like a man on a mission. He's not testing hypotheses. He's not like Charles Darwin in The Origin of Species. He's pleading for a particular hero system. He's pleading for a particular type of virtue in a new world without tradition and aristocracy. Right? He is essentially a moralist. He's like Montaigne and Blaise Pascal. He's analyzing the American soul more than the American system. He is critical of Americans' restlessness, envy, individualism, materialism. He sees these as terrible spiritual vices. He cannot just describe without moralizing and evaluating. He sees the moral order as the political order and the political order as the moral order. He says free institutions can only survive if citizens possess a certain type of moral discipline, certain habits of restraint, reverence, and duty, which are particularly developed in Puritanism and Protestantism. So for him, this type of Protestant moral judgment is politically realistic. He is diagnosing the type of moral character needed for democracy to stay alive. He's writing to an audience obsessed with moral seriousness. He's writing primarily for post-revolutionary France, traumatized, unstable, searching for moral legitimacy. And in this realm, neutrality looks like nihilism. So de Tocqueville's authority comes from his moral tone. He is a disenchanted aristocrat preaching secular civic virtue to an unmoored age. His modern reputation hides this, right? Academics recast him as a sociologist. Right? He's much closer to a political theologian than a social scientist, right? Democracy in America doesn't strive to be objective. It's a moral drama disguised as analysis. It's super judgy. Democracy is a moral fate. It's a test of the human soul and spirit. It's not just a form of government. His book is moral and teleological. He sees democracy not just as a type of politics, but as a divine unfolding, a providential process with an uplifting ethical purpose. Providence is the framework. There's a moral anthropology. He worries that equality will make men petty, restless, and servile. He evaluates democracy for the type of human soul that it develops. He treats politics as a particular moral ecosystem shaping the soul's development. He thinks that freedom and virtue and democracy can only survive if it's moral, religious, and heavily influenced by Puritanism and Protestantism, right? Nowadays, people read de Tocqueville through a secular perspective, but he is a religion-drenched moralist writing about the spiritual fate of humanity in the age of equality. So he believes equality is inevitable, but not necessarily good. He worries that the end of history is equality, and the moral task is to keep it from decaying into despotism. Right? He writes democracy in America as a lay sermon. He's not mapping democracy as much as he's moralizing about it, describing the spiritual drama of the civilization, trying to reconcile divine destiny with human freedom. And so why do people in the Academy love, 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 and adore this book? Because democracy in America does two things that intellectuals love. It flatters them. It flatters their cognitive abilities, their seriousness. It also diagnoses what's wrong with everyone else. Right? So it's analytic, but it's literary. It's written like a moral psychologist, not a bureaucrat. It describes very vividly all the faults of ordinary people. Right? And there's nothing else like it. What struck me when I was reading Democracy in America is its description of a united, cohesive America. Right? A nation state with one dominant hero system, so different from today. Right? He's writing about America where there's a moral consensus through religion and custom. The people are free because they are constrained by Protestant ethics. He sees an America constantly forming associations such as church groups, town committees, volunteer projects that have been decimated by civil rights legislation. He sees the absence of entrenched classes. He is impressed by how decentralized power is. Not true anymore. He sees cultural homogeneity. He sees a white Christian frontier society, culturally narrow, emotionally cohesive, a unity purchased through exclusion of indigenous people, black people, women, and immigrants outside of the English. So the cohesion he admires depends on limited diversity and a shared hero system, otherwise known as a mythology. Right? So de Tocqueville's America is cohesive because it's unified, homogeneous, it has a combined moral discipline, habits of civic behavior, and local autonomy under a shared cultural canopy. Right? We have a freer world, but thinner. We are richer in diversity, we are poorer in cohesion and solidarity. The moral consensus that Tocqueville sees as democracy stabilizes it cannot survive diversity. Right? De Tocqueville just barely grasps the fragmentation headed America's way.
Trump administration, the New York Times queried and surveyed judges in those districts where those cases have been brought and asked them questions essentially which lead the New York Times to say that there's several dozen judges out there, unsurprisingly, who are saying that they have severe reservations about what the Supreme Court is doing with its interim order. So to quote the Times, they say 65 judges responded to their questionnaire. And of those, 47 said the Supreme Court had been mishandling its emergency docket since Mr. Trump returned to office. In interviews, federal judges call the Supreme Court's emergency orders, quote unquote, mystical, overly blunt, incredibly demoralizing and troubling, and a slap in the face to the district courts. One judge compared their district's current relationship with the Supreme Court to a war zone. Another said the courts were in the midst of a judicial crisis. Irony of ironies, of course, being that the crisis is their asinine rulings and then them going to the press to try and fight against the Supreme Court. And we've seen them essentially act as if, well, we just can't understand what the Supreme Court is saying with their interim orders, so we don't apply the logic, the precedent, essentially, that the Supreme Court is setting when dealing with similar cases, and that's why they're defying the Supreme Court. I don't think it passes the smell test.
All right, here are some choice passages from Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville. Notice the tie of language. So this time Americans were united by a shared English language. This is perhaps the strongest and most durable tie that can unite men. Right, so traditionally it was considered a good thing for a society to be united and cohesive. Now it's considered a great thing that we have less and less in common with our fellow citizens, right? Diversity means how awesome it is that we have very little in common with our fellow citizens. So de Tocqueville saw Americans constantly united, right? They share commercial manufacturing companies and associations, religious, moral, serious, futile, general, restricted, enormous, small. Right? De Tocqueville saw an America composed and ruled by one single hero system, one single moral order, industrious, religious, communal, self-respecting. America's hero was not the warrior or the aristocrat, but the virtuous citizen, the man who worked, worshipped, voted, and volunteered. His honor came from his usefulness and his integrity. This was the moral canopy uniting the republic, a hero system of equality under God, liberty through virtue, dignity through work and participation. And he did not particularly venerate President Andrew Jackson, right, who's the president when this book was written, right? He had a perspective on Andrew Jackson that's pretty similar for how elites describe Donald Trump, right? So de Tocqueville describes Jackson, a man who is neither superior in education nor remarkable for his talents. He is elevated because he possesses the common opinions of those around him. And de Tocqueville sees Andrew Jackson's rise as proof that democracy rewards resonance over excellence. It's very difficult once there's more than 30 IQ points between you and your audience, difficult to have substantial communication. So he saw Jackson as mirroring America's passions rather than guiding them. He was just a mediocrity, an ordinary man inflated by popular adoration. So Trump, like Jackson, channels the same populist energy, same suspicion of elites, same contempt for elite refinement, and displays the same emotional bond with the people against the dominant institutions lined up against him.
But this points to a larger issue, which is, again, within the judiciary itself, you have judges that are delegitimizing and undermining the institution. This would be a time for the Chief Justice, who claims to care so much about defending the institution, to speak up for the Supreme Court actually being the Supreme Court, and that these lower court judges should not be assuming powers that don't belong to them. And then the other aspect of this that I think is broader than just in the judiciary is, once again, you have these lower court judges who, yes, they're not going on the record. And in some ways, I'd rather have them on the record because you should know what their opinions are in some ways instead of anonymously speaking. And they're probably doing that to protect themselves under ethics, rules, and regulations and the like. But set that aside for a moment.
So for most public figures, their stature declines after their death. Modern Orthodox Rabbi Joseph Ber Soloveitchik is quite exceptional, right? His status keeps climbing. Why? Right? It's not because he made these profound and important rulings about how Orthodox Jews should live. He didn't make any substantial rulings on Jewish law. He lived in an abstract world removed from the concerns of ordinary people. And J.B. Soloveitchik is revered by intellects who love this abstract world. They love his vivid intellectual games, right? His high IQ forms of video games, right? And they resonate with his exquisitely detailed description of his pain in being so much smarter than everyone else. And intellects love Alexis de Tocqueville because he meets their needs to feel superior to ordinary people. So Joseph Ber Soloveitchik and Alexis de Tocqueville are the intellectuals. Right? They don't have much influence over the lives of real people, but they play fascinating intellectual games. They transmute reality into these abstract moral narratives. Right? They provide a flattering mirror to those who feel super smart, much smarter than everyone else. Right? Intellectuals love Soloveitchik's lonely man of faith. They love de Tocqueville's tragic perspective. Right? They see these men as observers who just see too clearly to belong to ordinary people. Right? Intellectuals love their sense of being both insiders and outsiders, citizens but not of the herd, in the world but not of the world. And so Joseph Ber Soloveitchik and Alexis de Tocqueville give moral dignity to this condition of the intellectual. Right? Joseph Ber Soloveitchik and de Tocqueville offer safe critiques of the people. They write beautifully about the pain of being so damn smart, the loneliness and the anxiety and the spiritual drift that happens to people who are just so much smarter than everyone else. So you get to experience your intellectual alienation as some kind of spiritual gift. Right. My favorite thinkers are quite different. They're people like Stephen Park Turner and Mark B. Shapiro. Right. They're like the opposite. So de Tocqueville moralizes society. He turns social observation into a moral, psychological, prophetic sermon. People like Stephen Turner, Mark Shapiro demystify reality. Right? Stephen Turner, Mark Shapiro, they strip away the mystical, moral romance and the narratives that go with that by these super people. Right? Turner and Shapiro optimize for truth. They're not in love with the tragic role of the intellectual. Right? They're interested in how reality works, in how authority, expertise, and knowledge function in reality, how epistemic elites justify their legitimacy and exercise their power. They examine the mechanics of reality and institutions and bureaucracies without nostalgia. So people like Joseph Ber Soloveitchik and Alexis de Tocqueville convey meaning, and people like Stephen Turner, maybe Mark Shapiro, deconstruct meaning. So de Tocqueville writes as if democratic malaise is a spiritual condition. Stephen Turner writes as if it is a structural condition. Stephen Turner does not ask, how do we restore moral unity? He asks why we ever believe it existed. Stephen Turner's project is sociology, Weberian, post-foundational. Right? He understands that social order is contingent, dependent on situation, not sacred and transcendent. So Alexis de Tocqueville and Joseph Ber Soloveitchik defend the role of the elevated, sensitive, mystical observer, the lonely man of insight. They love to elevate heroic narratives about people like themselves. Stephen Turner, Mark Shapiro question these stances, right? Turner and Shapiro see intellectuals as participants and regular people in various systems of gaining power and legitimacy, not some kind of transcendent independent moral seer. So Shapiro and Turner refuse to be an intellectual in the traditional self-dramatizing, self-important sense. De Tocqueville and Joseph Baer Soloveitchik offer consoling stories. Shapiro and Turner offer no consolation. Turner says the guiding class, the ruling class, the elite, they're just another group, just another interest group. Their authority depends on situation, on bureaucratic and communication structures, and in a united, cohesive society, the elite cannot rule. They can only rule in a divided, pluralistic society. So people like Shapiro and Turner are diagnosing what's going on with intellectuals. So Joseph Baer Soloveitchik and Alexis de Tocqueville want to dignify the exquisite feelings of alienation by intellectuals who feel themselves just so much wiser and more moral than everyone else. Right? Stephen Turner gives these intellectuals an autopsy. Right? Stephen Turner cuts through the self-flattering drama that Joseph Baer Soloveitchik and Alexis de Tocqueville inhabit and push. Right? Stephen Turner is not lamenting democracy's loss of heroes. He analyzes why the faith of the intellectual hero persists against all evidence, how it sustains a particular elite, liberal, pluralistic order when there's no evidence for the wonderfulness of this. Right. Joseph Baer Soloveitchik relished his role as a hero, as an authority figure, as someone possessing spiritual moral charisma. He loved to live in an abstract world and promote his own mythology. Mark Shapiro treats people like people. He approaches Jewish history as carried out by human beings. He analyzes theology and Jewish thought and Jewish text as a historian, as a critical scholar, understanding the context in which everything's produced. He's not trying to be a spiritual authority, issuing mystical rulings, religious rulings, rulings on Jewish law, or guiding the community. He uses the methods of truth and science, transparency. He's willing to challenge popular conventional narratives within Orthodox Judaism. For example, see his powerful book, The Limits of Orthodox Theology, Maimonides' 13 Principles Reappraised. His audience is composed of people who love truth, the intellectually curious, academics, students of Judaism, those interested in optimizing for truth, not on the broader base of people who just want to feel something. He doesn't prescribe to people what they should do or how they should live. He uncovers how the community has lived, has thought, and has evolved, and he exposes how its history is rewritten. For example, check out his 2015 book, Changing the Immutable, How Orthodox Judaism Rewrites Its History. So Shapiro appeals to those who optimize for truth, for a particular intellectual niche that's interested in truth, clarity, nuance, critique, self-reflection, rather than those seeking a spiritual shepherd.
Because we know judges have spoken publicly about these issues before. The fact that they feel the need to go to the press when their superiors, essentially on the Supreme Court, are ruling in ways that they don't like is something that we've seen replicated across the federal government, where you have subordinates within these various U.S. attorneys' offices, and they not only quit when they don't like litigation that's being brought, but then they go out and they snipe their superiors. That's not the way our system is supposed to work. If you have that.
So I feel like most of my peers are performing and creating and promoting some kind of existential reassurance system. They're promoting elegant frameworks that makes believers in their framework feel special and distant from the masses. Right? People like Stephen Turner and Mark Shapiro are disenchanters, right? They're pulling the curtain back on how authority, expertise, and theology work. They're replacing the mysterious with the mechanical. So Stephen Turner decodes the moral theater of intellectual life. He decodes the flattering, self-interested narrative that scholars and experts and elites just speak from a basis of pure reason rather than from self-interest and institutional positioning. And Mark Shapiro does something similar inside Orthodox Judaism. He documents how claims of theological immutability get retroactively rewritten. Both are saying, look, this is not divine insight here. It's sociology and history and people advancing their own interests and doing their own thing. Like, I like truth as exposure more than truth as consolation. I don't need thinkers to tell me that I'm special and everyone else is a fool. I want thinkers to explain why the story of genius is revered by certain people versus the masses, right? Who benefits from that narrative, right? I gravitate towards those who undermine the mystical, partisan, subjective, self-interested claims of the elite and the intellectuals, not those who dramatize and promote it. I prefer understanding to moralizing. I prefer clarity. I prefer explanation over justification. I prefer to understand beliefs and behaviors, not to try to vindicate one side or another. Right? I prefer empathy, understanding. I don't need endorsement. I want the logic, the context, and the incentives behind ideas rather than grading ideas as true or false, noble or corrupt. I don't need apologetics for one particular vision of virtue, order, and meaning and how this is the only right one. I prefer to remove that pretense. We don't need to tell you who's right. We need to show you how rightness and morality and power gets constructed and performed. I want to shift from moral certainty to empathy and clarity and truth optimization. Right? I'm not seeking redemption through dramatic and mystical ideas. I'm seeking comprehension through detachment. I'm not seeking comfort, I'm seeking clarity. Right? I don't care for those who argue there's just one obvious hero system, aka John Rawls and his successors among all the leading theorists of democratic theory. There's only one true political hero system. It is expert rule in socialism. Right? I have no patience for this John Rawlsian consensus in political philosophy. The assumption that only liberal socialist democracy, correctly reasoned, operated by technocrats, yields the one single legitimate moral order, the universal hero system of secular rationality, equality, and human rights. Right? People pushing this: John Rawls, Jürgen Habermas, Ronald Dawkins, Martha Nussbaum, Amartya Sen, Charles Lamore, Thomas Nagel, Joshua Cohen, Amy Gutman, John Dewey, Joseph Raz, Elizabeth Anderson, Samuel Friedman, T.M. Scanlon, right? These intellectuals treat liberal democracy not as a contingent cultural system, but as the moral endpoint of all rational reflection. They recast theology into secular ethics. They replace the divine law with procedure, reason, and faith in expert consensus. They attract intellectuals because they offer an intoxicating moral narrative, a total unified hero system without religion, the comfort of shared righteousness minus the religious dogma. Right? I prefer the analysis of the Stephen Turner, the Mark Shapiro, the Max Weber, the Nietzsche, the Isaiah Berlin, the Michel Foucault at times, Alistair McIntyre, even Carl Schmitt. Right? The thinkers who analyze hero systems as one historical construction among others, not the final revelation. So John Rawls and the dominant political philosophical elite built this moral architecture of the secular church. Right? I am more interested in the intellects who map how that church came to believe itself universal and transcendent. Right? I'm not a fan of phonies like Leo Strauss with his condemnation of historicism and positivism. You can essentially boil down all of Leo Strauss's work after World War II to how do we make a pluralist world safe for minorities such as Jews and protect their sectarian choices such as Zionism. Right? Leo Strauss cloaks his pluralist politics in classical language to build a moral canopy over liberal pluralism so that secular Jews and others without religious faith can live safely inside. He condemns historicism and positivism because they seek truth, because they represent moral claims as contingent. And Leo Strauss hates this because it's dangerous for his own team, who relies on a stable moral order with a dominant centralized authority. So Leo Strauss, the atheist, says we can't have a society that abandons God, religion, transcendent standards, even if they're fictional. That would just collapse into nihilism, which would be bad for the Jews. So Leo Strauss, the atheist, promotes religion, tradition, and noble lies, even though he doesn't believe them. His students are people like Alan Bloom, Harvey Mansfield, Thomas Pangel, guardians of the civic faith. They want to preserve the appearance of traditional religious belief as necessary to hold society together. Leo Strauss talked up the ancients, not so much because the ancients were speaking truth, but just as a strategy to shore up his own team's safety and to shore up the moral seriousness of society in an age of disbelief. He created a philosophy that promotes elite managerial rule, a pluralistic rule that is safe and protective for his team. He wants to defend the dominant liberal elite order through the construction and maintenance of certain narratives and myths. So people like Stephen Turner, Mark Shapiro demystify. Leo Strauss remystifies deliberately. Leo Strauss tried to rearm the West with noble illusions and lies to keep the West safe. Right? I value truth, transparency, clarity, structural honesty. Leo Strauss valued the opposite. He wanted people to believe fictions. Right? Elites like John Rawls, Leo Strauss want elite expert rule, and they want diminished rule for popular sovereignty. I wish they'd just be honest about what they want and stop blathering about protecting democracy when the rule of the people is the very last thing they want. Right? Our dominant democratic theorists want technocratic oligarchy with just democratic branding, but without rule by the people. They want rule by experts, rule by credentialed experts like themselves, all justified and explained with this very elaborate moral vocabulary.
Sort of insubordination baked into it, then you have a total breakdown in chain of command. It can't function. And I also think it's a sign of the times of just the narcissism of these people. And this is in the judiciary, this is in the executive branch, or the federal bureaucracy and beyond, that they are so self-righteous and they believe they not only have a right but a duty to not only just quit if they don't like policies, which is fine, but then go out and actually damage the institutions, attack their superiors, etc. And it's a cultural malady, I think, that's going to have long-term massive consequences. So with that, I put it out to the group. What do you make of? We had this article in September with judges basically.
I don't have anything against these competing hero systems. I have nothing against rule by expertise and elites. Just be honest about it. Stop lying and playing games. Stop mouthing reverence for the people while designing systems to neutralize popular will. I don't think that expert rule is always bad, right? Complex societies need expertise. I think dishonesty is bad, corrodes trust. And the elites pretend that their dominance is just democracy perfected rather than democracy managed. It's a con. And that creates populist backlash, which may be terrible. Right? People are not rejecting competence, they're rejecting condescension disguised as legitimacy. Right? If elites believe that governance should be technocratic, say so openly. Make the case for it on pragmatic grounds. Don't wrap it in faux democratic pieties or John Rawlsian moral abstractions. The pretense that elite control equals democracy poisons the relationship between the rulers and the ruled. Right? Every regime advantages some groups at the expense of others. How accountable are the rulers? Right? I'm tired of intellectual masturbation and the promotion of myths and narratives that simply advantage your side through dishonesty.
Acting in ways that they shouldn't and speaking in ways they shouldn't. Now we have it in October. Again, where do you think this is going? What do you make of the New York Times revelations?
I am not surprised that you have all these judges who are just lashing out. But the lack of introspection among federal judges is remarkable in this case. Like, the reason the Supreme Court's slapping you down is because you're getting the law wrong, and you keep getting the law wrong in the face of the Supreme Court telling you no. Instead of re-insisting and
So intellectuals love de Tocqueville and Joseph Baer Soloveitchik because he flatters them. We are the virtuous elite. Right? You are the people who matter. Your insights and virtues are indispensable. Right? De Tocqueville is a secular saint of noblesse oblige. He offers a blueprint on how to be superior without seeming superior. Right? It's elitism with a moral halo. And intellectuals have been living off that self-conception ever since. It's worth contrasting Stephen Turner's memoir, Mad Hazard, A Life in Social Theory, with Joseph Baer Soloveitchik's most famous book, The Lonely Man of Faith. So Soloveitchik is all about his inner existential split between being a man of faith and a man of intellect, and how difficult it is for someone as special and smart as he is. Right? Stephen Turner, right, strips away the transcendent. It is a portrayal of intellectual life as fragile, contingent, within decaying institutions. It's not a calling that's sanctified by mystical faith. So Soloveitchik wrestles with the loneliness of being so amazing and being a spiritual genius. Right, Stephen Turner documents the loneliness of pursuing truth in a bureaucratic academia. Right, Joseph Bear Soloveitchik's voice is prophetic and tragic. Right, Stephen Turner simply tries to write the truth. Soloveitchik writes about the timeless human soul who reflects his own special soul. Right, Stephen Turner historicizes what Soloveitchik sacralizes. Stephen Turner describes the erosion of shared meaning and vocation. Soloveitchik builds these amazing mystical metaphors of cosmic duality. Stephen Turner dissects the institutional conditions of knowledge. So Joseph Bear Soloveitchik's lonely man only finds solace with God. Stephen Turner's mad hazard is an understanding of how academic life works in reality, the collision between norms, ideas, and disciplines, how they collapse and mutate. So Stephen Turner examines how do belief systems and professional hierarchies reproduce themselves once the mystery is gone. So the source of meaning in Joseph Bear Soloveitchik's perspective comes from God and God's covenant with the Jews. From Stephen Turner, it comes from pursuing truth within a secular setting. The tone of Soloveitchik's Lonely Man of Faith is prophetic and tragic. Stephen Turner's tone is stoic and reflective. The crisis for Soloveitchik is faith versus modernity. For Stephen Turner, it's truth-seeking and integrity versus institutional bureaucratic decay. The resolution of the crisis, the Lonely Man of Faith, is obedience to God and sanctification. For Stephen Turner, it is pursuit of truth, clarity, endurance, and helping other people, mentorship. The moral order is based on theology from Soloveitchik's perspective, and it's based in evolution from Stephen Turner's perspective. So for Soloveitchik, his loneliness is metaphysical. Stephen Turner's loneliness is social. Soloveitchik's hero wrestles with God. Stephen Turner wrestles with bureaucracy. Soloveitchik finds meaning in submission to God and to God's law. Stephen Turner finds meaning in pursuing truth without illusion. Both diagnose alienation. Turner accepts alienation as the normal condition of modern thought. Another example of the anti-Soloveitchik is Jacob Neusner. So Neusner did for rabbinic Judaism what Stephen Turner did for sociology. He disenchanted it. So Soloveitchik portrayed divine drama in the life of Jewish law. Jacob Neusner saw different individuals and textual communities and discursive systems fighting for power. Neusner treated Judaism as a historical civilization rather than a sacred metaphysics. He deconstructed and reconstructed how rabbis built a self-contained world of meaning after the destruction of the temple. Jacob Neusner's work is analytical and comparative. He compares rabbinic texts to systems of symbolic logic and to other traditions. He cared less about ultimate theological truth claims and much more about how those truth claims function within concrete communities. So Jacob Neusner was interested in the sociology of authority and knowledge. He alienated the establishment gatekeepers. Both men made their academic disciplines uncomfortable by showing how their discipline's sacred categories were the products of human decisions. Jacob Neusner published over 1,000 books. He wanted to critique the mystique of genius. He wanted to demystify scholarship. He didn't want a priesthood of profundity. He made scholarship a procedure, a method, not a revelation. And his biographer, Aaron Hughes, carries the demystifying impulse one step further. So Aaron Hughes then treats Jacob Neusner as a social and psychological phenomenon, a man who wants to destroy the old rabbinic and academic hierarchies that made him. So Jacob Neusner's life shows the transformation from immigrant piety to professional status. Aaron Hughes writes without hagiography. He sees Jacob Neusner's relentless productivity as a form of rebellion, as a pathology. He presents this scholar as an institution breaker, always needing to reinvent authority because he cannot abide belonging to any existing one. So Aaron Hughes's biography of Jacob Neusner is meta-Turnerian. It is a study of how intellectuals construct legitimacy and how intellectual rebellion and truth optimizing And the pursuit of method can become a career and a hero system.
It's like they want to litigate everything to the death. I remember that order from a judge in the First Circuit where the Supreme Court reversed his injunction, and then he said, well, you may have reversed the injunction, but the remedial order enforcing the injunction is still in effect. And the Supreme Court literally 2 days later was like, no, that's not how this works. If we find your injunction unlawful, that means the remedial order going along with it is also unlawful and cannot be enforced. And I think Ron Coleman actually had
So both Jacob Newser and Stephen Turner paid a big price socially, big price amongst their peers. All right, they didn't get the esteem and veneration of many of their peers because they were too honest. They demystified their field, and this demystification became its own myth. Right, the lonely scholar as the intellectual outlaw. So Jacob Newser is what happens when the man of faith becomes the man of method. And then Aaron Hughes and Stephen Turner describe what happens when the man of method becomes the scholar of method, when you replace a moral narrative with clarity and awareness, and how the pursuit of this clarity will always harden into its own particular hero system.
Really good speech on this at NatCom where he talked about how, in the 1950s, judges in far-flung places weren't contacting each other all the time. They didn't see what each other was thinking. So their ability to kind of form consensus within the community of district judges was limited. They were all just doing their own independent work, insulated in chambers. But now that everybody's on social media, the news cycle's instantaneous, all this, you get judges in Hawaii and judges in Massachusetts coming up with the same idea and forming a consensus in the lower court. And the consensus is rebellious against the Supreme Court. So you have all these people thinking, well, we all agree on what the law is and should be.
So why do the Democrats lack confidence right now? Why do they lack pride? Right, we have pride as an internal guidance system, which helps us pursue and advertise behaviors that our audience values. Our confidence is a behavioral readout when our behaviors are rewarded. And the Democrats' current anti-Trump identity does not produce strong pride signals, because their audience does not value opposition in and of itself. Right? MAGA's confidence is strong right now because their ecosystem consistently rewards dominance and achievement displays that they value. So pride tracks what the people around you value. When you anticipate strong approval, you feel more pride and you act more confidently. When approval is uncertain, pride and confidence sags. And this mapping between pride and the audience is robust across cultures. It is a universal, evolved guidance system. It's not a culture-specific quirk. So there are two main ways to gain social status and power. You can be formidable and dominant, and others defer to you, or you can add value and prestige and provide benefit. And pride is a way to calibrate how effective you are with each approach.
Why doesn't the Supreme Court get it? Duh. And it's like in reverse, they don't get their job as it's not formed consensus across these district courts where these cases are coming in as first impression. It's trying to get it right and predict what the Supreme Court would do.
Yeah, it really struck me the complaints about the emergency docket and this Times piece. I mean, they're basically like umbrellas cause bad weather sort of reasoning. You know what I mean? It's completely backwards, right? The reason the emergency docket is so hopping is because there's a mass rebellion among the lower courts of the type that Will just described. Yeah, I really second Will's recommendation. There was a great panel at NatCon that I moderated, not to, it wasn't me that made it great. That's why, no, but each one of those speeches I thought was very good, from Josh Blackman, from Burnham, James Burnham, and from Ron Coleman, each on a segment of this problem and why, really going into detail, laying out why the lower courts are out on such a limb and giving excellent examples over and over again of how far out on a limb they are in terms of essentially launching a kind of mutiny up the chain of command of the way that courts work in this country. So I don't think there's anything that I can say would actually be better than that panel. So I really do recommend that people check it out on YouTube if you really want to do a deep dive on what is going on. But I do think this is going to continue to be a problem. I think the emergency docket is going to continue to be a hot place because, as Will mentioned, that the disparate lower courts, there are enough far left judges who don't care about the law. And it's really clear when you start to read some of these follow-ups and the way that they're trying to invent to go ahead and essentially enforce their political will.
Okay, a little bit more here of Paul Gottfried.
Very popular themes in the post-war period. And I was surprised, looking at some of the old issues of National Review, how all these Straussian themes are there. The communists are positivists, relativists, historicists. Hegel, Marx, they're historicists. And
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, the sound quality's not that great, but the content is powerful.
Carl Schmitt may have summarized this best when he said, an historical truth is true only once. Eine historische Wahrheit ist wahr, ist nur einmal wahr. Historical truths are true only once, which means they don't last. Of course, Schmitt meant in a different sense, but Strauss argued that this is really the devil. To believe that that all men are created equal is only true at one time, or it's just one truth among other truths. It's sort of the end of American morality. And in political thought, he traces this back to Machiavelli, who changes, one might say, all of the traditional frames of reference in political philosophy by saying that success in Machiavelli, virtù, which is resourcefulness, these are the things that count, and not morality. So, Machiavelli was a teacher of evil, according to Strauss. And most of the people in the, National Review believe that. I was looking at some correspondence involving Frank Meyer, Buckley, others, and they all agree that, Machiavelli is the source of our nation because he did not hold certain moral truths as being indisputable and being eternal in their application. And of course, for Strauss, it is natural right and the Declaration of Independence which defines America's spiritual identity. So people did resonate to these positions, back then. And you also got, particularly among Catholic conservatives, who were very important in the 1950s and 60s. Catholic conservatives were very much concerned about relativism. This is the big problem. You listen to Bishop Fulton Sheen, one of the early, conservative Catholic TV stars. He was always railing against relativism. And this is what, and positivism, was the belief that one can separate moral values from scientific truths, or things you could agree on, outside of a moral context. I go through all of this, by the way, in perhaps tiresome detail in my book on Leo Strauss. You can't miss that. I try to refute all of these charges. But there's no question that they have a powerful influence on the conservative movement. Also, if you remember, Strauss was somebody who fled the Nazi regime. He was a German Jew who fled the Nazi regime. So citing him, showed that these people on the right were not really, pro-Nazi or pro-fascist. And here was a victim of Nazism, who was expressing these ideas for us. So he does have enormous influence on, one might say, the conservative revival or the new conservatism of the 1950s and 1960s. And he has a job at the position at the University of Chicago that allows him to train a lot of thinkers, professors, writers who reflected his views. So we're still dealing with Straussians even now. In fact, there were East and West Coast Straussians. We had the Chicago school. They're not really quite East Coast, but the Chicago school followed Alan Bloom, Thomas Pangle. There were others in this group, and Harvey Mansfield. They're one group of Straussians, and a West Coast a group of Straussians who were students of Harry Jaffa at Claremont, and they differ on certain questions. As I say, most of the East Coast Straussians are Jewish. Most of the West Coast Straussians are Catholic. One finds very few Protestants among them. For a reason I think that my friend Barry Shane once gave, that both neither Catholics nor Jews want to admit that America had a Protestant founding. It was founded by Protestants.
So why is there so much talk right now by members of the Blob, the foreign policy establishment, about we need to fight this new Cold War against China, right? Because the more intense, exciting, and threatening China can be portrayed, right? The more jobs, the more power, the more status, the more income for members of the Blob. So I was looking at a Washington Post op-ed. To outcompete China, America must believe in itself again. Right? There's no strong evidence that the United States contained the Soviet Union, or that we ever needed to contain the Soviet Union. All right? But it's a very exciting narrative. Right? I just wish there's more attention paid to the self-interested politics of people who promote different forms of policy. Look, we're all self-interested apes, and I believe that we have a divine soul. I believe in eternal moral truths that come from God, and those truths will often be different in different situations. So I believe that morality is both situational and eternal, right? The situation determines the moral absolute. So I read a great book from 2006 recently by John Mueller, Overblown: How Politicians and the Terrorism Industry Inflate National Security Threats and Why We Believe Them. Right, we see this same thing with the new Cold War with China crowd. Right, we've got a Cold War industry. We've got politicians, bureaucrats, think tanks, media figures who are trying to profit financially, professionally, psychologically from inflating threats. And the more intense you can portray the threat from China, right, the more jobs, status, power, and income can be accrued by those who present themselves as China experts. And there are virtually no memoirs and essays by members of our foreign policy establishment about how their own self-interest and ambitions have consistently blinded them to the terrible things that they were doing, blinded them how their pursuit of their own self-interest and power was damaging to America, because you would not have any institution standing behind you. It would destroy your career. You would lose your friends. You'd tarnish your relationships. You'd provoke retaliation. People want to preserve their reputation. They don't want to tell the truth. People want to justify it. They want to control narratives. They want to avoid the damage that they've done. They want to write memoirs to promote themselves, not to tell the truth.
Not their legal judgment, their political will upon the executive branch, on President Donald Trump, who was actually elected while they were not. So, you know, I think that this is going to continue to be a problem, and it's going to be a problem until the Supreme Court.
So Mark Halperin had his father, Morton Halperin, on, and both of them claimed that Mark's dad, Morton, ran peacekeeping for the Pentagon under President Clinton. Right? They're both claiming something that is nonsensical. It reminds me of Mike Benz claiming he ran cyber for the State Department. A little sick of these dishonest, self-aggrandizing claims.
My dad is who I'm talking about. And here he is on Next Up talking to me about his skepticism that they're going to be assemble an international peacekeeping force, despite the fact that that seems a central part of this plan. Here's my colloquy with my dad, number 22, please. One thing which may be different, it's in the 20-point plan, is a peacekeeping force made up of Arab and I think European or Asian forces that will be on the ground. We haven't seen that before, right? So if that happens, that could be different.
If it happens, I'm
Yeah.
very skeptical. It's very hard to put together a peacekeeping force.
So this guy here on the right, Mark Halperin's father, Morton, he became famous by promoting a vicious, destructive lie that the United States was at a severe missile disadvantage vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. Right? That's how he became famous circa 1960. Then he became famous in the 1990s, saying the United States should never be allowed to act internationally without United Nations approval. Right? He is a histrionic status and attention seeker.
Especially doing it outside the UN, which is this seems to be because you have to deal with all the issues of who's in charge, who gives orders, whether people can turn down orders. I ran peacekeeping in the Pentagon at the beginning of the.
He didn't. It's a lie.
The Clinton administration, so I've dealt with many of these issues, and a lot of them have to do with whether troops can opt out of an order that they get from a general or a senior officer of another country. Those are very hard, they're very complicated issues, and they mean that countries are going to be very reluctant to put in forces until all of those and many other issues.
I'm an easygoing guy, but I get tired, right? It's hard to annoy me. I just get tired of these self-aggrandizing lies. How about a little bit more optimizing for truth?
The power and the legitimacy to actually take care of it. In Netanyahu's book that was out in 2022, he says he takes pride for not occupying Gaza. So Netanyahu's way of thinking was that Gaza is just an arm of the octopus. He didn't understand that this arm can actually destroy Israel too.
You go to great lengths in the book to, as you spoke about a few moments ago, about getting your readers to understand Israeli politics, as you like to use your line, that how the locals think of it.
So this new book by Amit Segal is called A Call at 4 a.m.
Because I find in the U.S. we have a tendency to...
And this is Amit Segal, Israeli journalist, talking with host Dan Senor of the Call Me Back podcast.
To compare the actions of an Israeli prime minister to the actions of an American president.
So everything's contingent, right? Depends on circumstance, situation.
Like, for instance, I get into these debates with people when I say people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are not as influential. Their influence is not as outsized as you would think they are over here. Meaning when I listen to people who are following events in Israel, they say, "Oh well, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich won't allow Netanyahu to do this, or they won't allow him to do that," and their influence is not.
So my mate Bob asks a good question: is Morton Halperin the weak spot for Mark Halperin? So anytime you love something, it becomes a vulnerability. So I hope so, right? It sure seems like Mark loves his dad. I would want Mark to love his dad. And anything that you love becomes a vulnerability.
Not as outsized as you think it is. And they say, well, Smotrich is the finance minister. That's like the Secretary of Treasury. The Secretary of Treasury is one of the three most important cabinet positions. I constantly hear this, by the way. Or if there's some obscure minister in the government who has, like the Minister of Heritage or something, that says, we should do this to Gaza, or we should do that to Gaza. And people over here say, a minister in the government, as though it's like a cabinet secretary in a presidential administration. We constantly hear these comparisons, and you, I think, in your book are trying to dispel these very one-dimensional attempts at analogizing Israeli politics and American politics. So, or Israeli prime ministers and American presidents.
So, in order to understand it, one has to know that there are three terms that do not exist in Hebrew. One is constituency. Israelis are not elected in a specific place. Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, the fifth, the district of Haifa. Okay, you are elected by a nation.
So I just want our listeners to understand this. Israel. I just want to explain this briefly. Israelis don't have any geographic or jurisdiction that is represented in the national government. That is to say, as Amit, I just want people to understand this. So if you live in Tel Aviv and you vote in the national elections, like in the UK, you live in a constituency and you vote for an MP that represents you in that constituency. In the US, you vote for a member of Congress from your congressional district. There's nothing like that in Israel. If you're sitting there in some suburb of Tel Aviv, there's no one in the Knesset that represents your geography. Sorry, I just want our listeners to understand what you're talking about.
Which makes Israel politics to deal way more with security and policy and diplomacy rather than, the pork barrel policy like in the States.
Why isn't there a bridge in my neighborhood?
Exactly.
Right.
That's why Israel Israelis have the sentiment of being detached from their politicians way more than Americans feel, although Israel is a tiny, tiny country and the US has, I don't know, 6 time zones. Okay, this is one thing, because they have no one in Jerusalem to call to if their son has a problem in the kindergarten. This is one thing. Second is that we lack fixed terms. When a US president is elected, they are elected for 4 years. They know exactly the day, the time, and the place in which they are going to be replaced by their successor. In Israel, it can happen every Monday at 4 p.m. at a no-confidence vote. And here's the thing you described about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. Netanyahu is way stronger as a prime minister than Trump, Obama, or Biden as presidents. He really rules, he really runs every part of the country. However, this power is very limited because it can end every time. Trump is way more limited, but
Meaning
he knows that
it can end any week. Any week when Netanyahu starts his
any
week.
Monday at 4 p.m. That's why Netanyahu Netanyahu has all the power in the world to actually have a deal that ends the war, or to pass 2 billion shekels to something, or to sign a peace treaty with Turkey. But till Monday at 4 p.m. is the strongest place around. But at 4 p.m.
The chat says that leftists have situational ethics. Well, the most religious people have situational ethics as well. Ethics can be transcendent, divine, universal, global, but they always have to be applied in specific situations. So you never get to escape the specificity of the situation, no matter what your ethical system. So I was in a bad way. I was in desperate shape when I first started listening to Dennis Prager on KBC radio in September of 1988. And in my desperation, in my illness, in my experience of everything just falling apart in my life, I was looking for a new way. And I was so impressed when Dennis Prager made the point that only if morality comes from God is it then objective. But I realized a little later, Prager was playing a rhetorical trick. Right? Yes, if morality comes from God, then it is objective, but you can only get to that place that morality comes from God by making a subjective leap of faith. If you multiply anything by 0, it becomes 0. Right? It's not some obvious, transcendent, objective moral standard any more than any other moral standard. So I loved the sound of it, but I don't like the trickery. Right? I get tired of the games. So I believe in divine morality, that God gave the Torah, that this morality is transcendent, universal, global, and it always has to be applied at a particular point in time in a particular situation. So I'm down with both divine morality, global morality, universal morality, and situational morality. Now, it's also worth understanding other perspectives. So there was a famous discussion among a Hasidic Rebbe and his most devoted students, and the Rebbe said, for everything, there is a reason and a purpose under heaven. And one student said, well, what's the purpose of atheism? And the Rebbe said, well, when you see a poor man, you should help him as though there were no God in heaven to help him. So let's understand different perspectives on morality, including moral naturalism. So I received a lot of benefit from understanding mental illness as when your mental psychic faculties don't work as they are supposed to. So my wrist works. Everything you would expect a man to be able to do with his wrist, I can do. I can do pull-ups. I can do push-ups. I can write. I can type. I can drive a car. Everything you'd want to be done using your wrist, I can do. There's no illness in my wrist. So that's a very clear way to understand mental illness. So think about moral naturalism, right? Think about anchoring morality in our evolved emotional mechanisms meant to keep us safe. So I believe in the divine command. I believe in the power of social convention. I believe that there is benefit at times from the use of abstract reason. But also it's worth recognizing how our own innate natural moral emotions function biologically, right? We have emotions. We feel anger when we are being treated unfairly, when there are violations in reciprocity. We naturally and adaptively feel compassion when we see an opportunity for cooperative aid. We feel shame when we need to manage our own reputation. We feel disgust when there are behaviors and words that repel us, and we feel hatred when there are people or groups who present a huge threat to us. So our sense of right and wrong, our innate sense of morality, and you can believe in moral relativism and you can believe in any fancy philosophical moral system that you want. We all instinctively feel that there are absolute standards of morality. There's no other way to live. So when your evolved emotions accurately are triggered by the right environmental inputs, right, then you're operating in a healthy moral way from this natural perspective. Now, if your sense of right and wrong is misfiring and it's making your life less adaptive, then you have a moral error. So think about functionalism, right? A system has a proper function if it is evolved to solve a particular problem. So a smoke detector can go off from burnt toast, right? It can give a false positive, and we will have emotions and moral emotions that misfire when we are given bad information, propaganda, bias, manipulation. So you can be objectively wrong morally because your moral emotional detector is operating outside of its evolved design specifications. So from a natural perspective, moral truths are things that objectively fit our normal, natural, healthy moral emotions, the way that a key fits a lock. When we say something is evil, we're saying something triggers enormous disgust, anger, shame, horror inside properly informed human beings. So that is an empirical and potentially universal and human-centered understanding of the moral emotions built into our species' emotional architecture. And from this perspective, then you can see competing moral systems as status games, social strategies disguised as objective truth claims. So mental illness is when your mental system misfires. Moral illness is when your moral system misfires. Right? If your evolved psychological functions, your adaptive mechanisms of fear, sadness, anger, motivation go off target because your setting is mismatched with your triggers, right? The same thing can happen psychically and morally, right? We have essential moral emotions, anger, shame, disgust, compassion. They are evolved to regulate how we live and how we cooperate with others, and we can have errors when these systems misfire. So there's a functional baseline, how our internal system should operate given its evolutionary design. Then we have things that go offline. We have illness or immorality when the system produces maladaptive amounts of fear, anger, hostility, guilt, when there's nothing wrong, when we feel hatred towards groups that don't threaten us. Normally, we only feel hatred towards those who threaten us. That would be the evolutionarily adaptive way to feel. So it's a question of biological accuracy. Do our biological mechanisms reflect reality and serve their evolved purpose? So from the perspective of the sociology of medicine, Alan Horwitz, psychopathology means misfiring adaptive mechanisms of individual regulation. From the perspective of evolutionary psychologist David Pinsoff, immorality means misfiring adaptive mechanisms of social regulation. So both hinge on the proper function of our evolutionary capabilities. They both depend on us possessing natural design specifications for how we should work, and any dysfunction or moral error happens when we stray from those specifications. So you may feel sad, depressed, right? When that is to your advantage to help you conserve energy, to avoid wasting energy in futile pursuits, and signal a need to recalibrate and ask for help. These are all adaptive. But if your depression is chronic, severe, not properly contextual, if it's insensitive to the situation, right, then when your depression is too long or too strong, right, then your motivational system is stuck in depression mode, right? That is like a smoke detector going off long after the fire is out. If you read too much in the motives of others, right, these are schizophrenic tendency. The brain is finding too many patterns and agents that are not really there. You see intention and significance where nothing exists. All right, this is a system for producing way too many hypotheses, right? That's mental illness. Autism is when you undercalibrate for what's going on with other people, underreading their emotions and their mental states. Now, Dennis Prager makes a strong argument. Unless God says murder is wrong, unless a transcendent source says murder is wrong, murder is not objectively wrong. Right? This is divine command theory, that what is moral depends upon God's will or some transcendent source. And if there is no transcendent source of right and wrong, then you have no objective morality. That's true. Unless you want to take on this David Pinsoff natural perspective that views moral truths as grounded in natural facts about human welfare, cooperation, and our evolved moral emotions. So in this perspective, saying murder is wrong is shorthand for murder reliably triggers our evolved systems for anger, grief, and fairness detection. Murder violates the conditions for social cooperation and survival. It is objectively bad for the same reason that cyanide is objectively poisonous, because it predictably harms the type of people we are and the type of community we want to create. So from Dennis Prager, the perspective is objective, transcendent morality requires God. The moral naturalist says objective morality arises from the stable, discoverable features of our lives, our nature, and our societies. No God needed. So from the naturalist perspective, our moral emotions are the evolved detectors of what is right and wrong. So both perspectives agree that morality is not just a matter of taste. They disagree on the source. Does it come from God? Or does it come from evolution? And each different moral system brings with it different advantages.
He can actually fall and his coalition might collapse. That's why he must always bear in mind those two elements, the international one and the tiny little know-how things of how to run a government. That's why Smotrich is the weakest among all the treasury ministers on earth, yet a very important ingredient in Netanyahu's coalition. Okay? And the third ingredient is accountability. Accountability. You know, there is no word in Hebrew for accountability, and the joke says that in Israel you never take it, so you don't need this word. Why? Because when
is that true, by the way? There's no Hebrew word? Wow.
No word. Accountability, you say accountability and no one uses it. Why? Because if you're President Trump, you are tested against, I don't know, a few dozens of pledges you have made before you got elected. In Israel, you can make as many pledges as you want to destroy Hamas, like Netanyahu said in 2009. And then when elections come to say, I really wanted to do it, but I'm not the only ruler in my coalition. I had 5, 6, 7 parties that wanted their things, so I couldn't dismantle Hamas, reducing the taxes, etc. And that's why Israeli politics might be quite frustrating for the citizens.
We also have a tendency in the U.S. to think about how the right versus left is organized ideologically, politically, structurally, and then we also try to like blast that onto Israel, like project that onto Israel. So we say Likud are the Republicans, Lapid's party are the Democrats, or whatever. I mean, we tend to just have a very similar, Smotrich and Ben Gvir are the
So everything's contingent. Everything depends upon. Everything is situational.
Extreme version of they're the MAGA, quote unquote, the extreme end of MAGA, or the extreme end of the religious right in the U.S. We have this tendency to try to just apply to me, a very simplistic way, and I think, as you argue, incorrect way, our system onto yours. So can you talk a little about that?
Yeah.
Right. Judaism is not Christianity without Christ. Right. Judaism is its own thing. Islam is its own thing. Christianity is its own thing. And we can't help but have the human tendency to essentialize those in outgroups.
In the US, it's the economy stupid, right? Like it was said in 1992 on the campaign trail of Bill Clinton. In Israel, it's the security. I would say even the fear. The number one issue when it comes to Israel's policy, Israel's politics, is fear. And I'll explain it. the most horrific fact about Israel is that no matter where you are in Israel right now, in Jerusalem like myself, in Haifa, in Elat, in the Arava, far from civilization, you are always 80 minutes the most, 50 miles the most from a terrorist with a rifle, a knife, an RPG that wants to kill you specifically. Now, this experience, multiplied by the Holocaust experience, might explain why the number one question for Israel is who is going to take care of this country? Because Israelis have seen over the last 50 years that it was twice one decision far from not existing. One decision. And that's why the number one consideration for each and every Israeli voter is who is going to take care of security. That's why, in my opinion, after Yom Kippur, there hasn't been a female prime minister, because you want military experience. And women in the army till lately didn't have even the chance to be, chief senior officers. This is one thing. Second is that economy is off the table. One of the things that Americans have hard times to understand is that the most communist, almost Marxist parties in the Western world are part of the Israeli right wing. Shas and Yadut HaTorah, the ultra-Orthodox parties that support higher taxation, food stamps.
The welfare state. They're the biggest champions of the welfare state.
Exactly. They supported each and every taxation over the last 40 years. And on the other hand, the leaders of liberal free market parties are part of the Israeli left. Okay?
Yeah.
So in Israel,
I'll give you one example, because I've written a lot about the startup scene in Israel. The tech scene in Israel is, people view them as left. Obviously they've been in the forefront of many of the secular liberal activist campaigns over the last number of years, and yet this is an economy in a sector, or part of the Israeli economy in a sector that is lightly taxed, lightly regulated, no central kind of planning or organization from the Israeli government, from the national Israeli government, whereas other parts of the economy are highly taxed, highly regulated, and highly centralized. So it's confusing to people. It's like these people should be free market activists, which means in the U.S. you'd put them on the right, but in Israel they're on the left.
I'll give you two examples. One, the Doge department in Israel would have hard times to take budgets from the left, but it would find annoying budgets going mainly to the ultra-Orthodox parties. And the second thing, there was a joke in Israel that it's the only, or complaint by one leftist minister in the 90s, that Israel is the only place in which your leftist position is measured not by the distance from Che Guevara, but from Yasser Arafat. So Israel's most leftist party, Meretz, consisted of one ingredient that was highly capitalist, Shinoi. So this is the only place where political correspondence doesn't have to understand what interest rate is. For instance, when I studied in the UK, I covered the UK election in 2010 for my channel, and I was shocked to see that political correspondents and analysts really analyze the economy manifesto. Because in Israel, nobody cares about the economy manifesto. No one deals with it. You can deal with, borders, terrorist organization, withdrawal, West Bank, etc. But no one cares about economy. So it's crucial for Israelis to understand it. And Netanyahu has mastered Israeli politics for the last 2 generations because he combined 2 elements. One is the politics of security and fear, with something which was quite hidden till he got there, and this is the politics of Judaism. He understood that it's not only about the Palestinians. This is the negative ingredient of politics, being against Palestinian statehood, against Palestinian terrorism. But the positive ingredient was your affiliation to Judaism. You don't have to go to a synagogue, but the synagogue you don't go to.
So, yes, Netanyahu depends upon a politics of Judaism, even though he's clearly an atheist. Just as Donald Trump depends upon support from Christians, even though he seems pretty clearly an atheist. So different moral political systems suit different people, right? It depends on our temperament, our genes, our upbringing, our psychology and physiology, right? Different moral systems, different hero systems offer different strengths and trade-offs. So believing that morality comes from God, right? That gives certainty, stability. Right, wrong is grounded in something unchanging. It's not subject to political and cultural drift. It provides community cohesion. You have a shared belief in God's law. It binds people across generations. It keeps moral norms strong even under pressure. It provides moral motivation because God judges. And if you believe in God and divine morality, and if everyone is equal before God, that restrains Nietzschean pure might makes right hierarchy. So this approach to morality best serves people who value structure, stability, clarity, tradition, belonging. People feel like they need a firm moral guardrail in a chaotic environment. It helps develop and protect communities where trust depends on a shared commitment to this divine morality. The natural evolutionary source of morality has its advantages for different people. It offers an empirical grounding. Morality connects to observable, testable human realities, our tendencies towards cooperation, harm, fairness, instead of claims of God. It is flexible, it is self-correcting, it's tied to how people work and flourish. It can evolve with new evidence about psychology and society. Anyone can recognize fairness or compassion as good, right? It provides cross-cultural common ground. There's personal autonomy. It removes the need for external authority. Moral understanding becomes a skill, not a matter of obedience. So it serves people who are comfortable with ambiguity, people who love science, those alienated from religious authority, but still want moral realism and responsibility. So God commands. That gives morality certainty. It provides for the formation of a particular community, and it comes with risks such as rigidity and dependence. Moral naturalism gives moral realism without theology, but it demands self-reflection and tolerance for complexity. Each moral system, each hero system, each worldview fits different psychological needs. Security versus autonomy, order versus inquiry, belonging versus understanding. So to what extent will the behavior of people be shaped differently depending on the opinion they hold? Right, in the real world, holding everything else equal, ceteris paribus, what is the upshot? Is there any evidence for which moral view is more effective and more adaptive for navigating reality? And there's some evidence that belief in God has many advantages and promotes a greater tendency towards sacrificing for your in-group. In empirical findings, we find that many highly secular societies, such as Scandinavia, the Netherlands, and Japan, have high rates of altruism, trust, and civic responsibility, even with low religiosity. So we have moral behavior persisting because of internalized empathy, the rule of law, social institutions that reward cooperation. Secular moral thinkers change their views more quickly. So if two equally intelligent, socialized people hold completely opposing moral views, right? The believer in God is more likely to follow rules, to conform, and to find comfort in moral clarity. They'll be more likely to their in-group, to their tribe. They'll be more resistant to the claims of moral relativism. They'll be more willing to sacrifice for their in-group. The moral naturalist is more likely to question rules, adapt to new evidence, negotiate competing values. Right? Religion built moral order, worked when people felt particular need for external, transcendent enforcement. Secular, natural approaches to reality thrives when people feel like they can handle autonomy. So God-based morality is much more conservative. It preserves cooperation through authority. Natural morality is much more progressive. Now, Dennis Prager will say something very rhetorically tricky. Murder is not objectively wrong unless God says murder is wrong. But it's a trick because there's no objective evidence that there is a God who says do not murder. You have to make multiple subjective leaps of faith to get there. And so once you have to make these multiple subjective leaps of faith to this objective morality, how objective is that morality? The morality is less objective than David Pinsoff's naturalistic morality, right? It's a sleight of hand that Dennis Prager is hiding. It calls itself objective, but it rests on unverifiable premises, right? Murder is wrong because God says so. We know what God says because of the Torah, and we trust the Torah comes from God. So each step depends upon a faith commitment. So it's hard to call this objective. So the moral naturalism of David Pinsoff ties morality to publicly observable regularities in human nature, our evolved emotions, the conditions for cooperation, and the causes of harm and trust, and you can test these claims with data, experiment, anthropology, and psychology. So for Prager, morality is objective because it's decreed by God. For David Pinsoff, morality is objective because it reflects stable features of human social biology, and it can go wrong when it misfires. So Dennis Prager's objective morality depends entirely upon a subjective act of faith. David Pinsoff's subjective morality is built on measurable facts about the human condition. And what is challenging for the ethical monotheist, right, is that by any objective measure of morality that I can think of, no God-based monotheistic society can ever touch Japan's record for morality over the past 70 years. Right? By most empirical markers of social morality, homicide rate, theft, corruption, trust, civic responsibility, compassion for others, social order, collective restraint, right? Japan seems to rank as about the world's most moral and cooperative society, despite being one of the least religious. So Dennis Prager's model predicts that without God, morality will decay, but there's so much empirical evidence of highly secular societies that are more moral by any objective standard than the most monotheist societies.
Is orthodox. So I would say, if you want to know, for instance,
but don't you think Menachem Begin
yes,
also understood the politics of
Menachem Begin invented it. Yes, he invented it, but he was the first prime minister to go to the Kotel, to the Western Wall, the day after he got elected. I know it sounds crazy, but till then, there wasn't a single Israeli prime minister in the Western Wall. He was the first one.
That blows my mind. Whereas now we just assume every time a prime minister gets elected, this is what they do.
He was the first to put a yarmulke while giving a speech. And the second thing is that Netanyahu took what for Begin it was from his kishkes, from his guts. Netanyahu
he was a
shaped
genuinely religious man.
Exactly. And it's funny that Netanyahu, who's not, he's one of the most secular prime ministers in Israel's history. I don't think he keeps kosher, and he doesn't believe in God, for instance, although he tries to hide it. Nonetheless, and against the theory of politics of identity, people vote for him because they understand that he is the big organizer of the three tribes. The black kippas, on 6 children on average per family, the ultra-Orthodox, the knitted kippa, the National Orthodox, 4.1 children per family, and the biggest tribe in Israel, the kippa in the pocket, those who take it for funerals,
Funerals and weddings, yeah.
Yes, 3.25 children per family. Now, the reason, in my opinion, people in the center left detest Netanyahu does not emanate from his identity, neither his women or his child, but because he is the melting pot of those three tribes. He created it. It was a...
So my father, the theologian and Christian evangelist, I never saw him get even close to any kind of sexual sin or monetary sin, right?
Coalition of interest in Begin's term, and it became a political unified movement in Netanyahu's terms. This is what made the emotion so hectic when it comes to Netanyahu itself, because you can't defeat these demographics.
I mean, you just dropped something there that you kind of move past, and there's no way I can let you move past it. You said that Netanyahu does not believe in God.
Right.
How do you know that?
2 old friends, former friends of Netanyahu, said that he told them, he confessed to be atheist. 1. Second, that he saw someone with tefillin, and he said, it's so weird, or something like this. And the third thing, that in an interview to a journalist that you probably know, Yair Lapid, 20 years ago, when Yair Lapid was the host of a very popular TV show in Israel, Lapid asked Netanyahu, do you believe in God? So he said, I believe in something bigger than us. And then Lapid asked, do you believe in a Jewish God? He said, I need to think about it. That's what Netanyahu himself said. Yeah.
Wow.